Welcome back to Cape Town, welcome back to Killarney, and welcome to the first round of the Power Series here at Killarney Raceway. My name is Ernest Page, this is Dexter Bruce, and we are going to be keeping you guys company till things kick off in the next 45 to 1 hour or so. It's going to be an incredible day's racing. We've done the walk around, Dexter.
I've been here since 6 o'clock in the morning. I couldn't get enough of the fuel.
I saw your car parked in a VIP section over there.
I opened the gates. But listen, Wingfield Power Series, we're back. It's great to be here. And if you are watching this at home and you live in Cape Town, by all means, make your way down to Killarney. There's facilities here. There's Bright facility, there's Kids facility, and of course, there's fantastic racing. So much has changed, though.
Yeah.
So much has changed. Couple of new rules. Unfortunately, IMUSAT no longer allows pets to be here, so make sure you leave the furry friends at home. So even the beard is kind of going to stay.
I brought my beard for a walk today, though. But a lot has changed. But what also changed, Dexter, is the fact that there's a lot of new cars, new drivers, new combinations. And I mean, we've walked around the pit lane here. Isn't it exciting? You can feel it today.
Day one.
The fields are big as well, which is quite nice.
Day one is obviously a little bit different because you testing your new car, your new suspension, whatever you've done over the off season. This is the one day you get to prove it and make sure that it works, or it doesn't work.
Yeah.
So everybody is a little bit tense today, and I think if you want to see some action, quote unquote, today's the day you want to come to Killarney.
Oh, yes, indeed. For someone like me, I'm not the biggest classic car fan, but I went to go chat to the Donadio crew now, Craig from Franco Donadio. And
beautiful.
For even if you don't like the older cars, there are some special cars here today from all over the world, in fact.
Well, a big welcome to the Swedish guys, as without mention, 4 of them. So this makes it a little bit of an international race. We've got a couple of Swedish guys that came all the way to come race in the Spitfire, Furniture's sports cars and GTs. So they brought the cars, a couple of GT40s, a McLaren B16, a fantastic V8 car.
A Lotus Elan as well.
It's so good.
Yeah.
The guy to watch there, I believe, is Kenneth Parsons. He's the guy that actually built the GT40s. He's going to be one of the quickest. And of course, in that same group, we've got resident daredevil, no other than Mr. Steve Humble in the Mallock. He doesn't want his crown taken.
Others as well.
Sure, he's there. He's there. Of course, Darby is there in the 911, the Wild Rose.
I just chatted to Darby now, and that car is a 911 Cup spec car, which has now got traction control, it's now got ABS. So the guys have really made these changes in the off season, and it's a good idea to come through to the circuit, like Dex said, and chat to the drivers, get that inside information like we did. It really makes a difference, and I think the lunchtime show, we're going to do more of that during the course of the day. Get those tasty nuggets of information that we don't see on screen when the cars are driving around.
Absolutely. Then the GTI Challenge guys, obviously those are the guys that everybody come to watch, the Brad Packs of the lot.
The Brad Pack at the moment is Class C.
Class C, 13 guys there, 5 in A, 5 in B. The number's a little bit down, but the action's going to be there.
The action's going to be there in Class C. Lots of familiar names over there. Razik Harris. We've got Faisal as well. Jacobs, who I think are the 2 guys to watch in Class C. And of course, what must it feel like to rock up with the number 1 on your car?
Wow.
We've got the A1 car pulling in here in Class A. The winner of last year's championship in Class A. Watch out for him, IMUSAT.
Absolutely. I don't think he'll have really big competition today, but it's obviously nice to see him do what he can do. IMUSAT. Had a little bit of chat to Zach earlier. Zach's having a little bit of issues with the gearbox, with the 3rd gear. Watch out for him in the Class B, in the yellow Polo. He does have a spare gearbox though. That I do know for sure. And he told his team, if I come in here and I pull in straight away, we're going to change the gearbox within 15 minutes, and they're going to do that.
Wow.
Rally style.
Wow. And the thing is, he did say he's going to try the gearbox out. He's hoping that it's going to be okay. I see we've got Brad Bodsworth walking past over there. We're going to try and pull him closer later on for... there he is. We're going to try and pull him closer later on for an interview to give us the update on the bikes.
On the bikes,
We were looking through the list of bikers, and I mean, as much as we love the bikes, there's a couple of names that Brad spends. You know, he goes on holiday with these guys.
All of them. They go on their bike runs together. They've got a new sponsor though for the season.
Nice.
Fantastic. Triumph is sponsored on. They're on board now with him. We don't see a Triumph in the list, but I guarantee you, by the next race meeting, I'm sure somebody's going to come with a Triumph. One name that I'm very, very familiar that you guys might know, Sharif Reynolds.
Wow, he's back.
The old Wild Cat, he's back again.
The Wildcat. So from a drag background, went over to circuit racing, now rocks up here with the Ducati.
So it was actually circuit racing, 2 drags, did a 7-year stint in drags. I think he was champion a couple of years, and he's now back onto the drag scene. Back onto the main circuit scene on a Ducati 996. The combined combination of rider and bike is somewhere in the region of about 83.
Yeah.
Then you got Dani van Killarney, Maritz.
Yeah, Sharif sitting right here.
He's right here. We're going to bring him on right now. Dani Maritz.
Yes,
in the
Danny
Go
van Killarney.
Danny van Killarney in the Go Daddy bike.
Yes.
I think it's a pristine Suzuki 1000 or 1100. Combined age over there, just under 100 between the bike and the rider. So it's going to be quite interesting.
Yes, yes,
it's
yes.
Gonna be.
They haven't lost that, even though riding a bike is such a physical thing.
Yeah.
The older guys, they're still in it to win it. So let's see how that goes today.
Absolutely.
And the weather's great, especially for the bike. It's a bit hot.
Yeah.
It's going to be very hot today.
Yeah.
But at least it's not raining. We've had a couple of wet races last year, and you know it's a bit sketchy on the bikes.
If you want to know what's happening right now, the Clubman's guys is just about to go out and do their qualifying. They're lining up in the pre-race.
Let's chat about Clubman, shall we? Because the Clubman's grid is
Always.
jam-packed today. We spoke about it early on yesterday. We walked around the pits right now, and they are just incredibly fast cars out there.
Beautiful.
You've got BMWs that are doing 22s, 21s. You've got Golfs that are running incredible times.
Yeah.
I mean, the Clubman's is really the star of the show. Oftentimes, I think today might be no different.
Tin Top Racing for me has always been the best. Leading the Class A there, we've got Shane Smith in the truck port, BMW. His father, Gary, I think in Class B or C. Got a couple of guys. Kiara van Niekerk, obviously the Wingfield
last year's champion. She's now up to her story. She's got now a new engine in the car. She's going to be moved to Class D. Wow.
So she's going to probably bump out of Class D and probably knock on Class C's door. Paul Munich, ever present with a gold Golf.
Yes.
Michael is here.
From Munich's performance.
Absolutely fantastic. Michael is here just about pulling out now, and he's got a Ford Falcon XR6, it seems. And we thought actually it was the XT Wyndham car, but it wasn't.
That's a stock-looking Ford Falcon over there.
That is Clubman's for you.
Okay. Yeah. So we got Sharif Reynolds. He's got to go ride now.
Absolutely. Let's get him
in here. Okay, but let's get you in here, Sharif, if you don't mind. How's it? Long time. Welcome back. Welcome back. It's not often we get to say that, Dex.
Yeah.
Welcome back. And what does it feel like to be back?
Can I just say before you continue, you don't look a day older from when I saw you 7 years ago on a drag bike. What is your secret?
Can you just keep this a little bit closer? And then, what's happening this morning? What's going on in the butterfly? Are there butterflies there this morning? You've done this before. Yeah, let me just check your mic and see this mic is on here. Sorry. Apologies for that, folks. We're just getting our technical sort out testing. There we go. So you're saying the bike is brand new.
The bike is brand new to me, although the bike is like almost 30 years old. Yeah. So I'll combine the ages, like, what did you work at?
82, 83?
82, 83. Yes, this one, yeah. It's like
pension. You guys are full on pension.
It's pushing it. But yeah, look, this morning it came together, all came together. And I must thank a young man by the name of Brendan Schultz. He's got Brendan's motorcycle services at Motor de Corsa.
Yeah.
And he's put a lot of time in and he helped me quite well. And I mean, this morning when I got to my pit, I'm like a works rider, man.
Oh, that's the way to do it, eh?
On the bike and ride.
That's the way to do it. Obviously, everybody wants to know, coming from drag racing, and you obviously exceptionally well veteran over there, what is the transition like jumping onto a circuit thing?
Well, it's not. I was in circuit before.
Yes. Yeah, he mentioned that. I thought you started with the drag.
No, I started on circuits. In actual fact, I started in Clubman's with cars. Back in the day, I had a Corsa, 1300 Corsa.
Yeah.
And then I transitioned to bikes. So I did a stint with the bikes, and I won the Class C championship, Clubman's.
Yeah.
And then I went to drag racing. And then when I did drag racing, I won the national championship in the drag racing.
Yes.
And the reason why I took the sabbatical, you know, the incident that happened with my nephew in Turn 5, that had a bit of a knock on the family, and I thought out of respect, you know, let's step down.
Yeah.
But it's lekker to be back, man. It's
here we go.
It is nice. And like I said to you, it would be nice if you can get some of the other older boys from the Sean Cut.
But of course.
Yeah,
there's one of that we don't get back here.
But the stories that are going to be happening around the braai, can you imagine the stories around the braai over the next coming weeks? This is how I got back into racing. It's because of those stories.
He was the one that made me ride a bike. It was his fault.
Well, here we go, man. We'll try and get them back.
So, good luck today. The Ducati, it's going to be incredible. We look forward to hearing our signs. But Sharif Reynolds, ladies and gentlemen, back on the start line, back on the circuit, back at Killarney. Welcome back, sir.
Welcome to be back.
Thank you, sir.
Here we go.
Make sure if you see him out here, come say hi. He's a hell of a guy. He's a good character. And he's going to be on the Ducati 996, quite an old bike. Yep, Clubman Saloons.
Yeah, but let's get back to Clubman's quickly. We've got more people coming in for interviews. Our producer's going to keep us busy today. The Thermo Fires Clubman Saloons. JC Huggett's here as well. Cody Alberts. Razik Harris is driving 2 cars today.
Yep.
He's doing Clubman's and he's doing GTI Challenge. Speaking of GTI Challenge, oh, guess who walks into the frame? We got Mr. Zaki Hendricks over here from Wheelworks in GTI Challenge. Let me pass the mic to you. Zaki, Dexter said you had some third gear issues. I was gesturing to you earlier on. What's going on?
Yeah, yesterday practice we had a couple of issues. Car wasn't handling really nicely, but then we discovered that the car actually got stuck in third gear. I couldn't get the gear out. When I bumped the car actually, the gear came out. So we took it upon ourselves, okay fine, we're going to change the gearbox now last night. And this morning I had to fetch the gearbox quickly in Brackenfell. But another buddy of mine was bothering me his gearbox, Ian Cap, thank you very much for him. And so once we fixed the problem yesterday, we thought we fixed the problem and the car was driving fine. So we left the gearbox in, went out this morning. I already told the COC and everything, check it guys, if there's something wrong with my car.
Yeah.
If it breaks in the qualifying session, I'm going to go through to park permit, go and weigh myself, but would you allow me to leave the park permit to go sort my gearbox
Yes.
out? So unfortunately it happened, the gearbox broke. They allowed me to get out. The gearbox is in already.
Yes.
I'm going to take
Come
it out
on.
now.
Come on.
23 minutes.
Come on. Come on.
Yes.
Come on.
I
Come on.
timed him 23 minutes to put the gearbox in from start to finish.
Love it.
Munir Ali is
Legend.
a very
He's-
amazing
he's a
person.
legend.
I need to stop here.
he's a legend.
I've swapped the gearbox in a Golf, okay?
On the Mark 1.
Yes. It took me 2 hours and 23 minutes.
Yeah, I did it. I did it. I think it was longer than 2 hours. I think I took like 3 hours.
But so the guys were ready, all the tools were ready. What happened? There's 23 minutes. I mean, I saw you minutes ago.
Yeah.
And the other gearbox was in.
When you saw me now, I pulled inside to my pit garage. We already had everything ready.
Wow.
So check the car. check
Rally style, eh?
Take everything out.
That's the way to do
take
it.
the CVs out, take the start out, take the gearbox out, put a new gearbox in, put the new bolts in.
So coming from a rally background, obviously GTI Challenge, do you think it's really massively a team sport? Does it help to have people around you and a network of people coming in?
Oh no, definitely. It's amazing that everybody can assist you.
Yeah.
I mean, we got a big crew. Our Mad Performance crew. It's a huge guys. I think we're about at one time we were 8 drivers.
Yeah.
I think this year we're going to be about 5 or 6 drivers.
Yeah.
Ian Cap has left Class B. He's gone to Class A now.
Yep.
And Ian Thompson, the 3-time championship guy. I mean, he's giving me input today.
Yeah, he's
And
Class B champion, so,
he's
and
Class B
that's
champion.
relevant to what you're doing.
And I showed you my video this morning and telling Zaki, you're doing this wrong, you're doing that
Yeah.
wrong.
Wow.
I'm thinking to myself,
Wow.
fuck, man.
Wow.
I actually
Wow.
taught you
Yes.
back in the day and now you're teaching
Exactly.
me. And I took his advice and it actually helped.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
thankfully, with the sticky gearbox,
Yeah.
I came pole.
Yeah.
I got pole, so I'm happy.
Amazing.
was
First race
amazing.
back, a pole. Hopefully I can win the race and go
So
1-1.
your strategy for today, you got a new gearbox shelfer, Are you still going to be knocking on his door, or do you think?
Well, he's behind me at the moment, so he's been knocking on my back door. Hopefully I can get away from him.
throwing shade.
Yeah. No, hopefully I can stay away from any accidents. I don't list to repair any cars today, so.
No.
Well, I mean, you got a crew behind you, so you know what I mean.
we got
Gearbox in 23 minutes.
Come on.
So before we let you go, Zaki, anybody that you want to shout out to? I mean, I'm sure there's lots of guys that jumped in.
I want to shout out to first and foremost Wheelworks, my wife. She sponsors me. I'll say she sponsors me because she checks the bank balance. Then that's Munir. Damn it, he's a pure perfection guy. 23 minutes to swap a gearbox is amazing. Ian Cap for bodying me the gearbox. Thank you very much. He's sitting out in Mossel Bay. I think he's watching this now.
Oh,
so
I was
he's
at the
having a
end.
lot of FOMO.
Yeah.
Trust me, a lot of FOMO. It's amazing out there. There's no wind. You'll have a beautiful day today. And the whole mad crew.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
all. That's it
Awesome
from my side.
stuff. Well, there you go, folks. Zaki
Best of luck to you.
Hendricks going to be out there leading off Class B in GTI Challenge.
Yeah.
We look forward to seeing how you do, brother.
Have a good one. All right, cheers.
Well, we got the commentary team standing by over here. Sorry, guys, for
absolutely.
keeping you waiting.
Let's bring the family.
Let's bring the family in.
Let's bring the family.
I'm gonna step out of this one, Dex,
All right, cool.
and hand it over to the boys here.
Absolutely. Let me grab this seat over here. Well, we're gonna share microphones. If you don't mind giving yours to Tiny. Can you guys hear me? You can hear me, cool?
Ah, yeah.
All right.
I hear you cool.
All right, so we got the homeboys in the house. We've got all the commentators. Frankie over here. Frankie, nice to be back. It's round 1.
Yes.
Your expectation for today? It's 31 degrees out there. It's a sport show.
It's going to be very, very hot out there. Track temperature is going to be way in the high 30s. It's going to be awesome stuff. Looking forward to it. I see the clubman's class. numbers is a bit low, but then again, it is the beginning of the season. A lot of the guys are still getting cars sorted out from the holiday season. So their numbers will grow as we move into March. GTI Challenge, they had the list I got on Tuesday. There was 32 cars in 3 classes. So there's a possibility of more. That averages out to about 10 cars a class. And that's going to be brilliant stuff. And what I love about that is our reigning VW Pilot Cup champion, Clinton Besaidnout, has now moved from Port Elizabeth to Cape Town.
So that's good. That's the challenge.
So we'll claim him. We'll claim him as our champion.
One of ours now. We'll put him in the sea. Triumph is back on board. Well, Triumph for the first time is on board. The bikes. I mean, there's.
Yeah, they're sponsoring the bike class. Nice to have a mark sponsoring a class. You know, not a shop or a dealer or something.
Absolutely.
So we've got a mark on the board. Look, Triumph's big. We know they're World SSB sponsors. All the 600s are Triumphs. They run 701s. So, yeah, maybe, you know, let's not get into politics. The country's in a mess, we know this, but the world is starting to cast eyes on South Africa.
Absolutely.
We're putting our foot out there. We've got boys out in superbikes, the World Superbikes. We've got guys in MotoGP. We've got guys in Spain cleaning up.
For sure.
So the brands are starting to see this. We need to go back to South Africa because the talent's coming out of the country in all marks of sport. I mean, we've got world champion karters, we've got world race motorbike guys, we've got guys in sports cars that are doing well. I see Calvin van der Linden is down at Bathurst this weekend. He's got the BM there. I mean, that is going to be something awesome.
Absolutely.
I'm hoping for him to be in the top 5 because that BM has got the legs. We know it. We know it.
Absolutely.
Sheldon's doing Formula E.
He is.
And we hope to see him in Cape Town. So hopefully he'll be here. It'll be nice to see. And we were talking earlier on to your colleague, to Ernest, about the classics. I was here 2 weeks ago for the Shindig.
Honestly, boys, I think the classics have grown quite a lot. But if we can bring you in, if you don't mind sharing the mic. The classics have grown.
It's going to steal the show.
It's been absolutely amazing.
We've got Uncle Peter who's got a 3rd Mustang. So we've got 3 Mustangs in the mix now.
It's so good. It's no longer just Franco the non-audio. It's actually quite an array of cars.
And Francis came back on this one, the Beetle. That's been, that Beetle hasn't been out for about what, 2014, 2015.
Was that Beetle not black before?
Yes, I don't know if it's the same Beetle, but it's definitely the same driver. But the Beetle was black. And another thing from the sports and GT side, there's about 4 or 5 drivers that took part at the Passion of Speed at Swartkorps last weekend. Jan Klin is one of them, and Kenneth Pearson is another one. And they've decided we are in South Africa. We've got our cars.
Might as well.
Let's bring it under Cape Town and come and enter the sports and GTs.
And the Roy in the background.
One of them just drove past us, and it's standing there in the pre-race paddock.
And I honestly think I was having a bit of a chat to the boys earlier there. The fastest amongst them is Kenneth Pearson. I think he's going to be the quickest amongst a lot. But what do you reckon?
Yeah, and the McLaren over there, what a historic car as well.
Beautiful.
Back from the days of when Bruce McLaren was still driving himself and designing. And we have our Swedish friends here, we have our GT40s, we have the Lotus Elan here as well. They have to put a lot of suntan lotion on today. Let me tell you one thing, they come to a very
I think he's also Swedish, by the way. I think
and those GT40s, they're not kit cars or type cars. That's the real deal cars.
My understanding is that Kenneth was actually he built those cars.
Yes, Jan Klin's got one of them and Kenneth Pearson's got the other one. And I think it's going to be awesome to see them. And from our side, thanks that these guys came down to Cape Town.
It's so good. Do you think they're going to give our boys a run for their money? What you think?
Yes.
We've seen Kenneth Pearson here at Killarney. We know he can perform. And I can assure you that he doesn't hold back. It might be a 45-year-old motor car, but he gives it a good flippin' stonk. And you will see him on circuit. We'll watch him later on the racing. He doesn't hang back. He's not scared to rub a mirror either.
Absolutely.
Well, the nice thing about the boys in Europe though is they've got access to these parts.
They do have access to the parts. We got to make the parts ourselves.
I'm going to hand this over to Tiny.
No problem.
I see he's standing waiting here in the back. Tiny.
Before they go out, we are talking about the international guys. It's quite a big year for us, boys. It's FIA World Rallycross. We've got the Formula E.
And we're going to have the Cape Town Speed Festival. It's going to be happening.
What do you guys think into expectations? Where are we going with this? It's getting better, right?
It's getting better. I think the main thing is, though, Dex, is we have to change our mindset in terms of the world motorsport dynamic. If we go and have a look, I mean, I watched a couple of video clips of late. overseas. The new trend is to get the public involved.
Yeah.
So you look at Formula E, it's an interactive thing. The crowd participates, they vote against the recharge zone.
Absolutely.
So drivers, he reckons I'm doing fantastically well. The crowd says, no, we're giving it to that.
That's very cool.
I was actually chatting around to Andre Lotterer, who's riding Formula E for Porsche.
Yes.
And Andre says, that is actually the key of Formula E, to know what the crowds are doing.
Yeah.
So they're watching on big screens.
Yes.
They all get a little app when you come there on your phone, you vote. And then that guy gets to get a recharge and an extra 15 kilowatts and off he goes.
And I think that's what it's about. It's being a spectator sport. I mean, motorsport as a whole is a spectator sport.
And I was actually going to suggest to you guys, not to tell you how to do your job, I'm sure. But I think what we need to do is you take your team and go out to the stands and go interview some spectators and see how they're feeling and what they... So that the man at home can see what the guy at the track's doing.
100%.
The people can come back to the track.
Yeah.
Because the nice thing with the show is now, you're sitting in turn 3 and you don't know what's happening in turn 5. And you can watch it on your little interactive on your device.
You guys have the benefit of having Tiny in the building. Tiny's your old Tiny. Just let the people know exactly what you do when you're up there with this whole turn 3, turn 5 scenario. Because I remember you as a crash man. Whenever there's a crash, somehow I would hear your voice on the radios.
Well, I try to make them look good. So that's what I do. Yeah, look, that's quite nice, as I said, to have the radio with me. You're in close contact with the guys downstairs and the marshals. So if anything happens, whether it be a front runner or a back marker or someone, that's just to give the guys on their toes net, and then give all the necessary information to the viewers around there.
Yeah. Okay. So you basically the liaison between what's happening on the ground and obviously letting them know what's going on.
That's correct. Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic, and it's a really vital piece of information that you're giving them, because you guys are quite up there. I know it gets quite hot and gets quite crowded sometimes.
It's hot already.
And he's called Tiny for a reason, obviously. You know, he's
one of the smaller members in the team. Yeah, that's why we call him Tiny.
He's a scrum off. Here we go. So I mean, honestly, boys, I think it's day one.
You're talking about motorsport highlights. I think you and I need to have another challenge.
we do need to have another challenge. Rallycross.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, we actually rallycrossing on the 18th. So obviously, be there. That's going to be fantastic. That's going to be fantastic. So. Day one, it's our first day. It's pretty hot out there. Usually, do the guys feel it out today, or are the guys going to go guns blazing, trying to get ahead, stay away? Yeah.
I can tell you something now, that the camaraderie and the mindset of these boys, we're going to go out there and have fun this year.
Yes.
They came out of it very high in 2022.
Yeah.
Because we came back out of the COVID thing. It's a swear word.
Yeah.
But in essence, we are going to see a lot more fun out there. The guys want to challenge each other.
Absolutely.
They've been doing funny things to their cars over the off season. You spoke about it earlier. So that is what we want. We want to see that. And in essence, they're not only riding for themselves, they're also riding for the crowds.
Yeah, no,
that's the main thing.
Absolutely.
You know? So.
Well, where we're at the moment, the sports and GT cars are about to go out now, Tiny. They're going to be doing their qualifying. I think they're the last of the qualifying, am I right?
Yeah, the last.
They're the last of the qualifying, and then we're going to start. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to hand over to you guys pretty soon, but we want to wrap it up here. Thank you so much, and we will see you guys throughout the middle. Go for it. Yeah. Donadio. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. See you guys up there. Tiny, all the best.
One thing to mention as well, GTR Challenge is doing a reverse grid for Heat 2.
For Heat 2.
For Heat 2, yeah. So front runners from 1 to 6 will finish their first race, and then Heat 2 will be a reverse grid.
So Class A, Class B in reverse, or Class C in the front?
No. I think that all the different guys in the different classes, they'll do their things from 1 to 6, and then from race 2 from 6 to 1. Make it quite interesting as well.
Great bit of information. Thank you so much, Tiny.
See you guys later.
Thank you so much. That's our commentators up there. So guys, if you come to Killarney, those are the faces that actually hear on the intercoms all the time. Ernest, those are the guys. Ernest is about to join me back again. Those are the guys that you hear all the time. The Sports and GT guys have just stepped out now.
Yes.
They're about to do their first qualifying.
I've got the list here of the sports and GT guys, and we spoke about this extensively. We got the list in front of us here. David Joubert, Steve Humble, Francis Carruthers, Philip Boyson, Paul Beachy has got an Audi R8 with a giant diffuser on the back. So you guys are seeing some visuals as well. Our producers are going to cut through some of the visuals and show them what's happening out in the circuit. Unfortunately, we can't see what's happening. So if there is a big crash or spin, we don't know about it.
We'll get it later.
We'll get it later. But you guys can enjoy the visuals, and we're going to talk you guys through some of those cars here today. Any specific cars you want to mention, and also note that the GT40s and the Elan and the McLaren are also doing sports and GTs by Spitfire Furniture.
Honestly, I think that the sports and GT cars, as well as the classic cars, and obviously the ever-present Clubman cars, they are growing in numbers. And it's really nice to see these expensive, elaborate, really good at Festival of Speed kind of a vibe, growing in numbers. I remember when there were 5, 6, 7, 8 cars at a time, and they actually parted maybe with the other Pirelli cars, the Masters, the V8 Masters. Now they actually got a strong enough field for them to be
massive
on their own.
Field, record field today, in fact.
Absolutely.
So if you are in the area, if you want to come through and check it out, record fields in certain classes today for the first race of the season. That's usually quite unusual. Usually the guys are trying to scramble together to get fields going. But not these boys. They came out with R8s and McLaren.
They don't hold back. They don't hold back.
Do not.
They mean they've got enough bread to be able to sort out what they need to sort out, and access and resource to it.
It's so interesting. Earlier on, I saw, went to chat to some of these guys. Some of the guys are hyped up and ready to go, and there goes David Joubert's wife over there, Mrs. Joubert, and he was so relaxed.
That's nice.
So relaxed, standing with a cup of coffee, no issues. Food.
And he's done it before many
times. Apologies if we're chatting to people. We know and have met so many people today and over the years that they come to us, they want to chat, they wave from behind the camera over there. So if we do wave at someone, apologies for that. But some people are more relaxed than others. Some people need to get their state pump going, as they say, and others are absolutely zen. Dex, what are your thoughts on what the thought process is for some of these drivers today?
I mean, for me, when I go, I don't know about the bikers. I'd be very scared. That's a nice word. I'd be very, very scared if I was going on the bike today. But if I was in a car, the best approach would obviously be a relaxed approach. But I can guarantee you, standing on the pre-race paddock here, your foot is vibrating on the clutch. You're extremely nervous because you don't know what's about to go down. You know, and practicing is one thing, qualifying is a different thing,
which is what they're doing now.
Is the other thing.
Once the visor comes down, the horns come out, as they say. And certainly we're going to see a couple of those horns coming out. Devon Lismore also driving at Devon with GT Club Sport. They've got a couple of cars that they're renting out today. They've got 2 drivers, and 2 of those drivers out there. Congratulations, their first race. That will be, I think that's Simeon over there, correct? Yes, Simeon. Very first race, and I think Connor as well. Very first race day today, and we've spoken about this. We've got friends that have done their first race day recently. It's a big deal.
It is a big deal. And once you put that first race in the bag, the second race is a little bit easier, but it doesn't get any better. Remember, everybody's out there to win. No matter you're racing for the first time, and obviously the boys who are racing for the first time, they got a point to prove.
Oh, yes,
they got a point to prove.
Someone that does have a point to prove, I think, and that is Mikael Patamba. First time racing with the Ligier today. He's done DTM trophy in Germany. He's done the South African Endurance Series. We've got Ian Longer walking past there. He's done international, national races. He says with the Ligier, that's Adcock's car, old car. With the Ligier, he says the big difference when they're racing the bigger cars, it's such a tiny little car with a 2.4 liter Honda engine that when they're slipstreaming, the car doesn't brake because the wind runs over the top of the car.
It's so amazing. It's such a unique, I mean, the wheels are 13-inch wheels, number one.
And look now, Mikael Patamba in first position here with a 108 on the timing board over here. So Mikael Patamba, we just spoke about him now. He's currently in pole position, first time out in sports and GT.
And I mean, a 108, if you don't know how fast it is, the Golfs typically do 121s to 130s around here. The Clubman's cars are in the same ballpark figure. To do a 108,
that's lap record stuff, man.
The bikes are doing 109s, 110s, 111s, somewhere there or thereabout. But for a car with 4 wheels that weighs almost a ton to do a 108, You need to be pedaling.
Yeah, you need to be pedaling, and that's exactly what Mikhail Patamba does. But the elder statesman over there, keeping him humble, none other than our friend Steve Humble, the king of Killarney. This is Francis Carruthers in third place at the moment. And Francis Carruthers, another car that the team with Mikhail Patamba says, Rico Barlow Racing, they says to watch out for that car, because even though Mikhail might out-qualify them, a lot of these cars are a lot more powerful than the Honda-powered car, and they're going to get to the first corner first in race 1.
Remember, the Paul Beam was the car that just did the 9 hour not too long ago. They didn't refresh the motor. I had a chat to him, a couple of bodywork damage here and there. The brake duct caught on fire.
I saw that in after turn 4.
Absolutely. One of the top, I think it was Jonathan Thomas was actually the driver at the time.
Yes, karting ace Jonathan Thomas.
Fantastic driver. And that car's back on circuit today.
Wow.
Change the oil and off you go.
Yeah.
And I think when a car's built correctly, Ernest, you would know. When a car's built properly, it's literally turnkey motorsport.
Yes.
You know, otherwise you're going to keep rebuilding engine, you're going to keep doing things.
So there's a saying that someone once told me, we don't come to the racetrack to fix our cars.
Oh, did he say that? Did he say that?
We come to the racetrack to race our cars. Exactly, and that's exactly what these guys do, especially the Humble clan.
Oh, man.
And we've got some interesting names over here. Clinton Thorne, Divan Lisboy, 9th position. And of course, there are different classes here, folks. So just because the name isn't on the top of the bill doesn't necessarily mean they are not listed per class. Our producer can maybe show some of those classes. I think those classes are listed on your screen right over there. If you look closely, and you can see exactly who's doing the zoo. Many different categories racing against each other.
Yeah.
But man, they just sound fantastic.
They sound amazing. There's one rotary amongst it as well. I think in the sports and GTs.
Yeah.
A rotary car as well. It's so good.
Yeah. That is the Lotus 7 rotary engine. And rotaries in Cape Town historically, touch wood, haven't done that well. So it's really quite a specialized piece of equipment.
Yeah.
So to be able to run one of those cars, well done to the driver of that car for doing that.
Dave Rowley's back. Dave Rowley, obviously we know Mr.
Dave Rowley.
Mr. Dave Rowley.
Where's he been, eh?
Flat 4 Racing.
Yes, it's been a while.
Remember he used to have the black car?
Yes.
I do believe the car's blue, or it might be a new car, but he's doing fantastic times in that little Beetle. And if you've never seen a Beetle...
They came to test it for the track day, didn't they?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. So it's cool to see a Beetle doing its thing.
Well, another class of cars that we haven't touched on today, the Pirelli V8 Master.
Ever reliable.
Ever reliable. Sean Wurm, Marcel Angel, Rui Campos, Stefani, Ibbotson in the mix now, starting to get consistently there. They've got 2 classes, gold and silver. And it's going to be interesting to see how they do in those sensational looking Ford Mustang V8s. They've got Owen Ashley chassis built back in the day.
Beautiful.
Big, difficult cars to drive. Physical cars to drive. Manual gearbox. And there goes Elite Racing's own Mr. Ernie Leet.
Ernie Leet.
How's it going?
And he's driving the Fiat 128 rally car, actually.
Yeah.
It's now a circuit car.
How's that team name?
I love it. So his name is Ernest Leet, and he's put it together and formed Elite Racing. It's like that.
I know. I feel like there should be a picture of him just like this.
He needs to snore with the shades, arm out the window. That's his vibe.
Yeah. But this is the thing about this circuit. You know, one of the things I often tell people is that when you come here the first time, it feels, and I certainly did feel this way, when you come here the first time, you feel like a stranger looking in.
Intimidating.
Yes. But once you start to get to know the characters, the people, the cars, the car character combinations, it's a fun place to hang out. And definitely think about coming through today. If you're not coming through, think about coming through today. It's going to be an action-packed, not just day of racing. You can go sit down and have a burger. We got the coffee station right here. Just had a fantastic coffee from the guys over here. So pull through, come check it out. This is the first round of what is going to be an action-packed season. And I think now is the day to come here. It's not as full as some of the later rounds in the year. So the drivers are more open to chatting, get that information, and I certainly enjoyed walking around the paddock, catching up with some of these drivers.
And it is day one. Word of warning, it's pretty hot, so bring a brolly or grab a spot somewhere under umbrella.
I've got sunscreen for you guys. You know, we look after each other over here.
Listen, we spoke a little bit with the commentators about South Africa and Cape Town as a whole, motorsport-wise. I think we're growing leaps and bounds. We've got FIA World Rallycross coming in October.
Wait, you probably mentioned that like 5 times.
No, this is the second time actually. Second time.
Dexter is Mr. Rallycross in Cape Town, by the way.
So are you now. so are you now.
Yeah, well, so we've got rallycross cars, and what we've seen with motorsport, and that being a new motorsport, it's certainly started to grow, but there is a sentiment in the air of just let's go racing, let's enjoy ourselves, let's be competitive.
Absolutely.
And I feel that here today as well.
Absolutely.
And there comes Carrie Blow Blows now as well with how's it going? Caddy Blows and the guys. And Caddy Blows' car, just another example of Let's Go Racing. He's got the 140Z, an iconic Golden Grove 140Z. And this is now his second season. He raced for the first time last year. And there's his son standing looking on proudly. And, you know, it's one of those things where it's so nice to see new people coming into the sport. He's not necessarily new, but certainly new to racing on the track.
And one thing that's cool, we're going to try to get you guys some technical footage about how these cars look, getting a real close-up. Especially if you're not in Cape Town, we're going to kind of get to the nuts and the bolts of the thing, seeing which cars are running on turbos, which cars are running on side drafts. Just kind of getting a little bit of a close-up. Seeing the cars going past is one thing, but getting a close-up and that smell, it's so good.
I just took a whiff now and raced at 102, as they say.
So good.
And there goes your old car, Dexter. That car is the GTI Challenge Class C car, which is now getting driven for the first time.
Absolutely. Shaheen Amle, he's bought the car over now. He's looking forward to his first season. Very good rally background. Massive lineage and history with Amle Motorsport, coming from Toyota Motorsport, rallying over the years. So this is something fresh for them to get involved in GTI Challenge.
It's the first time they felt the tarmac under their feet for so long.
They couldn't believe the grip. They couldn't believe the grip. Grip and no slip. I mean, and you know how these challenge cars can grip.
Oh, yes, indeed. Oh, yes, indeed. So it's going to be interesting to see. And that really is one of the classes of the bunch today, Class C GTI Challenge. Watch out for that. A huge number of cars in that. And I do suspect a lot of the action is going to be happening in Class C, because those guys aren't scared to have paint.
And they're new boys. So they've got a point to prove.
Oh,
like
yes,
we said,
indeed.
They want to show who's boss.
Yes.
I'm gonna vase you.
And they will definitely highlight and vase today. They're definitely going to highlight and vase today. Because, again, motorsport, it's about who's the fastest on the day. It's not about starting well, it's about finishing well. And these guys know this. Some of them, though, however, will try to start well into turn one. I think turn one is going to be a bit action.
I got a little bit of a story that in race 2 they're going to start reverse grid, which is going to kind of jumble things up a little bit. So if you won the first race, you're starting at the back, so you're going to have to work your way through the pack.
Which series is this?
That's GTI Challenge.
Are they doing reverse grid? This is the first time they're doing this thing.
I think so. That's pretty something cool. Tiny just remember the information now. That's pretty cool for them to do something like that.
This is the first I hear about this.
I don't think they can do it later on in the season, so let them try it out now, and while the grid is a little bit empty, and see how things work out. See what's from there.
It's very difficult to overtake in that series, so I suspect it's going to make things very interesting. I'm going to dig a bit deeper into that
be cool.
and try and figure out what's going on here as we see the standings completed for sports and GT. And that, of course, is Mikael Patamba, WB in second place, Frans Carruthers in third, he went up one, and Steve Humble in fourth position as the drivers now scurry around, and we are minutes away.
We are. Henny
from
Bosman
starting. Oh, Big Henny.
Big Henny.
Big Henny.
Don't be messing with Henny. Don't be messing with Henny.
Black belt Henny.
Henny in the rotary. It's another rotary, actually.
Black belt Bosman. That's it.
That's a cool one. That's a cool one.
He actually is a martial artist with a black belt and instructor and gigantic. And I don't know how he fits in that Lotus. It's not a big car.
I think he wears the car.
Yeah, he wears the car like a jacket.
I think he wears the car.
Like a fitted suit. Like a fitted suit. So lots and lots of action. And later on, we'll be chatting to the bike riders as well. There goes Zaki Hendricks.
The gearbox works, I'm assuming.
Gearbox works in the wheel works car over there. The guy's giving us a bit of a rev.
Yeah.
Dex, your favorite car or bike here today? If you had to choose one or two or three.
My favorite bike is probably going to be Sharif Reynolds' 996. I've always liked the 996 from our time.
Yes.
From the 90s.
Yes.
My favorite car, probably going to be somewhere in the region of about one of the BMWs. Yes. Craig Raap's got a brand new BMW. And I mean, that's pulling on your heart right now, isn't it?
Beautiful. Beautiful.
I know you like it. I know you like it.
It's similar to my one, so I mean, what's not to like? What's not to like?
That's probably one of my favorites, to see what a new BMW with that BTCC colors looks like. I mean, I've never seen the car.
Yeah, Imad Modak as well as a similar looking car, Danny van Niekerk car. He's got the 18-inch Pirellis on there. The car looks the part. And we've got number 42 from the breakfast run category about to join us over here. So we were talking about bikes, and you said the 996 is your favorite bike. But I suspect this young man over here has a slightly different favorite. Number 42, Dylan Anderson. Please tell us a bit more about yourself, and let's get the mic nice and close. And tell us about what the breakfast run and bike racing means to you. I think that mic's not on.
Let me just
gonna check. Apologies, folks. We're just gonna check that mic. I think it switches off intermittently, so our producer will check that on. Dylan We want to hear what you have to say, Dylan.
This is a live show. This is a live show. So yeah, Dylan, give us a little bit of a background with your breakfast motorcycle.
We are interested in the breakfast class. We started. It's my first race. Excited to be out on the field. Definitely starting from the back of the grid in the breakfast group. But we're going to work ourselves through, and then we're going to see what we can do.
Okay, cool. What kind of bike you on?
I'm on a Yamaha R6, 50th year anniversary. It's a very special bike as well.
Yeah.
A lot of nice colors, so it means a lot to me. I'm with this beautiful machine in the field.
Yeah. And a big shout out, anybody you want to say thank you to or hello to out there, your sponsors?
Well, thank you for all the sponsors, for Landy World, for Motorwise, for the bike prep and everything. It is phenomenal. The bike is perfect. Now let's see what we can do.
Yeah, Dylan, all the best, eh?
Well, Dylan, it's your first race. We've spoken about this. Just one question from me. You only get one first race. Have you slept this week?
I slept like a baby. Best night race ever. But I'll see if I get on the grid when we need to pull away. There's definitely a stomach feel. But excited to get on the grid.
All the best, Dylan. Thank you so much. Have a good luck.
Well, there you go. Dylan Anderson, number 42. Number 42, Dylan Anderson, first time.
We're about to go racing. We're about to go racing.
We're about to go racing.
It's almost that time. And the thing about your first lap is, okay, you can lose a race on the first corner of the first lap, but you can't win the race.
No. I think Dylan probably been told that a few times now. We're just waiting for our producer to let us know how much time we have left. We're going to be cutting back to the commentary team over there. I'm sure they are chomping at the bit to get started over here.
Absolutely.
I mean, I got kicked off my chair earlier because they wanted to talk to you. But the commentary team, definitely one of the best in the business.
Oh, man.
Frankie, I mean, I was listening to Frankie commentate the other day. I haven't actually told him, Frankie, that I appreciate his commentary, and I mean, I'm looking
world class.
I'm looking forward to seeing how the guys do today.
Even at Rallycross, when he's there, things seem to be calmer, and that's what you want behind the mic. You want someone that's calm. We're lucky enough and we're blessed enough to have the best guys in the business. Byron Mitchell, Gaza, Francois Butler, Frankie up in there, Tiny assisting them. I mean, these are the best boys in the business.
Tiny.
Tiny and Bosman, I mean.
Yeah, exactly.
They are boys.
So, from us here in the breakfast show, we are about to cut off a couple of final words from us over here. You can hear the bikes now making their way around. The racing is about to start. They're on the warm-up lap at the moment now. And Dexter, for those people that are out there, I mean, come on through, check it out. It's one of those days where you really can get up close and personal to the action of it. If you like bikes, if you like cars. We've got one more name at the back that I've actually forgot to mention. That's someone that I raced against in my very first race in 2005. Ewald, yeah. Ewald's parked over there in Class B in that Alpha
GTV.
Alpha GTV, yeah.
I remember racing against him, and he was in a pretty bad accident. Rear ended going into turn 3. Didn't recover very well from that. They had to rebuild the car. He's now had a bit of a chat to him. He's rebuilt that car. It's a V6, it's a pretty standard car, running in Clubmans, and that is what racing is about. You've got Morris Minors, you've got BMWs, we've got VW Golfs, you've got Alpha GTVs,
200 SX,
GT40, 200 SX, we got it.
And everything in between.
Absolutely.
That's it, folks. That is what racing is about here in Cape Town. We're going to cut over to the commentary team now. We'll see you guys later on. Enjoy the racing from Ernest and Dexter. See you later.
Roll their way through now. You hook it up into third, up into fourth. Make your way up into Sarel van der Merwe sweep. And hang that double right-hander down the back straight. They light the queuing up on the back wheel as he comes out of turn number 4 up in the air, and he's giving it a good run. That's an age-old blade. He's done a little bit of trickery to it. Malcolm Rapson has a look up on the inside, but Steyman is going to be stupid laid down into Bertolina Fostron corner. Hangs around there. And they're pretty close, Byron. I've just taken out the first lap. You're welcome to do the next 7.
Well, let me tell you one thing. It's a good, clean start for a first race of the season there, Francois. Malcolm Rapson, he's second on the jigsaw. Assuming that look on the Steyman will hold it. And Redling Ace up into 4th position there. Number 87, of course, on the Quacker. He was running a Suzuki at Swartkorps about a week ago.
Yeah, Hilton Redling Ace, the 888 Kawasaki, as he sits there doing what he loves most. Hilton Redling Ace, an age-old contender at Killarney. He loves the place and he's going to give it his all. He's going to have a lot of fun. Chatting to my man Tiny, who does the radio for us, saying that Hilton was saying coming out of turn 5, getting a lot of wheel spin, so maybe a little bit of suspension setting in to get that one right, to get traction, get the power down on the back wheel as he comes out of turn number 5. Once again, they're up into Sorrel Sweep. And all line astern, it looks like it's still Steyman at the sharp end of the stick, and he's on the back wheel and he is murdering it, play down to turn 5. Rapson pursuing, and look at Redling Ace right up behind David Endicott as they make their way down towards turn number 5. There on screen you see them coming down, and they grab a handful, they slide it in as they bring it into 5 and roll it around, dipping it into the right hand side, knee down on the tar, you bring it around, and then when you look again, you've got another left hand kink before you hit the main straight here under the ring. That CBR 1000 is being absolutely murdered there by Steyman as he goes down to turn number 1. Hangs around there. It looks like Redling Ace has got past Endicott, so Redling Ace moves up to 3rd. Hilton's on the 888 ZX10 as they make their way now up the UBS straight into Quarry.
Well, fastest lap of a 1:12.11 for Kewan Steyman, as he is now 0.3 of a second when he crossed the line ahead of Malcolm Rapson. Just looking down the classes, front with the 600 class is currently being led by Tristan Pienaar, bike number 50, 0.9 of a second between himself and Slade van Niekerk. Those two over there, that we have the van Niekerk, of course, Matthew van Niekerk, that's in 7th overall at the moment. Brad Bodsworth on the Ducati currently leads the Masters section as far as things are concerned. Wayne Arendse second in that class in 10th. They're being split by Jason Lineker on the Honda CBR 600.
Well, you spoke about the Masters. We've got about Hilton Redling Ace who's lying in 3rd. He leads out over Brad Bosworth, who lies in 2nd place, but it's a common mistake. It's early season. We've still got to get into the swing of things as the bikes roll down into turn number 5. They come out of 5. It's Steyman leading out. He's got Rapson, who's looking there to close down the gap, but Steyman is taking a good run for it, spinning down to turn number 1. And double throttle goes down into 1. The foot is out. Hangs it nice and tight into that left. Now it comes out up on the back wheel as he goes through the gearbox. The front wheel's about an inch off the floor. Down again as he goes into Quarry Corner. Takes it nice and tight, hugs the curb there. The knee's almost on the curbstone as he rolls around. Rapson can see in front of him, but he can't reach out and grab him closer. It's just that, like a little bit too much. But I can tell you something, Kewan Steyman on 1000 is going to be nice to see. We don't have the likes of Trevor Westman out there who can go and mix it up with him. So I think it's going to be a great year for motorbikes.
I think it will be, Francois. Just a correction over there. Bodsworth leads the Superbike Challenge class. He is one of the Masters, of course, and he is 3rd in the Masters class. Wayne Arendse, 2nd in the Superbike Challenge in 10th position. But Kewan Steyman, a 1:12.483, getting faster and faster, winding that Honda up quite nicely over there as well. And 0.6 of a second between himself and the fastest counted on 2 wheels in South Africa, Malcolm Rapson.
Rapson goes down there. He's chasing Steyman. They come out of turn number 5 here into the main straight. Steyman still giving it full tilt, hugs the wall to get a bit of draft going. Rapson does exactly the same. And they've got about a 1.4 second gap over. He's now pulling away from Endicott. David would like to be a little bit closer. Killing that ZX10 there. And behind Endicott are the 2 600s of Tristan Pienaar and Slade van Niekerk.
Well, he's keeping that gap there, Francois. From 9/10, he's opened up an extra 1/10 of a second over Van Niekerk. Van Niekerk's going to have to push incredibly hard on that ZX6 to catch that Yamaha ahead of him. That's 56. Watching there a little bit further ahead of them. 7/10 between Steyman and Rapson. Redling Ace 5 seconds back, but still keeping it 1.8 ahead of David Endicott at this time.
Yeah, lovely stuff. We've got 5 laps to go. They're busy finishing their 4th lap as Steyman makes his way down towards Pertamina Fostron. We look out of the commentary box down at that stand at the bottom of the circuit. It is chock-a-block as the people are hungry for racing. down into turn 5. Stayman leads it in right. You got that whole sort of horseshoe that comes back on you, and then you got to flick it over to the left as you come onto the main straight under the City of Cape Town Bridge. You're proudly sponsored all the way down the main straight into turn number 1. Malcolm Rapson, well, he's not there. He's just standing onto his time. He's pulling away from Rapson. Realize solid performance. Triple 8 ZX10 looking very comfortable.
Yeah, Q and Stayman's basically almost doubled, actually over doubled his lead from 7/10 to a full 1.5 seconds over Rapson. Further back, of course, looking now, Van Niekerk is coming into his own now. He's closed up the gap by 0.4 of a second in the 600 class to Tristan Pienaar, but he's running out of time. There's now 4 laps left to go, including the one they're currently on from.
Well, there, we're looking live out of the commentary box. Van Niekerk is right up behind Pienaar. He's up on his tailgate now, looking down the throat of that exhaust pipe that comes out the back, and he make their way up into Sorrel van der Merwe sweep as the leaders make their way down towards turn number 5. There we see it goes one of the ZX through, and we wait for this Pienaar, and there's Van Niekerk right up behind him. So Van Niekerk's putting in a charge now and giving it a good clout. Matthew Van Niekerk sits up behind him. Your leader comes through, Snyman, over the line, boom, 3 laps to go, and he is giving it a stomp. That foot out again. He's going to be going through the sole of that boot as it rubs in the tar down into it. It's actually the whole thing that people don't understand. They leg out to go around the corner. What they're doing is they're placing their weight onto the front forks to get good grip, and that foot sort of balances you. It's almost like you're standing on the top, but you can't leg will fly off. But it helps a lot. So your whole body weight goes into that front wheel. You get balance on the bike, and then you sit and you go around. So that's exactly what's happening for the people that are watching from home.
High-speed Swan Lake, as Francois is giving to us over there. Definitely the dexterity of these riders is amazing, as we are now 3 laps left to go, including the one we are currently on at the moment. Still 0.6 of a second between Pienaar and Van Niekerk in the 600s class. It's basically a foregone conclusion in the Superbike class. Looking at Bodsworth, though, still leads the Superbike Challenge class ahead of Harris. And, of course, Arendse has dropped a position into 3rd in class, 11th overall. McCrill in 12th position. Jamie Hall and Quinton Weening, who we were speaking a lot about last year, he's still well and truly all in this in 4th position. 2 laps left to go. Francois Stayman crosses the line.
Yeah, Kieran Stayman is hovering around the 112.7, 112.8 category at the moment. Hilton Redlinghuis crosses the line behind him with Enticott. Now the 2 600s are closing up on Enticott. He might not have enough laps left to go. But here we go. Over the line, Tristan Pienaar, Slade Van Niekerk right up behind him. The gap is half a second, and going down into turn number 1. It looks like Slade Van Niekerk has closed up on Tristan Pienaar. He's closing up. He comes out of turn number 1, gets onto that ZX6's crank handle, and he's giving up. He's right up there behind Tristan Pienaar. He gets it up towards the inside. Oh man, the fight's on for the 600s. It's Pienaar versus Van Niekerk. This one's going to go down to the wire.
It will, Francois. We got a lap and a bit left to go. Yeah, they come out of the kink now towards Interceptor. He'll close in ever so much there, Slade Van Niekerk. But watch them as they go now onto that Tygerberg straight. Watch out behind him. 7/10 of a second back is Matthew Van Niekerk. He's in the Superbike class, not in the same class, but could find himself also fighting for that 5th position. They'll go down the back straight now, and then they'll just have a challenge surely into Pertabina Fastron. But as it now happens, we have Kieran Snyman coming across the line on the Honda. He completes his penultimate lap. This is lap number 9. We wait for Rapson. Here he comes on the Gixxer, Suzuki. And those will be our top 2 right there. All 14 that started are well and truly in this race still.
Great ride coming out of Kieran Snyman as he goes up into Quarry Corner. He's on the Fireblade, the CBR 1000R, and gives it a good tilt as he takes it through the kink down towards Interceptor corner. Malcolm Rapson on the GSXR 1000 T1. He makes his way around. Hilton Redlinger is doing fantastically well. Closed the gap between himself and Malcolm Rapson, but we're on the penultimate lap here. And have a look there. Slade Van Niekerk slides up on the inside of Tristan Pienaar and Quarry. A great maneuver there. The Quacker now leads out over the Yummy as they make their way through the kink. You can bet your bottom dollar Pienaar's going to come straight back at him now. Into Interceptor corner. They lean in right. It's hard up against the wall there as they work their way through up the Tygerberg straight. Pienaar comes back, but Van Niekerk's up for the fight now as he makes his way up towards Solomon sweep. Into the sweep they go. Having a look-see. Yep, checkered flags waiting. So the 600s are going, but let's pick up on Kewan Snyman as he makes his way to the line. Checkered flag out, race number 1. Kewan Snyman does it on a Honda. And, whoa, where's Malcolm Rapson? Welcome, Malcolm. Checkered flags waiting. Make your way to the line. Have fun. And he's looking pretty good in second. Hilton Redingace, as ZZ Top would say, take charge, buddy. Takes charge as he crosses the line. Behind him is David Endicott. Here comes the 600 battle up towards the line. It's going to be Pienaar behind him, but it looks like Slade van Niekerk takes it on the 600 from Tristan Pienaar. Basically 1/1000th of a second between the two of them. Brilliant stuff as they make their way down. They gave it a full tilt. They stop at the bottom of the straight.
It was a valiant fight back there as well from Tristan Pienaar. Francois, what magnificent racing for this early start of ours. 10 to 10. We're starting today, and it is the first of the Power Series for 2020. Welcome here to Killarney. If you're not here at Killarney, you're listening to us here on the IMUSAT stream, please come down. It's going to be a scorcher today, and this is celebrating summer in Cape Town. But Snyman doing a mighty job there ahead of Malcolm Rapson, and that's the first of the bike races that has been run. We now will stay with the bike races, and of course it will be the Clubman Classic Superbikes and Breakfast Run motorcycles coming up shortly. Well, there's the 4th of February Power Series. You'll see the list of races in front of you. We've just had the Triumph Motorcycles Superbikes and the SPK Challenge in the Master section. The Clubman's Classic Superbikes and Breakfast Run motorcycles will be coming up next, but also look out for some exciting racing with the Alert Engine Parts GTI Challenge, single-seaters in the form of Formula Libras, the Lauda Classic cars coming up later as well. That's going to be some exciting stuff. The Pirelli V8 Masters, Thermofires Clubman Saloons, and the Spitfire Furniture Sports and GT cars coming up as well. Lunch break will have a drifting demonstration. And, well, there's something for everybody here at Killarney. And like I say, my name is Byron Knight. I've been joined here by Emile Tiny Brunt from Tiny's Pit Box, Frankie Yennis, and, of course, Francois Butler. Gary should be joining us, Gary Fleming, of course, of the Second Gear Talk Show, will be joining us today, so you should be hearing his voice. Hope he makes it in time for the GTI Challenge, because him and Frank will give you some exciting commentary and coverage on that particular race a little bit later on. Of course, that's our first half over here as well. We'll have your second half later, so a full day of racing coming up here. Welcome to Killarney.
Right, so we're going to move on now with the Clubman's Classics Superbikes and the Breakfast Run motorcycles. And just while they leave out of the pit lane, just chatting to one of my friends, Mark Sims. He's one of the head honchos out at Kraaifontein Radio Control Tracks out in Kraaifontein. They've got their first meeting tomorrow, and I'm supposed to be there commentating. Unfortunately, I've got a bit of a family commitment. I have to attend. I'm keen to the family commitment, so I have excused myself, but they fully understand. But if you're doing nothing tomorrow, go down to Kraaifontein Radio Control Tracks. It's a beautiful setup there. So they've got the oval where they do the petrol radio control car, the 120 scale model. Very exciting stuff, a bit noisy, loud. If you're a petrol head, you like it. But close by, we've got, there's aeroplanes, there's a shooting range across the way. All kinds of things happening there. It's a beautiful place to go. You can also take your bra stuff with. You can have a family day of it. There's a lovely food truck there that hangs out at Kraaifontein. Oh man, the guy's food's top draw. Let me tell you, and very well priced. It's not expensive. It's very good. So yeah, Mark, I hope this one's for you. Kraaifontein Radio Control Circuit. Go down tomorrow. Go watch the guys. They've got a lot of new cars, a lot of new entries as well. I'm looking forward to a very exciting year. Believe it or not, I commentate on radio control cars, but it's absolutely fun. So go down there. Don't forget, next weekend we've got karting. The weekend after that we've got short circuit at Killarney. So you can't be bored on a Saturday or Sunday for that matter. There's always something happening. And Byron, when are you guys doing your Gymkhana?
I must actually check the dates.
I think it's the end of the month.
It is end of the month, actually, the WBMK Gymkhana. Of course, grassroots motorsport at its very best. And there's so much going on, actually, at the moment. This year, I looked at the calendar for Killarney, and just to stack everything up in, and get everything
and fit everything everywhere.
It's amazing. We had CHD last week, of course. That was after. You have the bike school in the morning, or the track day in the morning, and then we started at 5 o'clock. So a number of events for CHD, for short circuit, karting as well. I know is coming up shortly this month.
That'll be next week.
Next week, yes, there we go. And so many things happening here at Killarney. But let me tell you one thing. Francois, I like stacks of pancakes and stacks of all kinds of things, but stacks of competitors, stacks of entries.
Yeah,
one of those things.
We're going to go down to the club bins now. We've got on the front row there on the Honda CBR 1000. The Hondas are ruling the roost here today. Danny Frost, he's out there alongside him, a Ray 5-ash. Willem Lowe sits up on the front row. I haven't seen Willem on the front row in absolute ages. Kiana Strode's out there, Shannon Thompson, Wayne Gress, and then on the fourth row, on that Ducati 996, number 7, my man Sharif Reynolds, and he is so psyched up to be back to Killarney. He's a drag boy of note, but he's out on the Ducati, and an absolute, have a look on screen, folks. If you'll see there on your screen now, he's just there on the back of your screen, on that Ducati on the inside. They get away off the line, they go. Sharif on the Ducati finds his way down. He knows how to ride. He's up on the inside already, he's looking to go up into the second. Well, he's up into about third. Sharif up on the inside, takes a beautiful line, a great start from him as we sing his praises. Now he's up on the inside. That 996 Ducati is not lazy. When he rolls on that throttle, that thing absolutely bobbles and gets going. The quicker 4 cylinders move up around him, but Sharif is out there to have fun. He's not out to prove a point. He's proven enough points in his life. Multiple drag racing champion. That's why he's got such an electric start, but now he's got to get used to the twisty bits, Byron.
Well, there we go. Your power out of those turns, and we'll see them as they come around. Looks like a quacker that is currently leading at the moment. I know Wesley Hendricks was in that section as well. It was a Beamer that he was getting past there, but now let's see down the straight at between Interceptor and Saar of Undermav, a sweep. And then onto the back straight will then run. Also a 9-lapper. This one, they've increased the distance in these bike races, which puts a big smile on our faces, I can tell you that much.
Well, I can tell you something, it puts a big smile on the competitors' faces. I've got more time on circuit. Why not? Give me another 20 laps. I'll enjoy it. Lovely stuff. There's the guy out there. I think Wesley Hendricks is on the front row there. On that ZX10, Danny Frost there, Rev 5-ash. Willem Lowe's doing well. Kiana Strode in there as well. Shannon Thompson, Wayne Gress. And then, of course, Sharif Reynolds on that age-old 996 Ducati. Beautiful, beautiful rendition in original Ducati colours. Come up towards us now. They're going to cross the line. The leaders out there. Top 3 going there. Willem Lowe leads out. Well, Willem's on the front there. Ray 5-ash. Danny Frost drops down to 4. Mario Ferreira, the classic BMW R1000S, R100 as they call it, is there. Dylan Aronson, Wesley Hendricks, Kiana Stroder, Conrad Meyer, Jason Bolterman back after 8 years. Jason had a horrific crash on the short circuit. He was concussed. He literally, and I say this now with all due respect to him, he died on the operating table. They had to bounce him back. He's back. He's recovered from his injuries. He's back out there on the F800 GS. I saw Jason just recently at one of the markets, and he was rearing to go. So I'm good that the man above's held his hand over him and he's brought him back, and he's doing what he likes to do. Big Jason, big guy, love him to bits. Great to see him back on the circuit.
Well, Willem Lowe, he leads at the moment. Fastest first sector, 29.7. Which is quite a bit faster, 0.4 of a second faster than Ray 5-ish. But Ray coming with a faster second sector time. That's now Daniel Frost on the Fireblade. That's now just taken that in 4th position at the moment.
Oh, 3 bikes, sorry, going into turn 5. That is unbelievable. 3 bikes abreast going into turn 5. Willem Lowe in there was Danny Frost with that 1000 Honda, he stuck it up on the inside. And they're all sort of like next to each other. Where do we go, guys? Who's doing what? What's happening? What's happening? But they come out, and it looks like who's got the front end here? Well, going across the line is Ray Fiveash, and well, 122.9 coming out of Ray. Wow. Willem Lone, Shannon Thompson, those are the three that went into turn 5. Now they've spread out a bit. They've sorted it out. They've made their minds up. Like, I'll say it. But hell, racing is racing, and I'll tell you, that was an exciting moment. Sorry to dive in there.
Not at all, Francois. Yeah, Fiveash on the Suzuki. He keeps it ahead now there of the likes of Shannon Thompson, Willem Lowe, Wesley Hendricks in 4th position. Looking at the Breakfast Club class, it is Dylan Anderson that currently leads that class. He's 5th overall at the moment now. Kiana Strode 5th in class, and then Conrad Meyer is 2nd in class at the moment. The classic bikes is Mario Ferreira's BMW 1100 leads ahead of Wayne Gress there. Already quite a bit of a gap between them, 9.2 seconds, and that is in class Sharif Reynolds, 3rd in that particular class as well on the Ducati.
And they all lie 8, 9 and 10 respectively, so there's a bit of a tussle going on in the classics as well, you know. I mean, so good. Yeah, Sharif will be having fun. Having a look at the leaders now as they dive down into turn number 5. It looks like it's still Ray Fiveash who leads out there, and he banged in a couple of quick sectors now. He might go towards the 1:20 mark now as they come up towards us, up towards the line. Let's have a look at the time now as he bangs it over. 1:20 there, I'm on the money. How's that? Bang. Do I know my bikes or do I know my bikes? Just having a look out there to see what's happening. He goes a bit deep there, takes a braking line. Willem Lowe sits up there with him. Willem is impressing me today, like we won't believe. He's looking very quick on that ZX6R, so he's having a bit of fun there. Willem can ride a bike. I mean, he's been around longer than I care to remember. But he sits there up behind Ray Fiveash. Ray, also ex-Breakfast Club boy, now starting to find himself there in the Clubman's class. So 120, that is very impressive. And that's on the GSXR 750. Let me tell you something about a GSXR 750, okay? I'm a Honda fan. That bike, it's like an R6. It is the most well-balanced Suzuki, I reckon, that's ever been made. Everyone will say, the K1000s or the TL1000s or whatever, but that GSXR 750 is just a beautiful bike to ride. And when you go into a corner, it's like a little CBR 150 under you. Just tuck it in and it goes. So it's a beautiful machine to ride, and he's proving it. Ray is absolutely murdering it. I think he'll still be around the 120s. Dipping under the 120s will put him into SPK class. He might not, but he might want to go there. I don't know what his intentions are. But have a look now as they go down into turn 5. They make their way up towards us.
Yeah, so to the line will then run, and it will be the completion of the 3rd lap here as 5 laps left to go. Daniel Frost actually it's actually a 1:19.303. Daniel Frost is finding himself in 19th position there.
I think he ran off and he's come back, and now he's winding the Honda up. So he's giving it a full tilt. He's done the 119, that's what it is. But look at 119.8 out of Ray Fiveash. So Ray's showing he's got what it takes on the Jigsaw, the 750. And he's giving it a bit of horns as he rolls out there out of turn number 2. They make their way down towards the King, down towards the oil corner. What's the name now? He leaves Interceptor corner. Look at the oil corner.
Don't tell them that, because they'll tell you you'll scare them to death.
Yeah, no, I know. I just remembered it as the oil corner. But anyhow, so they are giving it a good horns there. Ray Fiveash and Willem Lowe having a lovely tussle. We'll see if Danny Frost goes up the leaderboard. But it looks like, am I seeing things? Willem might have got past. I don't know. Or is it still Ray in the front? As they go down into turn number 5, they've broken a bit of a gap there over Wesley Hendricks, who's also on the ZX10R. So we've got a 750 and a 600 leading out the thousands. Lovely to see. The boys are giving it a good scrap. Yeah, it looks Ray Fiveash still leads out there. Willem Lowe hanging in 2nd place now as they make their way out the line. Boom! 4 laps to go. And still cruising in the 119.5s is Ray Fiveash. So he's sort of found his limitation at this moment in time. He probably can go faster. I'll take nothing away from him. We all want to go faster. We all want to do the sub 1 minute one day in our dreams. But yeah, he goes into the corner. He gets a little bit away from Willem. Although Willem is still taking him for pace. He's looking very good. As they hang it to the right around Quarry Corner. Then they step up, they lean to the left, they go through the King dance, down into Interceptor Corner. And some brilliant stuff there. Frost is going back to the lead. Danny Frost's back in the lead. Well, he came right.
I think there's been a few timing issues, Francois, over there. I think Daniel Frost is leading from Ray 5 actually. 8.3 seconds back is Willem Lowe at the moment. So the Honda, the Fireblade, is still leading the way ahead of the Suzuki GSXR 750. Then Willem Lowe, then Wesley Hendricks on the 1000cc Quacker, and then Thompson and Strode, and striding his way over there to that 6th position at the moment. Dylan Anderson is still the one leading the breakfast run class, ahead of Conrad Meyer. Of course, that's the Yamaha and the Suzuki. Then JP Skirmers in 3rd place, Andre Symes and Philip Rimmer, that completes that section of the breakfast run class. And then Wayne Gress currently now leading the classics class on the Yamaha. Mario Ferreira having to be content with that 2nd, but Sharif Reynolds still all in there on the Ducati.
Yeah, so the timing playing tricks with us here. Still Danny Frost that leads out on the CBR 1000. He was on pole position. For some reason he got on the leaderboard, now back where he goes. So maybe his transponder not picking up. They've rectified that one. He's back at the front end. Danny Frost leading out. I'm still singing the praises of Ray 5-ish on the 750 Suzuki. He's in 2nd place. He's about 0.8 of a second up behind him. Willem Lowe down in 3rd. He's down about 11 seconds. So I was singing Willem's praises, but Willem also still doing well. 3rd place, don't take anything away from him. Wesley Hendricks in 4th. Kiana Strode, he's newcomer, he's looking good. Shannon Thompson was there last year. Shemmers in the Breakfast Club, leads out the Breakfast Club ahead of Dylan Anderson. Andre Symes is still in the Breakfast Club, Meyer and Philip Rimmer. Then we got the classics of Wayne Gress. Then Matthew Reynolds moved up, he's in the club class, ahead of Mario Ferreira and Sharif Reynolds. Keegan Wasserfall's out there in the Breakfast Club. Michael Rayfall still in the Breakfast Club. Jason Baltimans was in the club class. Jason is an old rider. He knows how to ride. He's on an F800 GS, the old Boxer Cup motorcycle.
It's good to see the Wasserfall name back as well there, France. Remember Charles
Wasserfall is still one of my favorite riders in Killarney.
Shane as well.
Charles used to come down into turn 1 and put that CBR sideways and slide it down into turn 1. I loved every minute. Charles is not a well child, that I can tell you. He's down in motocross now. He does motocross. His wife rides better than he does, believe it or not. But he's lost nothing. He's still a wild child. He's very much like old, what's his name now? Jonas Hayden. He's like Hayden. Hayden's also in motocross now. He's doing a bit of a stint there, doing very well. I spoke to his dad this morning, and the race is finished. The race is done, but it looks like Danny Frost has taken it. 2 laps to go. Oh, okay.
2 laps to go.
I thought they were putting their hands up. I don't know why they were putting their hands up there now.
I just want to wave to a few people on the...
I suppose, yeah, friendliness. Yeah, your friendliness first. I mean, let's go face it.
We can't leave that to Port Elizabeth or Geberge to be the friendly city anymore. So Daniel Frost still leads though, and Ray 5-ish is now 7/10 back, so he's kept it in that bracket. So he's taken about a 1/10 of a second out after the last lap or so. If you look at the lap times, Ray 5-ish was actually about 2/10 of a second faster on the last lap, putting in those 1:19.
Which for a 750 is very impressive, Byron.
And as I say that, they go a little bit more modest. They go into the 120s. You know, they're getting to that latter stage of the race now. Don't have to push too hard, but trust me, he's going to want to push it now. It's about a second between Frost and 5-ish.
There's it on screen. They're on screen. They're on to turn 5. Danny Frost over Ray 5-ish as they cross the line. And yeah, so that turn 5 there, you can see the gap between the two of them. Danny Frost giving a bit of stick there as they cross the line. And yeah, down into Interceptor corner, your leaders now go through. They're on their final lap. Keep an eye there on Daniel Frost. He leads out Ray 5-ish, not too far behind. You can sort of see the bike ahead of him, and he's got himself down on the tank up behind the screen, tucked up nicely. Goes into Van der Merwe sweep. That's Uncle Super Van Sarel Van der Merwe sweep. Oh, it looks like we've got a classic going a bit slow down the back there. That's Willem Morris here on the back straight. The yellow BMW goes behind the garages. He's got a bit of an terminal issue, so he's taking it easy. Right, so the checkered flag is out. Let's bring it home for Danny Frost on the CBR 1000. They're down in turn 5. Look at Ray 5-ish coming right up behind him. Oh, my man, it's down to the wire. Yeah, they come up towards the line. It's a real good old battle as they come up towards the line. It's going to be Danny Frost over the line with the bike wobbling as he gives it a full tilt. And Ray 5-ish right up behind him. What's the gap there? 0.3.
He brought it down from a second 7/10 on the last lap there. Look here, 1:20 for Daniel Frost, a 1:19.307 for Ray Fibush. Ray, where was this all along?
Yeah, leave the best to last. You could go and 10 laps of it. You could have had a bit of fun. But yeah. So Byron, we're going to take a little bit of a thirsty break. We're going to let those guys, the clubman's boys,
Those guys.
Those oaks, the manner.
I think we should leave before they come into the commentary box.
Yeah, we're going to go. We're going to do a disappearing act. We'll be back a bit later though. We're going to do some classics, some open wheelers. We're going to have some fun today. So and we got 2 minutes of each race. I think we're going to have fun today.
2. It's sometimes a little bit more than I can count.
2. Yeah.
2 more is good.
We've actually got to be here twice today.
Twice. How can I be in two places
at the same time? Yeah, there we go.
We'll have to figure it out.
Yeah, we'll go downstairs, we'll get out a pen and pencil, and we have to work it out. Right, guys, we're going to knock off the line. The other boys are going to jump up. That's going to be Fleming and Eunice. And we're just going to go have a thirsty break. Enjoy the viewing. Take out the snacks. Get a cold one. And we'll chat to you later. To the folks that have come down to the track, welcome everybody at Killarney. We hope you're going to have a fantastic day. Put some sunblock on, have lots of water. Look after the kiddies, make sure that they're safe, and we'll chat to you a little bit later.
Right, hello everybody, Frank Guinness, Mike Side, and welcome to Killarney International Raceway. And Gary Fleming will be joining me on the other mic. To everybody around here, hello, you just heard Francois Butler and Byron Height take you through the first 2 motorcycle races of the day. We move on to race number 3, Alert Engine Parts Volkswagen GTI Challenge, race number 1. And we will have a star-studded field. There's over 30 challenge cars that have entered for today, and we have got some of the biggest names in the Western Province saloon car racing out in GTI Challenge. We have the likes of Yuri Swart Jr., Skull Keldernace, Dylan Jabert's withdrawn. They ran engine bearings yesterday, so Dylan's sadly out of this one. Nathan Victor will be in the house as well. Guy van Sale will be there, and then the 2022 Volkswagen Polar Cup champion that's now moved from the Eastern Cape to Cape Town, Clinton Besaidnout, will be in the house as well. And we're going to keep an eye out on him. He'll be making his debut at Killarney International Raceway in GTI Challenge. Joining me, Mike Side, with this one, the other voice of Western Province Motorsport, the man from Second Gear Productions and Second Gear Talk Show, Gary Fleming. Gazza, good morning.
Good morning, Frankie. Folks, a big hi and welcome from my side. Great to be back here at Killarney. 2023 season looking really good. A big thanks to Wingfield Motors for coming on board. 10th year, according to my statistics, that they are back-to-back signed off for this year for 2023. Brilliant stuff. To Des Esom, Paul Simon, Mariska Dane, and the rest of the crew doing massive work while they were supposedly on leave. But you could phone any single one of them or leave a message and they came back to you. So for that dedication to the whole crew at Killarney International, a big thanks. To the marshals that have been away for a bit. Well, you guys have already been back with a lot of you for our Street to Strip and robot racing. And, well, the drifting is coming on strong. The spinning is coming on strong. So has COVID affected motorsport? Yes, it has. Has it dulled things at Killarney? Oh, hell no. Talking about not being dull. Class B, Zaki Hendricks, Carl Visser, Mohammed Kalpe, and Mark Thompson in a slightly depleted Class B. But, Frankie, the reason for the slightly depleted Class B, the Brad Pack, Class C. Is that going to be the class that everybody's going to be watching this year? It oscillates. That's my word for the day. Wow. Oh. Early in the day.
Oscillates.
That's when sometimes it's great in Class A, sometimes great in Class B, sometimes great in Class C. But this year, it looks as if Class C is going to be deep down.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Class C. There's a lot of new names in Class C. For example, Ramiz Balkman is one of the new names. Daniel Munoz making a comeback again. Forward Isaacs is also a new name in that class. So there are about 3 or 4 new names in Class C. But yeah, we're going to keep an eye on the Class A field. Pity though we're down to only 5 Class A cars. Oompie Swart, Clinton Besaidenout, Nathan Victor, Skull Keldernace and Kai van Sail.
Frankie, you say pity, but just think of the scenario that plays itself out. Clinton, Oompie going one-on-one, and then you've got Junior Geldernace in there, and Nathan Victor, who's very, very, very capable. If those two can hold on to the back of the front two and make it a 3/4-way battle, that is going to be something else.
Well, we'll have a look-see the moment these cars work their way around and they start gridding. They're working their way now through turn 5, through Fostron corner. A big thanks to Pertamina Fostron. A big thanks to City of Cape Town, to Porsche Club, Interceptor, King Tony Tools, and then the new name for turn 4, Sarl Sweep. That was dubbed Sarl Sweep permanently December month when we had the Cape 9 Hour. So the challenge cars are busy coming down towards us now. New color schemes on quite a few of these cars. Here comes your 2022 champion from Bullion IT Racing. That is Yuri Swart Jr., known to us as Oompie Swart. Here comes Clinton Besaidenout. First time he's racing GTI Challenge with the Cape Town boys. There is Nathan Victor, Skull Keldernace is there as well, and Kai van Sail. Those are your Class A cars. Pole position in Class B, standing on P6, is the Wheelworks machine of Zaki Hendricks. Then right in there with Zaki Hendricks, the rest of the field just busy gridding there. That is Carl Visser. That is out there in that 9 car. And then Mohammed Kalfrey is there next to him in the 14 car. Then we've got Mark Thompson in the 61. That's the Polo Classic. And but further down, we see the class. Brett van der Skyf is coming through as well. But he is behind, I think, 3 of the Class C entries.
So the leading Class C entry is going to have a pretty difficult time out there, because that Class C, we like to refer to the Brat Pack purely because initially Class C was much called the youngsters. Faisal Jacobs, a 130.8, a 131.13 tenths off is Noor Abbas, and then Matthew Rowe within a hundredth of that. So very, very tight in Class C. Frankie, these Class A runners going down to turn number 1, Oompie Swart on his home circuit. This is now the home circuit for Clinton Besaidenout as well.
Yeah, he's moved from the Eastern Cape. He's come to join us here at Killarney. We welcome him home, and we will now claim him as our champion, because he is now living here in Cape Town. So, Clinton, doesn't matter where you come from before, you're not their champion anymore. You're now our champion.
Don't forget about Nathan Victor. That young man, Nathan Victor, I tell you what, he is very, very quick, sporting the Summit Racing colours. Finds himself in 3rd position on the grid. Now, if you look at the qualifying times as they were, as the 5-second board is just about to come up. If you look at the qualifying times, 25.1, a 25.6, and a 25.7, that means that there was 11 hundredths of a second between Clinton Besaidenout and Nathan Victor. Skulk Geldernace a little bit off that, but when I say a little bit is not enough to break the toe. So as long as Skulk Geldernace, whose dad is an ex-class champion, and he's now up into Class A, as long as he can hold into the toe, it is a 4-way battle. But never ever count out the Bullion IT GTI Challenge Alert Engine Sparko and Tiny's Pitbox sponsored car on the front row of the grid. The number 1, the A1, Oompie Swart. He is the pride of Killarney International when it comes to polos and the GTI Challenge.
Not going to be an easy guy to overtake, but trust me, Clinton's going to give him a run for his money. Then from Summit Racing, we've got Nathan Victor, GNA Motorsport, the Skull Keldernace. and Unlimited Auto. He's a right on sale as the lights go off. And away we go. The 2023 season for Alert Parts GTI Challenge fires away as they race down into turn number 1. Classes A, B and C all together. Out of turn 1, out of hole Zook they come. And it's Umpiswat from Clinton Bassano sitting first and second as they make their way up the Joubert straight towards Quarry Corner. Then we have got Skull Keldernice in there. He's got his nose ahead of Nathan Victor. Nathan tries to shove it up on the inside and move into that third position. Yep, Nathan Victor goes back into P3. Then behind them it's Kai van Sale. That's the 5 Class A cars as they work their way into Interceptor Corner, and the leader of Class B is the Willworks Polo of Zaki Hendricks.
Well, we've had one car that went off in turn number 1, but it looks like the man himself, Umpiswat, is doing what he does best. You've got to break the toe. You've got to break it early. He's got to get away. He's got Clinton Bassano, one of the top Polo Cup racers at Extreme Festival for 2022. If he can break that toe from there on out, he knows he'll be okay. As we said, between Skull Keldernice and Nathan Victor, there was a fair gap, but if he can stay in that slipstream, that is what it's all about, to stay there in the fight. Umpiswat's got different ideas of going into 3- and 4-way battles. He wants to get away. He wants some fresh air. Clinton Bassano's having nothing of it.
Lap number 1 has been done for Clinton Bassano, sitting in that second position. His first lap in around Killarney International Raceway in GTI Challenge. There's a challenge here for third. There's a lock-up going through, and he goes high and he goes wide. And that is Keldernice that's gone off. Yes, he had to go there at Nathan Victor and he overdone it heavily, and he's buried himself there in the kitty litter on the outside of turn 1 Holzhoek.
Maybe there was the first commentator's curse for the day, saying slightly off, 5/10 off, and he would need to hold on. He held on exceptionally well. Talking about holding on, Clinton Bassano holding on to Umpiswat as they work their way down through Interceptor Corner. Lovely to see so many people on the grandstand. Good morning to you, one and all, as the leaders in Class A come past you. It's Nathan Victor from Kai van Sale. Zaki Hendricks, the old man, in the beautiful new Wheelworks car, leading out Class B. Welcome back to the front end of the pack, Zaki Hendricks.
Working his way now out of turn number 4, out of Saddle Sweep. Down the back lane goes Zaki Hendricks in Class B, followed there by Carl Visser. Then it's Mark Thompson. Mohammed Kalpe is in there behind him. Then the leading Class C car, that is the 15 car of Nur Abbas. That's busy working his way down the back straight towards turn 5, Fostron.
Well, in the absence of the Carl Walshers of this world, there's a couple of openings for new kids on the block to be able to make a name for himself. Nur Abbas is exactly where he wants to be right now, leading out the Brat Pack. Zaki Hendricks comes through underneath us, Zaki looking very, very good. And then Zaki Hendricks has got Thompson and Visser in there behind him, but he's starting to make a bit of a breakaway from them. Here comes the Class C. Daniel Mooner from Suleiman Effendi, the next two coming through.
Right, Class C cars are working their way out of turn number 1, and that is being led there by Nur Abbas. He leads Class C. He's got Matthew Rowe right there behind him in that second position as they head now towards turn 2. Then we've got a sizable gap before we see the 38 car in there, and that is Barry Cochran that's in that 38 car, and right on his case there he has got Ramiz Bolton as they exit turn 2.
Oh, Umpiswat using the whole curbstone coming through the Sarah van der Merwe sweep right on top of the curbstone. That curbstone is very high. If you drop off the outside of it, well, you're heading straight towards probably the scene of a big accident. You're going to be the star in that one. But I tell you what, Umpis realized, like I said to you, he's got to get away from Bassano. Bassano knows how to apply pressure. He knows how to slipstream. He knows how to work his tires. Umpis just about far enough away now from our new man in Cape Town, regular in Cape Town, Bassano. He in turn has got enough gap now from Nathan Victor. Nathan Victor's got nothing to lose because Kai van Sale's got a bit of a gap between himself and them. Then the return to stardom, Zaki Hendricks works his way through. A brilliant drive from Zaki Hendricks to get right back to the front end of that field. Visser, Thompson and Kalpe very close behind that.
Yeah, and then we've got that fight for Class C. Oh, Matthew Rowe dives up on the inside, going into turn number 1. He pulls in there behind Nur Abbas again as they exit turn number 1. Matthew Rowe wants through on Abbas. as they exit turn 1, working their way up the Gilbert straight towards turn 2. That's the 2 leading Class C cars heading down into turn number 2 now, and Matthew Rowe is all over the back there of Nurabus. Then coming through now, we've got the rest of the Class C cars. They're heading into turn number 2 now as well, but the Class A cars are working their way down the back main towards turn number 5, led there by the BullionIT.com man, and that is Yuri Swart Jr.
Yeah, he's doing it all right. In fact, the front 3, Swart, Bezuidenhout and Victor doing it all right. Frankie coming back to a bus there, leading out in Class C. The 2 of them within 0.2 of a second of one another, a bus and Rowe. Effendi 9 seconds further back, so a massive canyon between the 2 fastest and the rest of the pack. But from Effendi backwards, it's all very, very close. So anything goes wrong up front, that can turn Class C completely upside down. The Brat Pack is alive in 2023.
Well, into turn number 5, into Fostron corner. That fight in Class C still going one-on-one. The cameraman can pick that one up for us. They're heading out of turn number 5, out of Fostron, working their way towards the City of Cape Town Bridge. This is first and second in Class C, and Matthew Rowe once again climbs out, moves up onto the inside of Nurabus. That's the only real fight there. Who's going to go through the line? Gets covered. Oh, they almost touch these 2 as they make their way out of turn number 1. And our cameraman has missed that one completely, as this massive fight is heading now towards turn number 2.
It's a pity we missed that one out on the camera, because that battle for the front end of Class C is very, very tight. Nurabus actually closed the line, Frankie. It was a little bit close going in there, but some brilliant driving from himself and Rowe to be able to get through there. So that Class C battle looking very, very solid. Let's go back to the front end of the field, going down into Cape Town corner. That's what you see on your screen right now, and that is Umpi Swart. Umpi Swart leading out from Clinton Bezuidenhout. The gap slowly but surely growing. Last time they came through was 2.1 seconds between them. I do believe it's slightly more, but I don't believe the gap between Bezuidenhout and Victor has grown whatsoever. That seems to be pretty much the same. Has Nathan Victor saved his tyres enough that he can now, with 3 laps to go and fetch Clinton Bezuidenhout?
Well, 125.672 is the quickest lap out there posted by Clinton Bezuidenhout. The Class B fight.
Sorry, Frankie, that's why Umpi just put it up now. After you looked away, it was Umpi that just put the fastest one up.
Well, that just happened directly after I mentioned that. Well picked up there by Gaza. So where are the Class B cars? They're coming out at turn number 1, and they're heading towards turn number 2, and it's getting close now. Zaki Hendricks and Carl Visser, they're sitting first and second in Class B as they work their way out of turn 2, and Visser's closing up onto the back end there of Zaki Hendricks as they busy make their way through the kink and race towards turn 3. That's Interceptor corner. Then behind them we have got Mohammed Kolfe. That says Kolpe there, but it's Kolfe on the side of the car, and he's been chased down by the 81 Polo of Mark Thompson.
Well, I tell you what, the laps are ticking away. Umpi Swart, as Frankie looked, it was Clinton at the fastest time. As he looked away, he started talking. I saw the flash on the bottom of the screen. 125.672 is in fact what has been done by Umpi Swart. There's just 2 more laps to go as he works his way down towards turn number 1. Second in the race, second overall is still Clinton Bezuidenhout. And as I said, that gap is opening up. It's 0.4 of a second right now between them. And then Nathan Victor is closing. Nathan Victor is closing. There's no doubt about it. He is closing up, and with 2 laps to go, I think he might be able to make a plan there. Zaki Hendricks, brilliant job, back into form, back in with the youngsters. Visser within a second now starting to do exactly what is being done. The front end of Class A, preserve the tyres, let the front man push, and then the front end of Class C. Oh, look at that. Frankie, once again, alongside one another. When they came through, it was Rowe ahead of a bus, but they don't give space for one another. They're chopping and hacking and rubbing one another as they work their way out and, into the Gilbert Straight.
Yeah, look at this fight going down into turn number 2. They are side by side heading into turn number 2, and then Rowe is up on the inside. A bus sits on his outside. That is the fight for first and second in Class C. They work in their way through the kink. Here comes Nurabus. He sits on the outside there of Matthew Rowe. They still side by side as they go into turn number 3, interceptor corner. Who will give in for the other one? The bus sits on the outside. Watch out, they're heading now for the double right-handed. That is Cyril Smith, and that's where it's going to get interesting.
Umpiswat takes the win as he comes through underneath us, closing down very fast, but not fast enough. Is Victor on the back of Bezuidenhout. Swart, Bezuidenhout and Victor, that's how they come across the line. So the Class B battle, as we said, Visser was closing up on Hendricks. Out of Cape Town corner they come. This is going to be up towards the line. Let's hope the cameraman can pick that one up for us as they come up towards the line. Very, very close. It's going to be Zaki Hendricks that's going to take it away from Visser. Calpe managed to keep a big enough gap ahead there of Thompson, and I think that gap stayed pretty much the same at the end of the last lap. Frankie, Class C, what a battle. The Brat Pack is in town. Bring them to the line.
Right, here they come to the line. That's the car you see on your screen now, and it's Matthew Rowe. Matthew Rowe gets the checkered flag just ahead there of Nur Abbas that finishes in that second position. Well, no, that's not the checkered flag. The flag is going to come out now.
Oh dear.
So yeah, Gary said the flag, so I went with that.
Yeah, I saw it on the screen, but yeah, corrected. It's Umpi that's on his way down the back straight now and into Cape Town corner, and second and third. He's still up for grabs.
Right, so rectification on that. This is now indeed the last lap. Well, the action is so damn good out there that you can easily get that wrong, but the flag is definitely coming out now, and the victory will go to Yuri Umpiswat as he crosses the line. Second is going to be Clinton Bezuidenhout, but on his case is going to be Nathan Victor. Bezuidenhout just holds off Victor for second and third position, and Kai van Zyl should come home in fourth, although I don't quite know. No, Kai is
disappeared.
not out there. He's disappeared, yes.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's disappeared from that run. So another Class A car having a battle. Zaki Hendricks, is he tiring? Was he saving the tyres? Either way, Frankie's coming through for a Class B victory, the first one for the season.
Zaki Hendricks comes home in P1, followed there by Carl Visser across the line in that second position. And then darting towards us now is Mohammed Kalfei, and he will get to the line just ahead there of Mark Thompson.
Well, that battle for Class C actually eventually split up and became a completely different scenario as something happened on the last lap, and there then eventually came a gap between the Matthew Rowe, who was at the back of that battle most of the time, eventually ends up in a 2-second gap from a bus with Effendi coming through in third.
Suleiman Effendi, yes, and then the 18 and the 96 cars crossing the line there. That is Ramiz Boltman, and then in there behind him was, let me just pick up where that 96 car was across the line. It's not in the book. Have a look in the...
It's not on the page here either.
Yeah, check when the monitor changes. Maybe we find it there.
A 96?
Nope, I don't see that on my monitor neither, so I'm not sure.
Deben, your favorite driver,
yeah,
the guy that's never raced but has done some amazing results. So there was race number 1, Alert Engine Parts GTI Challenge. Class C, the place to be this season.
Well, we'll be going up next in the Formula Libras for their first race of the day, first race of the season. And we have a little bit of clean-up first to do after a very exciting race in the GTI Challenge. Of course, that's the Alert Engine Parts GTI Challenge. But small little field of Formula Libras. Was earlier on down speaking to the Mitchells. Of course, Byron Mitchell in the Formula VW Reynard is qualified on pole position with a 1 minute 10.305. And Gordon Mitchell, his dad, was chatting to me earlier on. Of course, they had focused in the last part of last year on running the Juno for the 9 hour, where they had some endless troubles there with overheating. But a lot of racing for them this year. The thing with, of course, the Formula VW, they are on year and a bit old tyres. They're still waiting for a shipment from Pirelli of the brand new rubber. And the price has also gone up of those tyres as well. We're talking about from 17,000 Rand to 28,000 Rand a set. So let me tell you one thing, racing ain't cheap. I can tell you that much, but there's a number of them out there who's really getting themselves in the thick of things. A lot of racing they're going to be going ahead here. But my name is Byron Knight. I've been joined for the Formula Libras here by Frankie Ennis.
Yeah, I must say the Formula Libras have got pretty exciting since the end of last season, especially the Class V or the Formula V category. There's been a lot of movement in that category, and I think towards the end of 2022 we had about 18 cars on the grid, and there was a time that they couldn't get 8 cars on the grid. And there's been a lot of movement within the committee of Formula Libra over the last couple of years, and it's certainly becoming one of the classes that you now actually want to pick up a microphone and you want to commentate on them because they are moving in the right direction.
Well, like I was saying earlier on, Byron Mitchell will be on pole position. No surprise over there on the old tyres. But you'll be joined by Andrew Rackstraw, his old sparring partner actually as well.
That's going to be good.
Second place in the field, front row. But unfortunately, it looks like it's not going to be a permanent thing. Andrew Rackstraw has got his commitments, of course, on the national scene, and I know there was talk of, I think, an international campaign on the cards, but thankfully he is here today. Hopefully we can have a bit of a challenge there in Class S. DJ Boyson and Storm Lanfear will be sharing row 2, and of course that's in the also the VW Reynard and Mygale for the 1600.
So my mother makes tire warmers, and she makes Storm just saying, putting it out there. Storm Lanfear, yeah, nice to see him in Open Wheelers. Great little Carter. Great to have him out there. Sorry I jumped in, guys, but I just thought I'd just chuck in a mention, you know, that when you're in the motor world, you're in the motor world.
Yeah, the Lanfear name goes very far back in Killarney, Cape Town Motorsport circles. We go now as well to row 3, Darren Liebenberg, one of my favourites out there in that Formula M, that whale of that motorcycle engine in that Formula M of his, and he shares there with the first of the Formula Vs, Frankie Zane Munson in his very bright orange Repsol Lantis. Kelly Fletcher, who had a mighty season last year, looking for another great season.
Yeah, look, it's a pity. We were supposed to have Hayden Elwood, Damon White and Cyril Somerville in Class C as well for today, but they have not arrived. So we've only got Darren Liebenberg in Class C. But then we've got a pretty decent amount of Formula Vs out there. We've got, as Byron said, Zane Munson and Kelly Fletcher. They will be joined by Luan van Heerden, Nick van der Westhuizen, Donovan Ramsey, and Reno Pence. So 11 cars out there, but we are expecting a good ice between Byron Mitchell and Andrew Rackstraw for Class S.
We are missing some of the ERA racing guys as well. Remember, that's Rob Elof's stable of cars. No Graham Knight out there in his Formula Ford. But hopefully, as the season wears on, we'll grow the field from 12 of them out there now, I see. Rounding it off, of course, Reno Pence in that VW Omega. But they'll be doing their sighting lap now. There goes Byron Mitchell in the Dolphin Engineering racing car. He'll be followed by Andy Rackstraw. Remember, these two were mighty karters in their day as well, and they do a lot of racing throughout the year. We're talking about Byron Mitchell, we're talking about You know, not only doing single-seaters, he's doing was going to do GTI Challenge. He was going to do the racing in the Endurance Series as well. Last year they were having overheating problems in the 9-hour, so there's going to be a bit of a redesign that Gordon Mitchell was telling me about the Juno. Of course, that's in conjunction with none other than Peter van der Spey.
Yeah, I see on our list there that Richard Carr has popped up. You don't see him at home on your telly, but the Richard Carr's name has popped up here on our timing device, so hopefully you will see him on your television when the cars complete the opening lap. Well, I want to say a big thanks to Johnny van Niekerk of Wingfield Motors and Best Price for my car. We've got the ads, we'll play them a bit later on for you. The City of Cape Town, Pertamina Fostron, Porsche Club, Interceptor Shoewear, King Tony Tools. A big thanks to all those sponsors. They were on board for 2022 and they continue to support us here in 2023, and 10 years, Byron, that Wingfield Motors and Johnny Jr. has been part of sponsorship here at Killarney International Raceway.
Big thank you, Johnny, synonymous with Killarney and synonymous with Cape Town Racing, Wingfield Motors. Yep. Yes, we can. That's what he says, of course.
We can. And they've also been involved with the Cape L drivers for decades and decades and decades as well. So a big thanks to both Johnny van Niekerk Jr. and Johnny Sr. of Good Body and Spray has always been involved with Cape L drivers since way back in the day.
Yeah, Frankie, you and I had a hell of a lot of fun there at CHD last week. Remember, this calendar is packed full of exciting racing here at Killarney. You can't even find any space for anything else. So Liebenberg, the number 22 Formula M, Darren Liebenberg, that's the only Class C runner. He will pull into his position on 6th on the grid. There's Kelly Fletcher. She will be 2nd in the class for Formula V's. Then there's the Repsol Lantis of course, Zayna Munson will pull into position.
A few more cars coming under the City of Cape Town Bridge. Here comes Andrew Rackstraw, RDSA, Race Driver SA, and he'll be there in that 2nd pole. Other Race Driver SA car behind him, he's a 27 of Storm Lanfear, and I do not see Byron Mitchell.
I think he is coming. I saw him going out there as DJ Boyson, Frankie, gets this pushed back into his grid position. Those, of course, are all VW Reynards that will have the top 3. Then the Formula 4 there of Storm Lanfear. That will be, well, he's slated for 5th position.
Well, I'm scanning the racetrack, Byron. I don't see Byron Mitchell's car out there anywhere. And he's supposed to be in pole position. And everything seems quiet out there. The marshals are waiting for Richard Carr to take up his grid slot, which he has now done. And Byron Mitchell has, I don't quite know if you saw him go out of pit lane, but
I did see him go out of pit lane. That's the thing, Frankie. He turned out of pit lane. And what happens is, I know Gordon Mitchell was telling me earlier on that they had to sort the fuel pressure out in that Reynard, on that Reynard. Was running at 6th bar, and
you think he might have pulled off somewhere, because he's not out there, that's for sure.
He's come in the pits, Frankie, as
okay,
Tiny told us. But here we go now, Frankie. We watch the lights, of course. We're going to have, not the lights yet, we're going to have the 5-second board. 1 minute to go, and ready or not, here we come. I can tell you that much. Lights on. And lights will go out now, and a lot of wheel spin there off the line for Andrew Rackstraw, who will not take the lead. It will be DJ Boyson that will be taking the whole shot into turn 1. The 2 Reynards go in there. Then the Formula 4 there of Lanfear will follow suit. That's the top 3 in there. Remember, all of them Class S at the top there. Then we have a bit of a gap already, and then Zayna Munson leads the V's off. But a bad start there, Frankie, from Kelly Fletcher, almost towards the tail of the field.
A bad, even worse start for Darren Liebenberg. He's right at the tail end of the field in that Formula M car. And I think he almost stalled that thing on the line. And now he's hooked up there onto the back of those Formula V's as he's going to try and cut and carve his way through there as they work their way out of Interceptor corner. out of Interceptor Corner. That's turn 3 the go. Up the Malmesbury Straight, the Tigerberg Straight, I should say, towards turn 4. Out of Saddle Sweep they come. Down the back main. It is down the back straight they go now. The leaders are heading into turn 5, into a Fostron corner at this point in time. And DJ Boyson has got the lead there over Andy Rackstraw as they head out of turn 5, work their way through the kink, and onto the home straight to complete the opening lap.
It will be a 10-lap race, so 9 laps left to go. It is DJ Boyson that comes across the line, and closing on him there, 7/10 of a second, is Andrew Rackstraw for now. Lanfear looking to be on his own at the moment, but look here now, is Zane Munson will come across the line, followed then by Richard Carr. Richard Carr will be second, and then there's a lovely little battle of cars over here. Kelly Fletcher is currently now in third at the moment, fighting back, but fighting with Darren Liebenberg at the moment, and Liebenberg will get it into turn 1 here at the moment and keep it ahead. Remember, the only Class C runner in this race.
Well, as they make their way up the Joubert Straight towards turn number 2, Darren Liebenberg has gone past 5 cars. He had a horrible start. Yes, he leads his class, but he's gone past 5 cars. Watch it, Formula M pull away there from those other Formula Vs as they work their way through the kink, that group, into turn 3, into Interceptor Corner, and he will now have missile lock on the cars ahead of him. There are 2 Formula Vs that are ahead of him that's working their way out of turn number 4, out of Sorrel Sweep. They come down the back main, and he'll have a missile lock there on Zaina Munson leads, and Richard Carr, that's the man that Liebenberg will be targeting now as they head down the back straight towards turn 5 Fostron.
A 1:12.111 for Andrew Rackstraw, fastest lap of the race, and only a smidgen, 600ths of a second faster on that lap than DJ Boyson. It's still 7/10 of a second between them, but DJ Boyson, they're swapping those sector times, Frankie.
Yeah, the cameraman will pick them up now as they're making their way through the kink, and they're heading into turn number 3, into a Fostron corner. Out of Fostron, Interceptor, out of Interceptor corner they come, working their way up the Tigerberg Straight into turn number 4. Saddle Sweep, the double right-hander, that's the overall lead down the back main. It's been led there by DJ Boyson, right on his heels is Andrew Rackstraw. Down the back main they go, and one gets the feeling, Byron, that Rackstraw was waiting for the right time to pounce as they work their way out of turn number 5, out of Fostron corner.
They'll run it to the line, Frankie. 7/10 of a second between them the last time around as they cross the line. It's going to be much closer now. He's touching the back, the gearbox of the car in front of him. They cross the line now, and it is 500ths of a second. He'll go on the inside for turn 1, and he will take the lead. Rackstraw doing it quite nice and neatly over there, but let's see a fight back there from DJ Boyson as they come out of turn 1 and head to turn 2.
Well, that's game, set, and match as far as I'm concerned as they work their way into turn number 2 into Quarry Corner, and you'll see that Rackstraw will now pull away there from Boyson as they work their way through the kink and race down to Interceptor Corner. That's turn number 3. Let's have a look what's coming down the main straight. Nothing at this point in time. Here they come. Here comes a following group under the City of Cape Town Bridge, working their way into turn number 1, and Zaina Munson has got Darren Liebenberg behind him, followed there by Richard Carr. Now Liebenberg lunges up on the inside, and Darren Liebenberg, Byron, not only leads class, but he's got ahead of all the Formula V cars now as they work their way towards turn 2.
Well, basically his job is now done, Frankie, because all he needs to do is keep it ahead of them for overall honours. Actually, I lie, it's not done quite yet, because Richard Carr is going on the inside and taking the lead of the Formula V class there, Frankie, in turn 2. What a wonderful opportunist move over there. He used of course, the Formula M in the workings there.
Right, so out over turn 3 they come now out of Interceptor Corner, and Liebenberg leads those 3 cars that you see going into Saddle Sweep, but we do have a new leader in Class V, and it's Richard Carr that's got his nose ahead there of Zaina Munson as they make their way down the back straight, heading towards turn number 5, Pertamina Fostron.
6 laps left to go, Frankie, including the one we are currently on at the moment. They've crossed the line looking for our leaders here. I think they have now going to come into the Saddle Sweep, of course. That's turn 4. And onto turn 4, they'll run. They're going to start lapping some cars now. And already it's 9/10 of a second between Andy Rackstraw and DJ Boyson the last time around. Blue flags will be frantically waving in turn 5 per Tamina Fastron.
Heading back into turn number 1, Richard Carr and Zaina Manson's having their own little fight once again. Oh, Richard Carr overcooks it. Oh. Richard Carr overcooks it. He loses the lead. He goes off the circuit, but luckily for him, no harm done. He'll sit second in the Formula V category as they head now towards turn number 2, but he's lost a lot of ground now, Byron. He's right there. Well, lost a lot of ground to Zaina Manson.
Yeah, he has Frankie. Zaina Munson still keeping them inside. Of course, Liebenberg inside as they go through turn 3 now. Out of, is that Kelly Fletcher slowing down through the kink towards turn 3? I think it is.
Yeah, I think she's just allowing those Class S cars through, just keeping right out the way. She picks up the pace again. She just allowed Rackstraw and Boyson to go through. But behind Kelly Fletcher, Byron, there's another lovely fight heading towards Sarel Sweep, turn 4.
That's the Donovan Ramsey, Nick van der Westhuizen, Luan van der Westhuizen run there, Frankie. They'll come through turn 4, Sarel van der Merwe sweep. And look at this now. He's going to try and keep Luan right behind him. Of course, that will be Donovan Ramsey. And then it will be Luan van Heerden going onto his inside before turn 5 per Tamina Fastron. And that, remember, is the battle for 4th place in the Formula V class. As there are 4 laps now left to go as the leaders cross the line. 2.5 seconds between Rackstraw and DJ Boyson.
Yeah, Kelly Fletcher making her way past us, and then we've got this fight that's coming through towards us here now, and that's going to be a very good one, as that's Ramsey that leads that group into turn number 1, followed there by Nick van der Westhuizen, and Luan van Heerden has a look up as well as they exit turn number 1. And that's a lovely Van Heerden goes up on the inside. Oh, Van der Westhuizen, and Van der Westhuizen, as they work their way towards turn 2, loses that position to Van Heerden. Van Heerden's late on the brakes. Will he overcook it going into turn 2? No, he doesn't, but he does go a touch wide. And he's opened the door again there for Nick van der Westhuizen.
Closest battle on the circuit at the moment. They head to now intercept a corner, turn 3. They are nose to tail, and it is now again going to be van der Westhuizen that leads in that white VW Omega as he goes now ahead of the Nick van der Westhuizen V Lantis. And now going down the straight as we do. Kelly Fletcher still 4th in class at this time. 3 laps left to go. Andy Rackstraw has just crossed the line, and he crosses at 3.6 seconds ahead of DJ Boyson. Storm Lanphier still holds 3rd at the moment there, Frankie, in the Formula Ford, but he is well and truly back and has a few cars still to lap.
Yeah, the leader of Class C is making his way into turn number 1, and that's the Formula M of Darren Liebenberg, as they exit turn number 1, and directly behind him is the Formula V leader, and that is Zaina Manson. And Manson looks up on the inside. Zaina Manson makes the move there on Darren Liebenberg as they exit turn 2, but that won't bother Darren that much. He leads his class, and he's the only Class C car in there, and going into interceptor corner now, turn 3. It is Liebenberg that fights right back there and takes that position away from Zaina Manson.
Oh, they'll now head onto the Tygerberg straight, Frankie, and towards turn 4. Super Sarel Sweep, I can tell you that much. And that's the closest battle on the circuit. One of the closest battles on the circuit. The other one is the Nick van der Westhuizen, Luan van Heerden battle, all the way down in the Formula V section. Of course, 5th and 6th in the Formula V class as they do. Raino Pins further back, not in the picture. Sadly, Byron Mitchell having to pull it into the pits and not take any further part in this race. The big shock of the day.
Well, we've got 2 laps to go, and 1:11.200 is the fastest time out there by car 40. That's race leader Andrew Rackstraw. He's the man that sits out there in P1, and he's got the quickest time. But Byron, once again, there's a fight heading into turn number 1. There's a fight heading into turn number 1, and it's the Formula M of Liebenberg, and he gets overtaken by the leading Formula V car of Manson. as they exit turn 1 and work their way up towards turn 2.
They got this and the next lap left to go. So Liebenberg is going to now fancy himself another move, surely, before the end of the race. Meanwhile, here comes the gaggle of Formula Vs, of course, fighting over in the turn 1 section now. And they are now being lapped by that Formula Ford of Storm Lanfair, who is a distant third place in that Mygale, and quite a bit ahead there of the Zane Munson Darren Liebenberg battle. Meanwhile, though, it's still Donovan Ramsey that heads that little small battle ahead there of Nick van der Westhuizen and Luan van Heerden as the last lap has been started.
Yeah, the last lap has begun. The leader is now making his way into turn number 2. And that is your overall leader coming out of turn number 2 for Race Driver SA. That is Andrew Rackstraw. That's the man that's heading through the kink and making his way now towards turn number 3. Out of turn 3 he comes now. He's got less than a half a lap to go. We'll pick up all the others as he races up the Tygerberg Straight towards the highest part of the circuit. Turn 4, the double right-hander, Cyril Sweep. Down the back main he goes as he ends sector 2 now and starts sector 3, working his way down the back main, and he has got a massive lead on DJ Boyson, that's in that second position. So the checkered flag is out, Byron, and bring Andrew Rackstraw to the line.
Andrew Rackstraw takes fastest lap on the last lap as well. The cars ahead of him won't bother him at all, and he crosses the line to take victory. A 1:10.910, his fastest time, his fastest lap, and DJ Boyson will follow him home shortly. We just wait for him to come along. But Storm Lanfair will be third. Let's see where we all are. Here comes, of course, now that is Reino Pence finishing in 11th. He's 11th and lapped twice. And then down the straight now is Liebenberg ahead of Amundsen once more. So down the back straight, they will then run.
Yep.
Towards the line, and looks like Amundsen, of course, he's the only man in Class C.
Right, down into turn number 5 goes that fight. Out of turn 5 they come now, and
well, we watch now, so green flag, okay, it is the section over there now. We'll see on the start finish. Here comes our 4th place man and the winner of Class C, and our 5th place man and the winner of the Class V in the Repsol Lantis, of course. That's Darren Liebenberg, Zane Amundsen. Here comes our 3rd place man, Storm Lanfair. What happened to DJ Boyson? I saw green flags were waving at the exit of turn 5, Frankie. Green. I don't know if DJ Boyson maybe...
You mean yellow?
No, green flags to signify the end, of course, to signify the end of a yellow flag zone. So I'm trying to think now, there were yellow flags waving into turn 5.
Yes.
So
Fletcher crosses the line. Then we have got the next 3 cars. Sorry, Byron. And that was Ramsey right behind him, Van der Westhuizen, and right behind him it is Luan van Heerden. I do apologize, but that was a fight for P8, 9, and 10 across the line.
No, I saw the green flag, so I thought if they're waving a green flag, it has to be on the exit of a yellow flag zone. So then I only see now yellow flags are waving. It looks like that DJ Boyson, who will get 3rd place, by the way, but he has stopped somewhere out in the circuit, and that place would most certainly be turn 5, Pertamina Fastron.
Well, the only 3 cars in that class, and he's completed more than 77% of the race. As a matter of fact, here he comes now. Here he comes, and he crosses the line. So he will still be classified as a finisher, and he still gets 3rd in Class S. So yeah, trouble out there for DJ Boyson. So well picked up there by Byron, but he finishes the race, and he's still 3rd in Class S.
Well, Lauda Classic cars coming out for their first race of the day. I always have a smile on my face when this class comes out. One of my favorites, definitely. That's the Studebaker Silverhawk, and that McLaren as well. That's coming out there. First time at Killarney for a long time I've seen a Beetle. So yeah, we have some great cars and great drivers coming out here as well. There's that Mount Carsten's Cortina that's out onto the circuit. And we have ourselves a very full field over here. 30 cars in all, being rounded off by that Datsun 140. Why not, John Hurst?
Is that your thought for the day, the 140? Why not?
It took me a long time to get there, Gary. Let me tell you one thing.
Well, I can't think of any reason why not. I mean, that Datsun 140, it's iconic, it's classic, it's brilliant, it's quick, it looks very nice. Why not? I don't see any reason why not.
And let me tell you, somebody else that's back for the first time in 14 months, Ernest Leeds in the Fiat 128 Rally. That's a lovely car out there as well. Also something that's been going over the last number of years. The Hutchings are out there. Trevor in the Sirocco, the bright orange Sirocco, and Lane, his son, in the Mark II Golf. But there has been some changes this year as far as rules are concerned as well.
Before you go to those rules changes, something that's never changed is father and son combination coming out on track together. That has never ever changed. One comes out behind the other on the circuit. That's just the way that it is. Talking about those rule changes.
Yeah, rule changes. They've changed as far as the times are concerned for breaking out. As well, so that's changed a whole lot. I was talking to Trevor Hutchings earlier on, of course, who drives that Sirocco, and he said now he's gone from the front of Class C to the back of Class C, and the guys, I think, wanted an extra second just to make sure that they can push it a bit more without breaking out of the class as well. And there's a whole lot of things they've had to discuss over the long summer between races. But looking at things, Gary, pole position, it's going to be Persson, the Swede in that beautiful McLaren. The likes of Hitchcock, number 67. Class A, that is the Mustang, the Ford Mustang. Neon de Toy in the Capri Piranha. Now that is a name, of course, a motor car that is very synonymous with South African racing, the Ford Capri Piranha, and nobody else but Raceway will be taking that machine around the circuit.
Well, that's one of those people that can take anything. You'll take anything with four wheels and he'll go around a motocross track if he needs to, and he'll still make it quick. Neon de Toy, the man that does TechniChat on the Second Gear Talk Show for 2023, has already got himself a legacy of motorsport wins and victories and titles behind his name. But this front row of the grid, I must say, to see these Lauda Classics down on track and look at the detail of some of these motorcars, Francois, is unbelievable.
Yeah, Gary and Byron, I'm just jumping in here just to give you guys a bit of a rundown. So I got schooled last year. It's not Franco Donadio, it's Franco Donadio. It's an Italian name. Michael Hitchcock's there in that 67 Coupe Mustang, Ferdy Maton's further back. And I've got Peter Hitchcock, who's also built himself one of them. I don't know if he'll be out. I know he wants to race it. We've got Riley's Beetle that's back. The Flat 4 Racing Beetle. It is absolutely beautiful in blue.
It is immaculate if you've seen it from close up.
Yeah, I saw it. We had our shindig about 2 weeks ago. Beautiful thing. There comes the Piranha. It's back. Nice to have the Capri Piranha back out there. Ian de Toy in that car, so Nyan's going to see if he can put the Piranha around.
Anton Relino coming there in the Morris Minor.
Anton loves that car. You have got it's like having a new girlfriend every time he gets in the car. He's absolutely passionate about it. Some beautiful Mark 1 Escorts, and the thing that really blows my mind, when last have you seen a Ford GT40? And those are original, Meneer. They are not kit cars. Those are original Ford GT40s down on the line.
There was actually somebody on Facebook in the week now that they heard about these GT40s, and they said, well, they hope that they're going to be driven in all anger and not sort of like looked after. And there was about 6 people there after that literally laughed this guy and said, what do you think these guys do? Come to show their car? No, they ride it like they stole it. And I must say those GT40s, beautiful. The 58 and the 60 car, both of them utterly immaculate, and driven very hard by Jan Kling and Lennart Boland.
And then my mate Kerry Blows is down there in the 260Z Nissan. And he's looking forward to racing. Also, a very passionate man. Good to have him out on circuit.
He just came back into the country in the last 2-3 days.
He suffers from a travel sickness.
Yeah, he's got a bad attack of what Frankie suffers from, that fear of missing out. He just goes overseas to make sure
FOMO.
so that he doesn't miss out on that. It's going to be a brilliant field.
Look at these classic cars. I mean, look at this field. Down there, still battling at the back. And we've got another man out here. Vance Kearney in the VW Fox, the yellow Fox, my man, all the way from the UK.
The Lotus 99T, of course, from 1987. No, of course, it is the Jetta,
yes.
the Fox, sorry, and that has got the colour scheme of camel. Taking us back to the days, of course, Ayrton Senna in that yellow 99T with the yellow helmet.
Lovely, lovely. The old Jordan colours almost, in the camel. Lekker to have them out there. We've got Aaron Svillion in the Alpha, Ernest Leeters out there, Wayne Lotters out there. Wayne, we saw the hill climb in the Escort, you remember?
Hell yeah.
That thing was
could I forget?
Very quick.
It was burnt into the back of my brain for forever.
And Wayne said to me, he's looking, Anton Relina in that Morris. That Morris is a feat of engineering, Gary.
No, it is.
You know, it's like when you go to the toilet, the piping, but there's 7 other pipes. You don't know what they do. It's one of those.
You've only got one product to offer, but they've got 7 different ways of getting rid of it. Well, that car, as you say, it's got some amazing... Oh, looks like one of the Hutchings is slowing down.
That's Trevor.
Trevor.
That's Trevor Hutchings, unfortunately.
And that's sort of not Trevor. Trevor's very meticulous on his car, him and Lane. Lane drives the Golf, and Trevor's in the Sirocco. Maybe a bit of a link pin on the gearing or something that he can't get it into gear. You see he's battling to work that. He might just have to get off circuit, or he might get it right. I don't know, but he's gone dead still. So I think that's a gearbox problem. I think it's a motor problem.
They're going to have to move that kind of very quickly. He obviously was trying to get to the runoff area, but even then, that runoff area, you don't want the car to be standing there. But as always, the A-team in Killarney International, otherwise known as the WPMC Marshals, who will be doing duty later this month
at Formula E.
At the Formula E. Greg Maloney going to be doing that one. Mike Side for the international coverage of that, as the main pack works their way down the back main, and the A-team already got the Hutchins car hooked up and on its way.
If the bucky goes quick enough, he might be part of the race still, you know what I mean?
He actually fancies staying on the back of the pack. He's doing his duty, but he's doing it slightly too well sometimes.
Yeah. Right, guys, I'm going to knock off. You do the race, have fun, and like my mate from ZZ Top, the Reverend Billy Gibbons says, take charge.
Well, I tell you, I don't know who's going to take charge of this one. Could it be Donadieu, as you say? I knew him as Franco Donadio. In the words of the legendary Jack Holloway, Beno Franco Donadio. That's how we got to know him at Goodwood Showgrounds. So here we come up towards the line. With me, Mike Side, the man that's been doing Lauda Classics for many, many years. Jonathan Gunn and Ken Persson on... no, it's not Jonathan Gunn. It's Kenneth Persson and Michael Hitchcock. That's on the front row of the grid. Let's take them off the line.
Well, Persson will lead them off, and the McLaren will take it in the lead. Hitchcock will be alongside him in the Mustang. Donadio in 4th, and there goes Race Mace in the Piranha. The Capri Piranha in 3rd position at the moment. A good clean start from everybody. A whole gaggle, a whole stack of cars going through that first turn, and already now on that first lap, it's going to be an 8-lap race as they come around then now into turn 2. Well, that McLaren going quite nice and wide over there as well. And look behind them, that all-Ford battle there as Neon de Toy holds off Donadio. Then a big gap until we have that big Chevy DeVille holding off the GT40.
Clary blows with a whole gaggle of cars in there behind him. Ernest Leet being one of them. We've got Golf Mark II, we've got Escort Mark I, we've got the Fiat 131. They all in there. We've got the Alfa Romeo in there as well. Our leaders coming out into the back main. The man from pole position leading them out very, very neatly. It looks like the Peter Goch car in the hands of Neandertoy NDT is in that 2nd position and holding sway down the back.
It looks like the Studebaker Silverhawk is slowing at the back of the field. I didn't actually see who's actually behind the wheel of that motor car, but we'll find out for you shortly because we have the first lap going to be completed. And here comes the Kenneth Pearson car. And he crosses the line. And that is the 68 Mustang of Mouton that is now pulling off the side of the Mac Straight.
I wonder if that's going to cause a problem, because that car's not going to make it all the way That's not going to make it all the way. He's pulled it onto the right-hand side of the circuit. Leaders will be coming around in the not-too-distant future as they work their way through turn number 2. It's Donadieu that is there just ahead of a Neanderthal with Michael Hitchcock right in there behind them. Starting off with a McLaren and then going through a Capri, then going through a Mark 1 Escort, and then the iconic behind that Mustang. And then, well, in the next position is a beautiful looking massive block of flats, blue with black roofing. That is something great.
Oh yeah, the Chevy DeVille, that is well and truly up there as well. And while Kenneth Pearson still leads in the M5B McLaren, and I see it's going to be Neanderthal that now leads in the Capri. So going up now into the lead, Michael Hitchcock will follow. Franco Donadio will go past him, and then Eric Mouton in that Chevy DeVille, as Gary was saying over there, still holding in there as well now. But look at this now. They're all clumped together towards the line. They'll then run 7 laps to go, 6 when they cross the line. Now,
Person lost 2 positions, and it looked like he was rolling out of the gas a bit going down the back main. But he's right there on the gas again, just ahead of Hitchcock in that 3rd position. Don't forget about Mouton that's coming through with a block of flats in there behind that. He's not that far off them. It's all about Neanderthal with Franco Donadieu that's right in there with him. Then it's Kenneth Pearson. Then in behind that, that beautiful Ford Mustang of Hitchcock. Mouton, I don't believe is being dropped at this stage of the fight. He was 1.1 seconds off the back of that lead group, but I think he might just be able to hold on. But a lot of eyes are going to be on the next 2 vehicles behind those iconic GT40s.
Just taking a look a little bit further down the field, Gary, Class B being led currently by the Datsun of Charlie Arton, number 80, ahead of Aiton Bogart, of course, in the Ford Granada. Unfortunately, there's the 140Y of John Hurst that's parked at the side of the back straight.
Did you say why not earlier on?
It's unfortunate over there.
We just found a reason. It's the only reason.
That's the only reason you can find, unfortunately. And now Trevor has got going again. Trevor Hutchings, yes, sorry there, thank you very much. Just going blank for a second. He's got back out there, Gary. Meanwhile, Neanderthal puts in a 1:23.290.
And Donadeo is going a little bit slower as well. I see his nose bar that's pulled off on the entrance to Interceptor corner, going out into the Jabez Straight on the exit of turn number 1. That's our leader. It's Neanderthal. It's Person that goes past, and well, he just blew past at the front end of the pack. I believe that he's just having a bit of fun there with them, bringing it all together. Donadeo, he slides the tail end as they go through turn number 2, out towards the kink in front of the Kazoo embankment, down towards Interceptor corner. Donadeo's holding in there. Well, I tell you what, the Mustang is not exactly being lost there of Hitchcock. Neither is Mouton. Mouton 1.1 seconds, so he's holding on. Can he close? I don't think so. They need to fight it out a little bit, but that is the leading group up front, the Class A's, and then the it's Mouton that's gone. Mouton went off backwards in turn 4. Brilliant camera work on that one.
Oh, he just held it over there. Now let's see, as you see the Ford Granada, yellow flags will be waving in that section, Gary. No passing under any circumstances. So hopefully nobody has done so. But has Mouton been able to get going again? No, it doesn't look like it.
He hasn't come into sight.
Yeah, he hasn't come into sight. Meanwhile, it is the Honeywell and Aiton Bogart who are actually fighting each other. That's the Ford Granada and, of course, the Porsche 944 in the Gulf colours.
Yep, that is the Class B battle. They're 8th, 9th and 10th out there on circuit. Mouton, we have not seen him come back out on circuit again. So, I don't know what's going to happen with that one. But now there's cars spread out right around the circuit. And I see Hutchins in the Scirocco is once again going slower.
And let me tell you, Neanderthal is pushing incredibly hard over here. I see Kenneth Pearson is now in the lead again and got a 1:28.67. Where now is Neanderthal? He's registering down in 10th position. He's dropping down the field. That number 22 Capri Piranha is disappearing.
Something must have gone wrong with that car. That's in the Goch colours still. That car stands in the Neanderthal workshop right here at Killarney International Raceway. So a couple of unhappy people for the opening round out there. Cars spread around the circuit. This beautiful blue Beetle coming past us. you can't miss that Blue Beetle when it comes up the start-finish line.
Oh, it's lovely to see the Beetle. But look there, a Honda CRX as well, right behind. I drove behind that roadworthy car, remember, coming in here. So it's always great to see the roadworthy cars coming and racing at Killarney. I see here.
Yeah, here comes our leaders towards us now. It's Pearson that is ahead there of a Neanderthal. Then it's Hitchcock that's gone past the Donadieu. That's your front grouping. Then the first of the GT40s coming up towards us as Hitchcock gets past. And unfortunately, that's going to mean that he's been now made one lap down.
Yeah, it's Kling and Boland that come through in the pair of GT40s. We wait now for Class B. It will be Glenn Ayton Bogarts that should be coming across the line. There's the Granada, and then Honeywell will follow suit. A bit of a gap between them, and then Charlie Arton will be coming through now. It's actually it's Kerry Blows, actually. That looks like he's come through. Is that in the Mazda?
Oh, where's Charlie Arton?
Charlie Arton's in the Mazda. Sorry there, Gary. And Kerry Blows is in the Datsun 240Z. They've swapped around.
Yeah, Bruce Evans happened in the Toyota Corolla going one position up. So that is the Class C battle. So Bruce Evans Tappen leading out there from the 74 of Hutchings.
Yeah, and then just taking a look at Brian Evans currently leads Class D at the moment. And that's in the Ford Escort, one of the many Ford Escorts out there, ahead of the 120 of Lotra, and De Kock will be filing in there behind them as well, number 59. And then I think that's Johnny Gunn, that's all the way down in 17th position. That is 5th place in class.
Neil Maton leading out in Class E, and well, I think Neil Maton will be quite happy with that. Oh, Donadeo just carving through the pack as they work their way through. Pearson was the first one to go through that pack, followed through there by Neanderthal, followed through by Donadeo. Nothing much between second and third at this stage of the fight. The Mustang just a little bit bigger, taking a little bit longer to get through there, weaves his way through past the man that spent half of his life at this racetrack, being Ernest Leet, who's still out there with a Fiat.
Yeah, 14 months of no racing for Ernest Leet. He's back again in his trusty 128 rally. Meanwhile, though, 2 laps left to go, including the one they are currently on, going through Interceptor Corner, turn 3. It's Neanderthal that's holding off Donadeo as they go now towards turn 4. He's still nose to tail with him over here. Hammer and tongs going in it now. This will allow Kenneth Pearson to get away in that McLaren, the McLaren with the original McLaren badge with a Kiwi on it.
You just spoke about that Honda CRX earlier on. That's the car they're closing on, and I think the camera's probably going to stay with that. Go down into turn number 5, Cape Town corner, Pertamina Fastron, with that iconic, lovely Blue Beetle in there as well. Both of them stay on the outside, the Beetle and the CRX Honda. And here they come through now. It's Kenneth Pearson. This will be the start of the last lap for Kenneth Pearson. I think he's got enough pace underfoot. Donadio's now switched his lights on, and that's to say good morning, Neanderthal. Look at this. I'm on my way. But look at Hitchcock. Hitchcock is closed right up. He battled a little bit. He picked up the traffic where he is now on the previous lap, and it was just at the wrong spot. He lost a bit of ground, but he's managed to catch up to them again, and I think it's now going to be a 3-way battle for the last lap.
Oh, he's running out of time, though. Blue flags were frantically waving there, Gary. Here they go now. Oh, a little bit wide there from Neanderthal, and Neanderthal has let Donadeo through, and he's now left vulnerable to the Mustang behind him, as now Hitchcock will come through into turn 3 Interceptor. This is going to allow Kenneth Pearson just to get away from them. I think basically he's got this one sewed up. Don't want to speak too soon. A car slowing down still on the lap. I think it is the cock here.
Is it? Yeah. Well, let's go back to the leaders. That's where the camera's going to be, out into the back main. So Pearson has done it all right. It's Donadeo. It is, Hitchcock closing. Hitchcock's closing on the back of Neanderthal. Last gasp effort. Donadeo closes the line. And going around the outside's Neanderthal, who's going to be the last of the late breakers. He cuts across to the inside. He says, I'm going to go into the inside line. You didn't close it. I'll close it up. Blocks Donadeo off. And it's going to be Pearson that's going to lead them coming out. Hitchcock is in that 4th position. He is very, very close. Bring them to the line.
Well, here comes Kenneth Pearson in that lovely McLaren. Will take the victory, but there's going to be a tight one to the line. Neanderthal will get 2nd. 3rd will be Michael Hitchcock, and Donadeo will get that 3rd place in class, but 4th overall. Now it will be the little Beetle, of course, has been lapped. That is Johnny Gunn.
And then Jan Kling.
Dave Rowley has now taken it. Johnny Gunn, of course, is in the Sirocco. And then, Kling and Boland in the pair of GT40s.
King has already, he's already come through. The rest of them, I don't see the second of the GT40s. Oh, the second of the GT40s, Boland's going slowly down the back main and being overhauled by a whole bunch of cars coming towards him.
Yeah, that will be Leonard Boland, unfortunately, but it's Glenn Ayton Bogart that will take the Granada across the line for the winner of Class B. Andrew Honeywell in his 944 Golf Porsche will be second in class.
Guys, I want to jump in. Look at 8th place. Bruce Evan Taplin in that 69 Corolla. What a race.
Well, he was in quite a battle earlier on, and then once he got to the lead, from there on out, he actually started climbing up, not only in the class, going to front of the class, but going up the leaderboard as well.
Yeah, he's been driving well. That Corolla is properly sorted.
And he's got some more bodywork on it as well. Now he's got that cattle scraper at the front.
That scraper is the thing, because you're keeping the nose down. It's front-wheel drive, so you're getting more traction on it. That's why he wants to have that big aerofoil on the front. And that always goes back to the old modified saloon cars when they had those big ducts on the front. You used to put the radiator was sort of laid at a 45-degree angle with a scoop coming in on it. Those were the modifieds back in the day, the super saloons.
I spoke briefly to him actually earlier on. I was asking how much of a difference is it making for you. He said he hadn't been able to really tell yet, but he said down towards turn 5, that's where he was really feeling it. So it looks like Bruce Evan Taplin is always a dark horse in these races. Winner of Class C, and also, like you say, ahead of Kerry Blows in 8th position. Blows in the Datsun in 9th, and then 10th is Charlie Arton in that RX2 Capella.
And how nice it is to have rotary on the circuit. Let's not go there. That is just a sound that's all on its own.
So that was our Lauda Classic Cars Lotte Hutchings, of course. That was number 12, 12th position Hutchings. We had, of course, Lane that finished the race in full. His dad in the Sirocco was having some troubles out there as well, but luckily got that car going again and will have to be content with 25th position. Along with Neil Mouton in 23rd, Jonathan Gunn in his Sirocco, so he's back as well, Johnny Gunn. And there was some great racing. You didn't know where to look, that's the whole thing. And well, Gary and myself had our work cut out for us, but you know, we had ourselves some good fun over there. So that is the Lauda Classic Cars, their first race of the day. Remember, each of these classes have 2 races, and we'll be moving on in our program now to some more great racing here at the Killarney International Raceway, and that will be Pirelli V8 Masters, followed by those Thermo Clubman Saloons as well, Thermo Fires Clubman Saloons, and the Spitfire Furniture Sports and GT Cars. That's still in our first half of the program. Drifting demonstration for those of you who love smoke and tires and destroying tires and lots of smoke, as I said. That's all for you. But we'll be going off mic for a little bit now, and we'll join you a bit later.
So while we got a small gap after the Lauda Classic Cars heat number one, the breakfast crew started early this morning, very early this morning. They've now eventually had breakfast at the friendly hour of after 11, and the voice of the breakfast show, Mr. Page. Good morning to you, Squire.
Good morning, Gary. Fantastic to be your first race weekend of the season, and you can feel the excitement in the air from the people walking down the pits, reaching out for handshakes to the guys in the pits, doing the work to the guys on the circuit racing day.
How was Dex on Tuesday night with the second gear talk show? The passion, the excitement. It was like he had just watched the dyno run and he'd seen his own car push out kilowatts he had never thought was possible.
No, he was looking forward to that. I was there when he got home getting ready for your show, and we get nervous before the second gear talk show.
I get nervous before the second gear talk show myself. I never know what's going to be coming out the other side, but I must say it's been brilliant, and a big thanks to everybody that watches and supports and follows the second gear talk show. The last show already in excess of 1,100 views, and the previous one in excess of 2,000.
Amazing.
One thing that's come up is that people have become aware that you don't have to watch it live because it's there to watch at any given time, and the nice thing is the numbers just keep on growing and growing and growing. But as was said by Francois Butler earlier on this morning, the passion, the number of people that's out there, the number that's on the main grandstand, good morning to you one and all, the amount of people that's around the circuit shows that even though the side effects of COVID and the financial implications does affect everybody, people are dying to become out there again and part of live entertainment.
Live entertainment really is something special. You smell the 102, the 100 octane fuel. You get to interact with the drivers directly, and today is the perfect day for those people to come out here and interact with those drivers. If anybody's out in the live stream as well, it really is a fantastic day to come here and drink it in. I mean, I was sitting with you guys now watching the classics out there, and wow, man, just what a race right to the final corner. And when you're here to see it live and in person, it's just a game changer.
Well, as Francois said, would you like me to be on the show on Tuesday night regarding the other classic cars? You know what? They actually like the real deal right now. They are the biggest class out there. As was said by Byron Height, there's been a lot of discussions in the off-season about changing of rules, etc., etc. They got it right.
Yeah, they definitely did, and it just shows you it's exciting when you're seeing slower cars matched up against faster cars, different cars matched up. I've chatted to Dion Joubert about this and how do we make motorsport more exciting with certain series, but with classic cars you get that just by default because you've got a V8 versus a tiny little Pinto Ford. You've got the Morris in the mix there as well, and everything in between. It's fantastic.
I haven't actually spoken to Dion Joubert for a while. Which version of him? Was it the Wild Man of Borneo version or the old refined Dion Joubert from Group N days back in the day?
Oh no, that was the recent one with a slightly less wild hair, but they're very obviously very insightful opinions. You know, I love to talk to him about these kind of things because he was there in the heyday of South African motorsport, and I mean today is one of those days as well. I'm enjoying it. I see the V8 guys are about to go out now. Fabio Tafani leading us off, and this is also another class that I'm looking forward to. The old Owen Ashley spec cars are just amazing.
Oh, Fabio Tafani was the reigning champion. It's now Sean Moore that's the reigning champion. Marcel Angel, having been spoken to recently, I'm not sure where I picked it up, but saying, I just hope the Gremlins is now out of it. I need to get back to the front end of the field, and he has done that. Ex-champion Fabio Tafani and Marcel Angel leading out there from Sean Moore. Jason Iverson, brilliant stuff. He's just been getting better and better. Carl Nell, Rui Campos, Barry Ingle, nice to see him out there. Mark Voggett, Stuart Spooner, Ken Finneman, and then Gary Thompson bringing up the talent of the field. A 1:15.6. That's kind of quick. Fabio Tafani might say, I'm not the champion anymore, but I can show you the way around.
Exactly. And Marcel Angel is saying, hey, wait a second. I'm in second place with a 1:16. So Marcel Angel right on the front row of the grid there. Jason Ibbotson, definitely one of the most improved drivers. He hasn't been doing this for very long. In fact, he's quite new to motorsport. I think it's about 2 years now.
He led the silver class for, I think, a little bit too long. He should have been bumped into the class A's a bit quicker.
But here he is in the 46 car, and it's so nice to see the Campos name still flying the flag in so many ways. I mean, Rui Campos in Cape Town, the family's up in Joburg. He comes down to Cape Town to come race here with the boys. I mean, lovely stuff.
What better excuse can there be than that? Sorry, people, there's a race meeting on Saturday. I'll spot you on Sunday. So, Mr. Page, where do we find, see, and follow you in motorsport and in general from Monday to Friday on social media?
Social media is at Performance with Page on all platforms, and also I'll be doing a new TV show this year called All Things Motoring on DSTV channel 189. All Things Motoring. So we cover literally all things motoring. We did a track day. I'm doing a go-kart event. I'm doing quad biking now. So it's literally all things motoring. So check that out on DSTV channel 189.
Channel 189. Well, luckily, Second Gear Talk Show you can pick up anytime. Channel 189, you've got to be there at that point. Thanks very much for joining us. Thanks very much for a brilliant morning show. Are you going to be doing a little of mobile here and there and everywhere during the course of today as well?
Yeah, we've been around. We've chatted to some guys, but we're changing the flavor a little bit on the mobile stuff. We want to get to the nuts and bolts, like Dexter said, behind the scenes. We want to find out what's going on under the bonnets of some of these cars. Like I was chatting to the GT40 drivers earlier on, and just finding out the things that you don't know, that you can't find on YouTube, you can't find online. You've got to talk to the driver or the team mechanic.
Yep.
That's what we're trying to find out today, and that content will be released over the coming few days. And then also the lunchtime show is something that we're looking very much forward to happening in about an hour or so.
On Second Gear Talk Show, we refer to what you're going to do on Channel 189 as the inside line.
Yes.
And the inside, some people call it the inside line. I believe that is the way to go. So there we go, Mr. Page himself, the breakfast show, the well-known breakfast show host from Killarney International Raceway. That's where you can pick him up on a DSTV for 2023. Ernest, a closing word from your side.
Gary, I'm just looking forward to the rest of the racing. Let's go V8 Masters. Let's go Clubmans. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Killarney Raceway. It's time to go racing once more.
Hell yeah.
Right, we are the professionals. Pop in at Wingfield Motors Goodwood, Gales River, Belleville, Northgate, Friedenberg, private finance and best price from our car for world-class service and satisfaction. Also visit our website. Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP.
We're going to go over to the V8 Masters now for their first race, the Pirelli V8 Masters. Just get a headset on here, and yes, it's Fabio Tofani. That will be the man on pole position, a 1:15.664 compared to the 1:16.309 for Marcel Angel. Now, that's a man that's been around also for a long time. Used to race 250cc gearbox karts and, you know, was a champion multiple times in the discipline. But all these guys, of course, will be racing the APV 347 ISs, all Ford Mustang replicas there. And yes, of course, like I say, their first race of the day. Sean Moore, third position. Jason Ibertson will be joining him on that second row. Carl Nell in fifth position, and Roy Campos in that sixth position. That's row 3. And then Barry Ingle, you know, in seventh position. That's the last of the gold class runners. And then Mark Vogt will be alongside him in eighth position, sharing that fourth row. Stuart Spooner, Ken Finneman, and Gary Thompson will round it all off. 11 of them are supposed to be out there in their respective Mustangs. And, well, we just get them into their positions now. Strong little field as the Sean Moore green and black Ravenel Ziegler V8 gets into position. A lot of them, few of them still have that the Ukrainian flag on the wheel arch. Show their solidarity with the Ukrainians in this tough time. But it is going to be Fabio Tofani, like I say, in his traditional livery, the very similar to the Golf livery, the blue and orange. And then the Kia safety car will take us around the field for that warm-up lap. 1 minute board will come out then, and once that red flag moves out of the way, then we'll be ready for that warm-up lap. And they'll be doing an 8-lap race in all.
Sean Moore got his hand out the window. I think he's got a bit of a problem. He's just called the clerk of the course closer. It looks like we need to... Oh, he's got a problem. That car does not want to start up. The Ravenel Zengler 1 car of the reigning champion, Sean Moore. He needs to get a push. Let's see if we can get that. It's beautiful spray job on the motor car. Really, really nice. Let's see if we can get it started. They do a bump start. Yes, he does get it started just before the 17 of Stuart Spooner comes through there. So the reigning class champion, not a nice way to a nervous start to his attempt at regaining that title. Fabio Tofani and Marcel Angel once again on the front row of the grid.
Yes, and then Sean Moore can go and take his rightful position at third on the grid. Not even the whole field passed him over there yet. There he comes. He'll just filter his way through.
How's that for respect, the way that just opened up for him?
They did it so quickly as well, Gary. It's like, I don't want to get in his way, just let him through.
But then again, he practiced that the whole of last season. Wherever he started, he passed whatever, whenever, however. So here he comes. Okay, just open up, let him go through. That's the way it goes. Fabio Tofani and Marcel Angel on the front row of the grid. Then it's Moore and Iverson, Nell and Campos, Ingle and Vogt, Spooner and Finneman, with Thompson in the 55, bringing up the tail end of the field as they work their way slowly around the main grandstand. Iedereen elke van wat vandaag saam met ons is. Lekker om saam met ons te hê. The embankment also looking pretty good as well. Turn 3, I believe the speakers have been sorted out on that side as well. And, well, Killarney is alive and cooking. E-racing going to be happening a little bit later in this month down at the waterfront. We're going to be having the end of October will be the Rallycross down here at Killarney International. Again, it'll be the 4th time in the history of Rallycross that they come here. 2017, 2018, 2019 was the first 3 times that they was here. Oh my goodness, this time in the morning, I should be awake by now. Was the first time that they were here in, as they like to refer to, sub-Saharan Africa.
You say this time in the morning, Gary, it's about 9 minutes till afternoon. So,
So I just made it.
You just made it. If you haven't washed any of the sleep crust out of your eyes, guys, get it out now, because we are racing here of this very hot, scorching day at Killarney. The safety car, the pace car, whichever way you want to put it, will pull off the side on the pit lane, and then Fabio Tefani will lead them off now. Watch the lights. 5 red lights will go out all simultaneously right about now, and away we go for the start of this race. It's going to be Fabio Tefani. Marcel Angel will filter in right behind him there now as well, pushing him on the back. They all get through. There is Sean Moore, who had those troubles on the start, bump started him. He holds third at the moment, Gary, with Jason Iverson, Carl Nell, all in the mix there.
Carl Nell losing out that one position under braking, but running a slightly wider line coming in, closing up onto the back of Carl Nell. Carl Nell all over the back of the #1 contender. Out into the kink they go, past the Gazoo embankment, through the interceptor corner, turn number 3, up towards the main grandstand. The first time they get a view of these cars under full chat, it's all about that man that is the ex-champion Fabio Tefani, through turn number 4. The solid front of him have a sweep for the beginning of 2023. Out into the back man they go. The front 4 line astern, very close to one another.
Down the straight they go. That number 14 will be looking now in the slipstream of Tefani in front of him. That is Marcel Angel, who will make a move into turn 5. Now they'll be side by side, not for long though. Tefani will just get it back into the lead as they come out of turn 5. Pertamina Fastron, right down they do go now. It's going to be top 3 of them all together. Here comes Sean Moore. Sean Moore will be having a look now as they come across the line. Let's see them as they go now towards turn 1. Sean Moore goes onto the inside. Is he close enough? No, he's not, Gary, and he's going to have to work a little bit harder than that.
Have a look at that second battle. 5th, 6th and 7th, Jason Ibbotson, Barry Ingle and Rui Campos. Carl Nell having got past Jason Ibbotson on the first lap. Barry Ingle having got past Rui Campos. Stuart Spooner, the first of the silver class cars coming through there. Right up front, there's nothing much in it. Fabio Tefani leading them out. Marcel Angel back where we're accustomed to seeing him. Sean Moore, the reigning champion, and I think he is the new chairman, if I got it correct as well, of the V8 Masters, sponsored by Pirelli for 2023.
That bright red Carl Nell APV is currently in 4th position between himself and Jason Iverson, 9 tenths of a second as they cross the line. Then it's Barry Ingle, Roy Campos, as Gary was mentioning. Stuart Spooner leads the silver class in 8th position at the moment, but it is 4 tenths of a second as they cross the line between himself and Mark Voget. They down the back straight now once again here, Gary. All the action.
Oh! He's run it wide. That was Sean Moore on the apex of Cape Town corner. Pertamina Fastron ran it a bit wide. Well, he didn't lose that much ground, because if you see when they come back up towards us now, he's almost in the slipstream.
Yeah, making the best of a bad situation over there, I'm afraid to say. Of course, the man in 3rd place, Sean Moore, right behind him. Carl Nell has got his work cut out for him. He's holding off a whole gaggle of cars. Jason Iverson, Barry Ingle in there as well. Small little gap between them, and then you have Roy Campos. Roy Campos, 9 tenths of a second as they cross the line between himself and Barry Ingle. Stuart Spooner still now ahead of Gary Thompson. Mark Vogay now going down into 10th position. He was 2nd in class, now down to 3rd in class as Ken Finneman rounds them all off in 11th.
He had a very slow lap. In fact, him and Gary Thompson both having slower laps on the last one. A 19.8 and a 21.3 for Mark Vogay. And maybe just a little bit of an off. Noticing that the pressure is a little bit on that 3rd place car, the #1 car. A bit late on the brakes here, there and everywhere. Marcel Angel doing what he does best. Fastest lap, 1:15.844. Is it going to be a breakaway by Fabio Tefani? It's what he did most of the previous season and the previous season before that. But I don't think he's gotten any slower. I think the balance of the pack has gotten quicker, and Marcel Angel is now in the game as well.
Watch Sean Moore. He goes onto the inside for turn 1 now, onto the inside of the man who just recorded the fastest lap, and he goes wide and spins it in the gravel. There's the 2nd time off the circuit now for Sean Moore, who's having a horrifying race. And that's
even with the air conditioner on, there's still so much dust inside that car. I'm sure, as Frankie said earlier on, when one of the cars went in there, buried in the sand, I think that car's buried, and it's also driver's side on. That's going to have to be removed, or it's going to be full course yellows down that side, waved yellows for the next 5 laps of this race.
Well, and Sean Moore just set the fastest lap there, Gary, of a 1:15.749, which is, wow, 0.7 of a second. It was faster than Marcel Angel. Was he perhaps pushing just a little too hard?
I almost think so, because in the previous lap in turn 2, you saw that he ran it wide. We got another spinner on the exit of turn 2. In fact, I think that could be Thompson. And we've got another one that's gone wide on the exit of Interceptor corner. Gets it back together again. Is that Sean Moore?
Sean Moore for the 3rd time, Gary.
My goodness, the front end of the pack is busy falling apart right now, but it's not falling apart for Fabio Tafani. Up, dust, and disappear. What does Fabio Tafani do on a Saturday? He pulls away, he gets away, he stretches them out, then he times it very neatly to make sure the tyres and everything holds together. Fabio Tafani doing what he does best on a Saturday.
Yeah, a lot of dust on the circuit. Emil Tiny Brunt was just pointing it out to me, Gary. Perhaps a little bit slippery in some places, and they're going to have to keep an eye out on that. As we speak, though, Fabio Tafani still leads it away from Marcel Angel. Jason Iverson finds himself up into 3rd place, having snuck past Carl Nell. Barry Ingle now in 5th. Now going a little bit further up, Stuart Spooner still leads that silver class ahead of Gary Thompson and Mark Vogay. But now, it's now Sean Moore, who's still in this race, surely, that will come through and complete a lap somewhere.
Look for the dustiest car. It's going to be that one.
So
I don't actually see him out on circuit. I don't know where he is.
Well, he's not registered, so I can tell you one thing. He might have pulled off somewhere. He might be having some troubles, more so than we think.
Well, the amount of sand that he picked up going there in the kitty, that you probably find that the air ducts and everything is full of sand. And once that gets into your intakes for the brake coolers, there's no way really for that to filter out very quickly and not damage your systems. Sometimes it's better to back out of it, let that race go, clean everything up, get it sorted out, make everything sure everything is fine, and come out for the next heat and then go and pick up top honours in that.
Wise words there from Gary Fleming indeed. True competitor himself. And well, we have still Fabio Tafani that leads the way. 3 laps left to go now in this race, and there they go through turn 2 now. He's broken the gap between himself and Marcel Angel, who's still hanging it there in that 3rd position. But look at the battle for 3rd at the moment. Iverson just went wide.
They touched. They both go off, Iverson and Carl Nell. Carl Nell, sorry, up on the inside of Iverson. The 2 of them touched, and the next 2 say, well, if you guys are going to fight it out, my name's Barry Ingle. Good morning to you. My name's Rui Campos. We'll just take over those positions.
Man, the 2 of them were pushing incredibly hard. A mistake there from Jason Iverson. He tried to make amends, and look what has happened. Yellow flags will be frantically waving over there now as well. We'll take a look at what race control will do over here. A lot of dust, Gary, up in that particular part of the circuit.
That kink is flat foot going through the kink there, and well, you've got to be pretty much grit your teeth and hold on with hands and all feet when you go through there. With that amount of dust there, it could be rather marginal as 2 laps to go for the leader. Fabio Tafani comes through, breaking slightly away now from Marcel Angel. Then what was Jason Iverson, Carl Nell is a massive big canyon, and it looks like the red flag. Has the red flag been called? The red flag's been called, and the red flag is being put out, and that with 2 laps to go. That, according to my mind, would then be, Byron, the red and checker. That is more than 77% of the race done, or 66, and that would mean that that result would stand.
No surprise over there, the red flag coming out, and wow, we have had ourselves an action-packed race. Car not in a safe place, so it is the best thing to do is to bring out that red flag, and as Gary has mentioned, as the majority of the race has been run, it will be a full race. It will count as, and full championship points and so on. No restarts or anything, but yeah, we've had ourselves quite a race here today for the first one for the Pirelli V8 Masters. Fabio Tafani will take the victory ahead of Marcel Angel. Roy Campos coming up into 3rd position ahead of Carl Nell and Jason Iverson. Of course, they had a coming together on through the kink, out of turn 2 into the kink, and Well, a lot of patching up and a lot of straightening out to come ahead now as far as things are concerned. And it can be doubtful as to whether or not they will be here for the second race a little bit later on. There is the fire bucky, just for precaution.
Well, Byron, I'm having a look across here, and he actually made contact with the wall, did Jason Ibbotson, and the marshals are busy picking up parts of that Ford Mustang up against the wall, and yeah, there's a lot broken on that car, and the red flag was called for on the radio as the car that is in turn 3, which is Ibbotson's car, it is not in a safe position. So they have done more than that 77%, as Gary was saying, and they have now red flagged the race, and that will be called a full race.
Very interesting, actually, just to look out there. Tiny, our radio man, of course, told us or just notified us that there was a lot of dust on the circuit at various points. Whenever I looked out the window as well, I saw a lot of dust flying and being kicked up, and that can cause a huge factor over here when it goes across the circuit at some points. And already, look there, Sean Moore, who had to get bump started on the grid, already had 3 offs. He had one at turn 5 that was actually a half off, and then he had at turn 1 where it looked like he may have been pushing a bit too hard. He had that 1:15.749 as his fastest lap, and then he went off again on the out of turn 3 interceptor corner. So we'll try and find out for you what's all happened over here, but we'll go off air for a short while whilst the magnificent Killarney cleanup crew get everything together, and then we'll continue with racing here at round 1 of Power Series.
Right, folks, here we go with the Clubman's Regional Saloon Car, sponsored by Thermofires. Thermofires Clubman Saloons coming out onto the circuit for their opening race of the day. And we're on race number 7. After this, we'll have the Spitfire Sports and the GT cars. That will take us to the lunch break, where we will have the drifting demonstration. So 2 more races to go before lunch. And the Thermofires Clubman's Regional Saloon cars work their way out onto the circuit. Not a huge field of Clubman's cars, but it's a decent amount of Clubman's. Francois van Tonder, I'm led to believe, has pulled out of this one. Was having a chat to Jesse Huggett before the race event started, and I said to him, you normally pit in the vicinity of Trappies. Where is Trappies? He said to me, Trappies was still looking for his car last night. So yeah, I don't know what the situation is there, but yeah, he has pulled out on this one. And so we will be down to Gary Smith and Graham van Rooyen in Class C. Class D, Chiara van Niekerk was entered, but they had engine problems. Tiny was telling me early on, and they have sadly pulled out due to those engine issues. There's no Class E cars out there today, and that's a little bit weird. But there are a couple of Class F cars out there. And then Stephen Heidenreich will be out in the Nissan Skyline. And we're led to believe it's Stevie's birthday today. So from our side to Stephen Heidenreich, happy birthday, bud. Have a great one out there. So the cars are beginning to make their way out onto the circuit. As I said, not a major field of clubmen's, but it should be a decent amount of clubmen's cars. I'm still trying to pick them up. They're scattered all over the track still at this point in time. And we'll be seeing them line up here on the grid shortly.
Yeah, not a lot of Class A cars out there whatsoever. And I only saw 2, in fact. But, yeah, there's been a bit of discussion for all on the Bredasdorp Cape Agulhas Raceway site, in fact, in the week when they were talking about extended qualifying, extended practice sessions and cars falling out in that period of time, and then come race time, come race day, there's less cars out there, and then the whiplash coming back from that, from the people that are doing setups and practice, etc., saying, well, we need this time. If the car breaks, the car breaks. It's one of those things. You've got to look at it from our side as well. The only way we can do research and development is by having that track time out there. But yeah, unfortunately, that means we're robbed of the likes of 2 of our top contenders that we like to follow out there on the circuit, not been able to make it out onto the track today. And for Wingfield Motors, big thanks to Wingfield Motors for their ongoing support of Killarney International Raceway. And this, in fact, the 10th consecutive year that the Power Series being run in conjunction with Wingfield Motors as such. Jess Huggett with a big thumbs up as he pulls up along the number 30 of Shane Smith, coming through being the 16 of Craig Rapp. That's a new car driver combination to me, Frankie. Any background knowledge of Craig Rapp?
No, he's actually entered, I see, in Class X. He's Craig Rapp with the 328i BMW. And yeah, so there is birthday boy, Stephen Heidenreich, in the Skyline. And he puts that 10 Skyline in pole, well, in second pole. And here comes the rest of the fields through. A big thumbs up here from Stevie Heidenreich as the cars are pulling into position. As the cars work their way through.
Imad Modak in the 47 on the second row on the outside. Classic style and shape of BMW. We're waiting for one of the fastest Golfs in the southern, northern and hemisphere of the world. Rasich. Yeah, sure. Blindingly quick, the Rasich Harris 66 Mark 1 Golf. Great to see him ahead there of Craig Rapp. A new car driver combination to Thermofire's club. It's a big thanks to Thermofire's. Stephen and the good lady coming on board once again for 2023. Second year that it's the Thermofire's class. Jess Huggett in there behind Craig Rapp. And then Danielle Kutsia in there behind that. Yet another BMW. So we got VW. We got Nissan, BMW, VW, BMW, BMW, and then we find a beautiful Ferrari red-colored Alfa.
Yeah, welcome back after 2 years, Ewald Weiland. I had a chat to Ewald in the pits before. He was busy building a house out on the southern coast of the Southern Cape. Well, not building the house, renovating a house. It took him about 2 years to get that done. And that's the reason why we haven't seen him racing for a period of time.
Talk about somebody else that's come back. I just picked up a well-known name. Charles Opperman.
Yes, Charles Opperman Jr. in the Mark 1 Golf, the Excelsior Air Brakes sponsored Golf. He's also been away for a while. So Rasich Harris and Stephen Heidenreich, and then Craig Rapp, and then we've got Imad Modak, Jess Huggett in the Mark II Jetta, Shane Smith, Daniel Kutsia. Is that Bruce Meyer in the 84? I think it might be Bruce Meyer. as the fuel goes through. Paul Minnick is in there as well. And that is Graham van Rooyen, I think that's just behind Ewald Weiland, as the fuel rolls out of Interceptor corner behind the safety car up the Tygerberg Straight towards a double right-hander that is called Sarl Sweep.
So our Bucky fire driver is on the back end of the field. Somehow, as I say, he overdoes his job. He tries to follow them through turn 1, 2, 3, and then he eventually pulls off. But that's great because you know you've got first-class medics, you've got first-class marshals out there as well, pretty passionate and plugged in. So you know if something goes wrong, you've got the right kind of people to help you. Talking about the right kind of people, Heidenrich and Rasich Harris alongside one another. Frankie, less than a tenth between the two of them in qualifying. I think, can you beat Rasich Harris? If anybody can, Stephen Heidenrich in that car might just be able to pip him.
Well, it's going to be close. We'll have a look-see when these lights go off at the exit of a pit lane. We've got those 5 lights. They're currently on red as the field works its way through turn 5 out of Pertamina Fostron. Here they come down towards us now. The safety car will pull off, and then it will be in the hands of Rasich Harris. He's the pole sitter. Stephen Heidenrich will have to hang back just ever so slightly not to get a jump start there on Harris. But if Harris sleeps and Heidenrich climbs on the gas at the right time, well, then he's more than welcome to drop the hammer. But Heidenrich will lead them across the line. Gary, take them away.
Rasich Harris not asleep whatsoever, and Craig Rapp right in there as well. Heidenrich on that outside line. Kutsia doing a pretty good job. Smith in the first of the Class B cars. Into turn number 1 they go. Who's going to get the whole shot? Rasich Harris got to come across the front of the nose of Heidenrich. He does that. He gets the whole shot out of turn 1.
Craig Rapp sits out there. Who's one of them dropping down? Jess Huggett is right in there. And Imad is right in that fight. Oh, somebody going very wide. Is that Modak or is that Rapp? One of them has gone very wide. Shane Smith has gone through. Daniel Kutsia is in there as well. So is Bruce Meyer. Then behind them is a 73. That's a BMW of Andre Diedrichs. Remember, he had a Polo last year. He's out in the boxy BMW. And tucked in there behind him is a Paul Minnick, followed by Ewald Weiland.
Bruce Meyer making up a position as well. I do think that the beamer that's dropping down is in fact Rapp. It's Harris that leads out from Heidenrich. The second place car, that is the 47. That is there. That is in fact Modak. Yep, so it is Rapp that has been dropping down a couple of positions, having started very close to the front end of the field.
Right out of turn number 5, they come out of Fostron corner. It's a long train heading out of Fostron corner, and we've got a new leader. Yes, it is Stevie Heidenrich. Stephen's got the lead under the City of Cape Town Bridge. They go with Rasich Harris in second. Then it's Imad Modak, followed by Jesse Huggett, Shane Smith, and Craig Rapp blasts around the outside of Daniel Kutsia, and Andre Diedrichs makes a move on both of them and locks up coming out of turn 1.
How he did that going in. He was right on the edge. In fact, locked up the right-hand front as he went in. Drifted straight across the front of Rapp, but managed to hold it all together. Daniel Kutsia, the next man that was in there. So Rasich Harris has decided it's time to rustle that black mean machine in the hands of Stephen Heidenrich, multiple South African and club champion from Oval Track Racing. Stephen Heidenrich leads them out.
Well, once again, coming out of turn number 2, it was Craig Rapp that went in so very hot. He lost a lot of ground. He sits there behind Bruce Meyer and just ahead of Paul Minnick as they head up the Tygerberg Straight towards turn number 4. Out of Sarl Sweep they go now. Look at these 4 or 5 cars going down the back lane. It is Stephen Heidenrich from Rasich Harris. And then it's Imad Modak. Jess Huggett sits there. He's got the best seat watching the 3 of them as they work their way out of turn number 5, out of Fostron corner. Then it is Shane Smith that is right in that fight as well as they head towards the City of Cape Town Bridge.
Well, can Heidenrich hold on to the lead? Looks like he's doing a pretty decent job. Huggett coming up on the outside line of the 47 car of Modak, and I think he's going to make that one stick. Nope, he can't. He's late on the brakes. Modak was brilliant under the brakes with that one. You don't outbrake Jesse Huggett by the by. Rasich Harris all over the back of Heidenrich. So Heidenrich leading out with the Killarney's Class X entry.
Well, Jess Huggett's not taking this one lying down as they work their way out of turn number 2, but the man on the move is Andre Diedrichs. Andre Diedrichs is the man on the move. He got his nose ahead of Shane Smith. Shane comes back, but Diedrichs says, he's going to hang on to that one for a while as he stays there, coming out of turn 3, interceptor corner, ahead there of Shane, but Shane Smith comes right back at Diedrichs again.
Oh,
Diedrichs is gone!
Oh, biggie, Frankie, and it looks like he rolled slightly back towards the circuit, hopefully far enough away. Nobody looks like they're backing off at any stage, and some lovely camera work being done there by IMUSAT. Big hard note, welcome to everybody watching worldwide. IMUSAT going out live from Killarney International Raceway. Race number 5 for the day, Thermofires Clubman Saloons, led out by multiple South African champion, Stephen Heidenreich. Coming up towards us now, the city of Cape Town and Wingfield Motors Bridge, 10 years in conjunction with Killarney International. Stephen Heidenreich breaking away now from Rasik Harris. Jess Huggett, the legend himself, up into that third position. Not far behind that, Imad Mondak. Diedrichs falling back behind Shane Smith, having put up the fastest lap, the lap just before that. So keep an eye on the different battles. That Class B battle is still Meyer from Kutsia.
Right, so the leaders are heading into turn number 2 now, into Quarry Corner. And it's still Stephen Heidenreich that leads out there. I can tell you that Andre Diedrichs is back out on track again with that 73 BMW as the leaders are working their way into turn number 3, Interceptor Corner. Through Interceptor they go. It is Stephen Heidenreich from Razik Harris. And while all this has happened, Jess Huggett has been promoted up to that 3rd position. Imad Modak is just ahead there of Shane Smith as they work their way through Sorrel Sweep. Out of turn 4, that group goes now, and then we'll have a look just behind them. Coming out of turn number 4, we have got Bruce Meyer, and right in there with him is Daniel Kutsia.
Well, Class F being led out by Modak from Flynn, from Tischendorf, Van der Merwe and Fielding. The Class F battles spread out from top to bottom on our leaderboard. So that's quite an interesting one. I think there's going to be a couple of class changes going down there. Heidenreich comes through. 5 laps to go. Stephen Heidenreich, multiple South African oval track champion. Rasik Harris being closed down by Jesse Huggett. How much closer has Jesse Huggett gotten at this stage of the fight? Jess Huggett has done a 122.7. Rasik Harris a 123.9 on the last lap. Huggett's on the move.
Yeah, Jess Huggett's certainly the man to watch out for here. But going into turn number 5, there's a gaggle of cars coming out of 5, out of Pertamina Fostron. And we'll see if you can pick that one up. Graham van Rooyen leads that lot out there, followed there by Gary Smith. That's van Rooyen, and then it's Smith, and Diedrichs is in the house as well. Diedrichs is in the house. He's busy fighting back. That's what I was looking at. Andre Diedrichs that went off between turn 3 and 4, between Interceptor Corner and Sorrel Sweep, has got that 73 BMW back again, and he is carving his way through the field like a hot knife through butter. He climbs on the gas and he gets past 3 motor cars going into turn number 2 as he sails in there behind Gary Smith, and just ahead of Gary Smith through the kink is that red Golf of Graham van Rooyen.
A well-known car driven there by Diedrichs in the voice of Emil Brunt. A bit of history on that Diedrichs car.
Kevin, that used to be the BMW which was campaigned about last year by Zach Groenewald.
Well, that explains why it's so quick in a straight line and very quick through the corners as well. 4 laps to go. Just 4 laps to go. Here comes Jess Huggett ahead of Rasik Harris. And the two of them find themselves behind the leader, Stephen Heidenreich, with Shane Smith not that far behind. Now, Shane Smith now up into Class A is doing a pretty decent job. Has Rasik Harris run into problems, or has Jess Huggett just beaten up those tyres nice and evenly? I must say, Jesse's looking pretty quick. He could have a bit of new rubber on that motor car.
Well, I'd like to think so. Jess was very, very happy, smiling there in the pit area. Look at Jess just pull away through the kink and heading into turn 3, pulling away there from Razik Harris. And this is bringing Shane Smith into play. Shane Smith is going to be right on the case of Razik Harris as they head up the Tygerberg Straight and into turn 4. The double right-hander, Sorrel Sweep. Out of turn 4 they go, and they're all chasing down that man in the skyline, Birthday Boy, heading towards turn 5, Stephen Heidenreich.
Well, fastest lap still by Andre Diedrichs, the 121.920 with the ex-Zach Groenewald BMW. So, well, that car definitely still got the power. Lovely to see Heidenreich moving from, I was going to say move up, but it's not really move up, move across to main circuit racing and taking like a duck to water. And, well, the birthday boy leads him out pretty neatly. His last lap time as he comes through is a 1:23.628. Jess comes through in a 1:23.2. Jesse Huggett 4/10 quicker than the leader. Can he go and fetch Stephen Heinrich, or is Stephen just playing the waiting game? 2 to go.
Well, another man that I'm watching out for here going into turn number 1 is Craig Rapp. And he's caught up to the combination of Bruce Meyer and Daniel Kutsia as the three of them exit the left-hand at turn 1 and work their way towards turn number 2 to Quarry Corner. And definitely Craig Rapp, who qualified pretty well, but he made 2 disastrous nearly errors out there, and both of them were in turn number 2. And he's now playing catch-up as Daniel Kutsia heading into turn number 3, looks up on the inside there of Meyer, but Meyer holds the line coming out of turn 3, out of Interceptor Corner.
Meyer slightly underpowered in that two-way battle, rolls out of the gas a little bit early going into Sarel van der Merwe Suite and out into the back main. So just 2 more laps to go for our leaders next time that they come through. That is coming through Cape Town Corner right now. Out of the corner comes Stephen Heidenreich. Stephen Heidenreich from literally the first corner that he got the lead. It was all about Stephen Heidenreich. And, well, Rasik Harris is now starting to drop a bit further back because even Shane Smith's on the move. Shane Smith up on the inside. He comes as they come up the front main. Rasik Harris holds him in terms of power underneath the Wingfield Motors and City of Cape Town Bridge. Can Shane Smith now in Class A hold out Rasik Harris? Rasik runs around the outside, gives him a bit of space, tries to do the cutback. Shane stays on that line. That's the battle for 3rd and 4th going up the Joubert Straight. Heidenreich starting to carve his way through the
Meyer's
traffic.
Gone. Sorry, Gary. Bruce Meyer lost it coming into turn number 1, and he will rejoin, but he will rejoin there just ahead of, or maybe not, or just behind Paul Minnick.
Took a bit of time for him to actually get going with that. I think he actually let Paul Minnick come through there to make sure everything is all good. So Heidenreich from Huggett, Smith, Harris, Kutsia, Meyer, Rapp, Modak, Minnick, and rounding out the top 10, Weyland, Ewald Weyland, 4th in class, back on circuit after 2 years. Great to have the red Alpha as he works his way down towards turn number 2. Ewald Weyland, I think he's probably the elderly statesman of this class.
Well, this is the last lap, and the leader's heading towards turn number 5, working his way towards Pertamina Fostron Corner for the last time in race number 1 is the Nissan Skyline of Stephen Heidenreich, as he works his way out of turn number 5, out of Fostron Corner, under the City of Cape Town Bridge, and Stephen Heidenreich brings it home in P1. He almost got missed there by the flag marshal. Jesse Huggett finishes in 2nd. Well done, Jess. 3rd will go to Rasik Harris across the line. And then we will have Daniel Kutsia, and right on his case is that 16 BMW of Craig Rapp.
Yeah, Craig Rapp moving up into 5th place right on the last. So Shane Smith and Bruce Meyer, the 2 that have dropped down. Remember, Bruce Meyer had that off. He comes up behind Paul Minnick, but Paul Minnick will beat him to the line as they come across the line. Minnick just ahead of Meyer. So that was actually the fight for 2nd and 3rd in Class B. That Meyer he needed another half a straight to be able to outpower Paul Minnick and be able to take away 2nd overall in class. Remember, Daniel Kutsia 4th overall, 1st in Class B.
Yeah, and here comes Andre Diedrichs across the line, and he finishes just ahead there of Andrew Honeywell. Honeywell that races the Porsche in classic cars, also racing in Class X today in the BMW. Then behind him we've got Gary Smith, and then the rest of the field just coming through to take the checkered flag. So that was Thermofire's Clubman Saloon Cars race number 1.
Class A, Jesse Huggett from Rasik Harris from Smith. Class X being Heidenreich from Rapp, Diedrichs and Honeywell. Class B was Daniel Kutsia from Minnick, just ahead of a recovering Meyer, and then welcome back Ewald Weyland. The Class C battle was Smith from Van Rooyen, the 68 from the 149. Class D was Manwaring, Gary Manwaring by himself there in a Class D, and Well, I think that's pretty much the main attractions in that one. Flynn, it was Modak in the 47, leading out Class F from Flynn, Tischendorf, Van der Merwe, and then Fielding in the 67. As you said, Frankie, Spitfire Furniture Sports and a GT race number 1 coming up straight after this.
And we've got a couple of international drivers, so we'll have a chat to you shortly, and that will be the final race before the lunch period.
Yeah, on the luncheon period, guys, remember there's live music, lots of entertainment, and eats and drinks at the clubhouse. So please make use of it. I see the inner field area pretty packed. Great to see so many people all around the circuit as well. I must say it was very festive down at the clubhouse earlier on this morning. And they've got a full menu and a bar facility there as well. So make use of that. And after the sports and GT, the Spitfire Furniture Sports and GT event, there's all of 18 entries in that. We will go then to that break, and it'll be the luncheon break with a drifting demonstration. I see on the table for that one. I'm not up to date exactly what they're going to do and where they're going to do it. Hopefully they'll bring that information to us.
I got Jordan, I keep on forgetting his surname, Heben, if I'm right, eh? One of the young gentlemen that loves his motorsport, and I actually met him at, I was doing rallycross, if I'm not mistaken, Jordan? And you came up to the commentary box, and we had a chat there. Enjoying the day so far?
Yeah, it's wonderful. I enjoy every week. I enjoy every weekend that racing's on. It's just a sport that you can get together with people and everyone enjoys because everyone's a motorsport fan.
So young man, I'm trying to become a commentator. He doesn't want. He wants to race clubman's cars. Jordan, by the way, that dream hasn't gone yet, eh? To step in a car and take part in clubman's.
Absolutely not. I mean, it's been a dream since I was just a lighty, but I mean, that's the plan for the rest of my life. No matter what I do in between, it's going to be a race car driver down the line, even if it's just for a hobby or for good fun. But I'll definitely be in a car soon.
Well, that's the voice of a young man that we hope to see out on the track sometime in the not too distant future. You finished school last year, so you're studying, I presume?
Traveling first, going to see where I can get myself internationally.
That's the best. Have a bit of fun, then you study, then you take it from there.
That's always the plan.
Jordan, have a lucky day. You can spend the day up here with us and enjoy the rest of it.
Thank you much, Frankie.
Spitfire Furniture Sports and GT race number 1. All different kinds of vehicles out there, from Ligiers, Porsches, Spillbeams, Nissan 350s, Junos, Mazda Lotus 7s, Opel Birkins, you name it, it's all out there. One that is not there is Captain Peter van der Spey. our Golf Jet pilot / iRacer / party man from Cape Town. Peter, good day to you. Pity we don't see you out there, but I suppose that's not all bad news. There's a lot of good news linked to the non-showing of your vehicle today.
Well, yes, you know, we've got to give the other guys a bit of a go, you know.
Fair.
I didn't want to come out here.
After crushing them in the 9 hour.
Absolutely. We beat them all in the 9 hour. And we're going to focus this year on the endurance series. So we've decided not to do this race because we're busy with some mechanical upgrades on my Juno, and also going to be concentrating on the endurance series, which they've moved unfortunately from Cape Town, from Killarney to Swartkops. So that meant that, you know, if we wanted to go up there and do the curtain raiser at the 9 hour, it would basically take 2 weeks out of our program, and that's, you know, that's just too much.
That's a lot of party time that you lose.
That's a lot of party time.
That's a lot of party time.
So we're just going to keep it here, and but I'm looking with great interest on this race because we've got Patemba in there that's come out of the blue and done a cracking 108.8. I mean, I'm flabbergasted at that time, actually.
All time ever around here, 106.4, I think, which was Stewie White.
Stewie White, yeah.
And then somebody showed me this morning there was somebody within 0.3 of a second of that as well. Can't remember who it was, but I mean, that is the all-time ever since the track has been in this format. So Mikhail, should I say, Patemba on a 108.8. That's just before takeoff speed. You'd understand that terminology.
I know, yeah. That's rotate.
Quick.
That's rotate V1 speed there.
You turn it upside down, it'll take off.
Yeah, exactly.
Literally.
Exactly.
Yeah, they come towards the line now as the pace car moves off the circuit. Mikhail Patemba, David Jabé, Francois Carruthers, Sandro Bakari in there as well. Let's see how they come off the line. Peter, take us down to turn number 1.
Steve again, and David Jabé is in there with looks like Steve Humble on the inside, and Sandro just behind him, which I think is going to be the front runners. Watch those front runners. It's going to be between the tin tops and Darby and a bunch of these Le Mans cars, these flat Junos and Ligiers, and Patemba is just flying off again, and I think the only way you're going to catch him is if he makes a mistake, and let's just see how it goes.
Yeah, no, look, there's no doubt that car driver combination is just next level. Mikhail Patemba in the Ligier JS53 Evo 2 as opposed to David Jabé in the Porsche 911. David Jabé looks like he's got a new lease in life in terms of iRacing and also out here on circuit. He's just smiling again and living it and loving it.
You know, David, you know, in the last year he's been jumping around between Ferraris and all sorts of Lotuses and incredibly fast cars, but he is now back into a Porsche. He was always one of the best drivers in a Porsche, and he's certainly giving the guys a go, and it's so nice to have him back. It really is.
Well, here comes Mikhail Patemba as he comes across the line. 1 minute 12 from a rolling start to 1 minute 12.553 at 17.4 for David Jabé. Francis Carruthers, the second car coming through there in Class A. So David Jabé leading out Class A from Francis Carruthers. Sandro Bakari leading out Class B. Pretty much as we expected, Sandro Bakari going to be pretty quick this year. He's also taken over, Peter, the reins for Sports and GT West Province Sports and GT Masters on iRacing in the place of Dr. Mike Verrier, and he's actually running that whole series right now. Running slow, coming out of turn 2. One of the cars.
It looks like Sandro.
Oh dear, that's not good. It went so well up until that point, so it looks like Sandro has pulled it off onto the rallycross circuit, and that's the last that we're going to see of that one. Mikhail Patemba is up, dusted and disappeared. He's taken the better part of a full length of the back main as he goes through Pertamina Fast Run, Cape Town corner. Goes through the corner, comes out into the front main. He's going to go through underneath the Wingfield Motors City of Cape Town Bridge. Let's see what he does. It was a 1:12.551. He wraps that one down. Oh, well, it looks like it didn't actually. Oh, 109.171. But here comes the second place battle. Look at this. David Jabé holding on to that position from Francis Carruthers. Nothing much between the two of them as they come through. And I think that Class A battle is long gone from finished.
Now there comes David in again. I think that is that Steve Humble on that's training behind David. Francis Carruthers.
Yeah, that's Francis Carruthers in there behind Davy Joubert. And then in behind that is Kenneth Pearson. He's the first of the Class C class. Then we've got Clinton Thorne, the next man that's coming through. And he just got past Yanni Hatsi. So Yanni Hatsi dropping one position, but still second in Class C ahead of Divan Lismore. That's that iconic Nissan 350Z that's out on circuit. What a pity we lost out there on Sandro Bakari. And bit of background on Sandro Bakari, been involved with motorsport for so many years.
You know, he has, and he's always been a Juno guy as well, you know, like myself now at the moment, and but he's been driving a hell of a lot longer than I have, and of course he's been so long in the game of iRacing that, you know, I think I was barely around, still in nappies when he was still then doing iRacing, and he's so good and he's so consistent, and he really does. No, the rules. There we go again. They may swap places again.
Well, Davy Joubert is really putting a lot of pressure on there, no doubt about it. Davy Joubert and Francis Carruthers, nothing much between them.
Yeah, that's going to be a good race. But I think at the end of the day, you know, that Francis should get away. But that Porsche is so quick down the straights, and Davy is such a little fox at the end of the day, and he just sits patiently and waits for Francis to make a mistake. And look, both cars are equally quick around the track at the moment. I think Davy's slightly quick. I think they're doing roughly the same times. But for me, the Patambo is just where that comes from. That's incredible color.
But I think that car is also inherently next level as well. Looking at the Class C battle, Yanni Hatsi from Divan Lismore, Nissan 200SX from the iconic Nissan 350Z. Yanni Hatsi, another man, started off, the first time I got to know about him was with a hill climb with Kosi Swanepoel. And Yanni Hatsi just cleaned up with the Nissan at that point. Wasn't that much longer, and we saw him out on the circuit, and he did 1 or 2 races, and all of a sudden he was there full time. And I think Yanni Hatsi is now dialed in more into main circuit racing and doing a brilliant job out there. So he works his way down the back main, down towards turn number 5.
Yeah, Yanni Hatsi is really, it's so nice of him to come and join us. And Divan Lismore has been doing incredibly well with that Nissan. That car really goes, you know, for what it is. It's incredibly quick, and I'm not.
Well, Yanni Hatsi, when he came past us now, it almost sounded like he missed the gear, but when he got the hammer down, you could see it was all hooked up and going. So let's have a look at the different classes. Patambo in a class of his own, not only on paper, but also in terms of pure pace out there. And I think that the Class A Joubert from Carruthers and Thorne, nothing much between the three of them, although Thorne has dropped a little bit off at this stage of the fight. I don't think that it's going to get any closer than I think they're actually going to open up. Yanni Hatsi finds himself 6th overall, leading Class C, but a lovely Class C battle. Yanni Hatsi and Nissan 200SX, then the McLaren MB5 in there behind that of Kenneth Pearson, also Class C. Divan Lismore, also Class C in the Nissan 350Z, and then the VW Hardini of Gavin Gorman. Now, Gavin Gorman, another man that's been around in this class forever.
Yeah, he has, and looks like who was that slid out there? Was that Francis Carruthers?
I think it's Francis Carruthers that had a bit of a moment coming out of turn number 2. Yeah, here comes the first of the Nissans in there behind Carruthers, and well,
it's Davy.
It looks like it. Yes, that's the 911 Porsche of Davy Joubert. It's great to see somebody like Davy Joubert that at his age still so passionate and into it. And I think he's one of those people that's giving a lot back to motorsport now in the latter years.
You know, Davy Joubert is an incredible race driver. I mean, he's got the perfect physical shape for that too. He's like a half pint.
A bit more than 2 six-packs on top of one another.
Yeah, and my six-pack's still in the cooler box there.
I just invested in a bigger cooler box so you can't see the six-packs. 4 more laps to go as they work their way around Mikhail Patambo, the class act of the day, but that's not where it all starts and ends. The iconic sounds of Davy Joubert's Porsche 911 comes through underneath us. Down into turn number 1 he goes, and well, the 2 Nissans are nose to tail once again.
I think again that's Davy with the Nissan has just gone past the Nissan there, and but he's slowly catching up now to Francis. You know, front, that little slide at front.
Ran it very, very wide. Did David Joubert in the apex of a turn number 2. Yes, I think he is pushing to try and make up the gap. Realizes there's only 4 to go. Got to push it pretty hard. Mikhail Pitamba, 109.1 fastest lap around the circuit. He's just busy having fun out there, doing what he does best and making it happen. The Class D, the 23 car leading out, that's Eric Salomon, a man that's been around for decades in this form of motorsport, from Ray Farnham and Connor Kilbride is the next one in the Class D from Simeon Penev. So, and there's also Henny Bosman that's in there in Class D as well. So a fair amount of Nissans making their moves around the circuit today. Nice to see them breaking in here. A couple of the big hitters that did not make it out today, but it is the first meeting of the year for 2023 being brought to you by Wingfield Motors in conjunction with the City of Cape Town and helping out to bring Killarney International to the levels that they are. Jan Kling, Steve Humble, Sandra Bakari and Paul Beachyhead not in it anymore. Pretty that Steve Humble in the Opel Mallock Mark 114B is not out there, because he would be right up top, not with Mikhail Pitamba, but very much in there with Joubert, Carruthers and Thorne.
You know, I want to say something about Henny Bosman. He's been the most incredibly consistent guy, and as you know, last year he won the championship in Class D. Also the most consistent driver, and he's out there and he's there every race. He's just had both his knees replaced 6 weeks ago, so it's his first time back in the car.
Maybe his right foot feels heavy.
I tell you, you know, what a tough guy. I mean, it's just one of those, like, the highest karate guy in the country. He's an 8th or 9th Dan. He's got the biggest karate school in Africa. He's got just on 1,000 students.
Wow.
And he's there every single day, and he's in it. He's in that swimming pool every day. He's on the karate floor every day. I mean, he's one of the strongest, biggest, meanest men. And yeah, he's racing this beautiful little Lotus, and he's so consistent enough to actually won the championship for last year.
So even though that's his professional career, he's still got his ducks in a row and make sure he makes it here on a Saturday.
Yeah, I love it.
Hell yeah. 2 to go for Mikhail Pitamba, leading out the Class S, the only Class S car out there. Class A is going to be a brilliant one through the course of this season. Humble, Joubert, Carruthers and Thorne are the main guys that's going to be out there in that Class A battle. Yanni Hatsi leading out with that Class C from Person, Lismore, Gorman and Trollope. And then we see a Salomon that's leading out the Class D battle from Ray Farnham, another man that's synonymous with, I mean, he's here every single meeting. He never misses out on anything. Quietly just moves around between everybody, smiles and waves, and concentrates on his racing. He talks with a steering wheel and an accelerator.
Absolutely, another Mr. Consistent. Is here every day, every race meeting. And you can always count on him to be in the race.
Mikhail Pitamba on the very last lap, going up towards turn number 2 is Mikhail Pitamba. And that Ligier JS53 Evo 2 has not missed a beat, not missed a gear whatsoever. He's got a rather large gap between himself and second place out there. Joubert is quite fine at this stage of the fight with the Porsche 911. Francis Carruthers, why did I not see Francis Carruthers on the last lap? He's dropped a long way back. Where's Francis Carruthers? That's strange. He did 1 minute 19 as opposed to the 1 minute 13. 7 seconds slower. There he comes through now. 7 seconds slower on the last lap. So definitely starting to encounter some problems there. Clinton Thorne will be coming through in the not too distant future to complete his lap. Yanni Hatsi, I think, will be pretty chuffed with how this one has gone, having taken 6 seconds out of Lismore. That's a pretty decent gap, and here comes our man across the line. Mikhail Pitamba has taken the win. Second through is Steve Humble, and we wait for David Joubert to come through. Here he comes now. Here comes David Joubert. That's first and second in Class A. Steve Humble from David Joubert. They come across the line. Francis Carruthers still on his way down the back main, so it's all gone totally pear-shaped for Francis Carruthers towards the end of this one. See, Clinton Thorne, Yanni Hatsi, Divan Lismore and Gavin Gorman have completed their races. They were 1 lap down. They're doing around about the 1 minute 20s as opposed to the 1 minute 12s of the frequent flyers further back in the pack. Here they come up towards the line now. A couple of those open wheelers, and Henny Trollope, Eric Salomon, Ray Farnham comes through. Francis Carruthers comes through eventually in Class A. Third in Class A overall. So Class A, Steve Humble from Derby de Beer, Francis Carruthers, and then Clinton Thorne. The leading Class B car, the only Class B, Sandra Bakari, standing next to the car, looking at it with not a big smile on his face. He fails to see the funny side of that one. The Class C battle was eventually Yanni Hatsi all the way to the line from Divan Lismore, Gavin Gorman, Henny Trollope, and then Class D, Eric Salomon, the old hand, coming through ahead of Ray Farnham, Connor Kilbride from Henny Bosman, and then Simeon Ponev coming through behind that. So, well, the man that didn't make it through to the end, Kenneth Pearson, Paul Beach ahead, Sander Bakari, and Jan King in the Ford GT40 not making it out on circuit. Peter, closing word from your side. Great to see you up here. Spitfire Furniture's Sports and GT race number 1. Closing word from you.
I am very impressed to see the number of cars on the grid today, and I'm really got a lot of hope for this series for this year, and I'm really very chuffed with Davy Hubert's the only Porsche on the circuit this time, and that he was waiting patiently for Francis Carruthers to make a mistake, and that seemed to have happened on the last lap. I love the series. It's a growing series, and I look forward to the iRacing series this year as well, with a lot of the same guys that are in this series are in the iRacing series. So it's good luck to everybody.
Revolutionary guy let out the streets, locked in a cage, I'ma let out the
No, but yeah.
So from the factory, this car should do between 400 to 500 kilometers on a tank, but not today. These guys are using 80 liters of fuel for today, and that only gets them about 30 to 40 laps. So this isn't even that crazy of a setup. It's a fairly standard setup that Divan and the guys are using here, but fuel costs money, and fuel fuels these incredible race cars.
So I'm in the garage of one of the Maserati. A gearbox. Well, folks, we are in the lunch period right now. For those of you that wasn't sure what was happening, and you've got a couple of drifting cars going around the circuit. Christopher Long is in one of those two cars, and it is the lunch period right now. And then directly after lunch, we will commence with the second half of the program.
Between four.
And we are back with the lunchtime show, and what an action-packed day it's been so far. We've seen a couple of overtakes, we've seen a couple of not so good overtakes, a few close calls as well. But overall, Dexter, I know you just came from the Clubman's race now. I was busy working in the other side of the pits there. What was it? I tried to get a glimpse of what it was looking like.
Honestly, everybody was, I think, gingerly, just their approach was a lot more cautious than usual.
Wow.
They weren't really throwing the kitchen sink at it. Just, I think race 2, things are going to be a little bit different. Everybody made it through turn 1 okay. There only a couple of oopsies, but nothing major. Everybody's obviously just looking after their vehicles, and they just put a lot of effort into it. I suppose testing is going good. Called this one a test one. Yeah. And I think race 2 probably going to be a little bit more hectic.
Yeah. Fantastic to see the sports and GT cars out there as well.
What a show.
Mikhail Patamba putting down those times, consistently running 108, 109s.
That Ligier is,
just wonderful.
It is something else.
And
Absolutely
then, of course, we saw a fantastic move by the Nian de Toy racemaker, as they say, got back second position there.
That was a bold overtake.
Bold overtake. Donadeo, get it right. So it's not Donadio, it's Donadeo.
The guy in the Ford.
The guy in the Ford. And that fantastic Ford Escort also with some very, very tight racing. But let's not forget the midfield in all these categories. You know, the unsung heroes of motorsport. There were some very close calls. We saw Ulroli in the Morris having a bit of a tussle there earlier on. So the guys were exchanging some paint in some of the cars. But overall, I think based on the comments in the live stream, I think people were enjoying the racing
today.
People were
definitely enjoying the race. I mean, we're about to bring in a couple of guys now. Wayne Arends, I can see him in the wings. Wayne, if you don't mind just joining us quickly.
Brad Bodsworth in the background here, but let's get to Wayne. We got John van Wyk standing by, Jean standing by from E36 Cup as well. So Wayne, let's start with you. The bikes today, how's it been going so far? How's the sentiment in the bike paddock?
Man, I think today's bike racing, from what I've seen in race 1 for both races, it's been excellent racing. We've got some new guys that moved up from the 650 class. From the 650 class, they now jumped on the 600s, and they did some really, really impressive times. Really good times for the first time out in the 600 in a race. So really, really happy with that. I think the silver race as well, the bike class, there were some awesome guys in the race. Really good guys, with 2 guys with some really, really good, fast, expensive BMW.
Absolutely. And tell me the new sponsorship on board, Triumph. What is it going to do for your series for the rest of the year?
Yeah, let's see. Maybe I should move out the way there as well. Apologies about that, folks. Please continue.
Okay, yeah, so we've got Triumph back on board this year, and they're sponsoring a superbike across. So hopefully that's going to do wonders for their brand. They'll sell some Triumphs. For us, of course, it helps to subsidize the racing entry fees. To make racing cheaper.
That's so important to help the riders and the drivers, subsidize them, because they are the stars of the show, lest we forget.
That's what we say. I mean, you guys are the stars of the show.
Yeah, we've had a system for many years. We used to see the sponsorship money to try and subsidize the racing fees. Try and make it cheaper for the man in the street to say, bring your bike, across the field.
Yes.
We're reducing the entry fee by using sponsor money to cover the difference. And that way we try and have two bids.
And then you've got the Clubman's class as well, where you can literally run what you bring.
This is exactly what I want to talk about. I want to skin, and nobody's listening. Nobody's listening. Sharif Reynolds, first time back after, don't know how many years. Not bad. not bad.
He's a nice to get in 996.
Yes.
It's freshly resprayed. Actually, Austin
Reynolds.
Maybe Auto Body Works.
Same as his surname, but could be the same company.
So no, he did really well in his first race back. He's raced with us in the early 2000s, mid 2000s. On the 600 even I raced together. And I'm glad to see he's back after his long sabbatical. He did drag racing on bikes for 2 years.
Yes.
So he's back in the main circuit now, and he can in the classic class. So all good.
And we really hope to bring some more of the drag racing guys across the scene and make that Clubman's as full as possible.
That's it. There's always room for everyone here at Killarney. They must come and speak to us. We'll put them in a class, we'll give them a bike number, and they must come and race and join us.
Wayne, race 2 coming up. How does the track feel before you go?
Yeah, the track feels okay. I had a really good race 1, to be honest. I'm really hoping the wind doesn't pick up too strongly because, the wind affects the bikes, but it's a relatively good day today.
It's not bad.
So it's not bad. I shouldn't complain. I shouldn't, curse the
You guys
the
have
wind.
your own problems, right? The bikers got their own problems.
They got a whole set. Apparently, if there's any changes to the circuit as well, then they feel it. The guys with the wide tires don't notice it.
If it rains, it's too bad for them. If it's too windy, it's too bad for them.
They must get their own day, actually, I think.
No, we're hoping to have a good one. I'm hoping to take off, or should I say, to continue the dice that I had in race one with the two guys I was dicing with. They're both on BMWs, and believe it or not, both their names are Sean.
Okay.
So I was dicing with Sean.
Sean Claus.
Yeah, Sean and Sean. So I'm hoping to continue where I left off, and if I can finish ahead of them, that will really, really, really make my day today.
Awesome. Great stuff, Wayne. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much,
Thanks
Wayne.
for having me.
Before we continue with bikes, thank you very much. Before we continue with bikes, as you said, there's lots of Seans, but in E36 Cup, there's lots of Jeans.
There's a lot of,
but there's only one important Jean that we want to talk to. Brad will be with you in a moment. And Jean, please tell us a bit more about yourself and tell us a bit more about this. There's some BMW E36 Cup thing that the guys are riding around. And I've never heard of it.
Yes, we race E36 Cup with Rallycross. I'm the guy running E36 Cup. We're having a great roll out there. Every time it gets better and better, and we're gonna have a great year.
Where do we actually see you guys race besides Rallycross?
We will do events like sprint for all and stuff like that.
You guys did the
We'll
motor
discuss
show
it.
last year. We were with you guys at the motor show last year.
Yeah.
I had a fantastic time, and I even got this little commemorative picture that the E36 Cup guys printed for us. I mean, it's in the mantelpiece over there. So thank you for that.
Yes, we had a great motor show. It's always great to be part of the motor show.
But the thing about the E36 Cup guys and what we've done with the Rallycross and how you guys came to us in the Rallycross, so as you can see, it was a sound fast. I like the fact that you guys are trying to build the sport and build the togetherness in motorsport.
Yes.
Yeah, we want to involve everyone in Rallycross, not just us. Involve everyone and have a joy and enjoy one another and the racing.
Okay, so let's say I got an E36, because I do have an E36, and I want to join the E36 Cup. Where do I find you and what do I need to do? What must my car look like?
You can find us. We've got a Facebook page, E36 Cup, or you can get in contact with myself. We've got rules in our club, so it's a standard car with a roll gauge and standard suspension with VW springs in the front. It's basic stuff.
Yeah, I love the slogan, sideways is life.
Yeah.
Is that what it's about? You guys
Yes,
are always
that's about.
putting it sideways?
Yeah, for sure. That is.
Well, Jean, we appreciate your time. We appreciate what you guys have done for the sport. Check them out on the 18th of February at Killarney Raceway. The racing starts at 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
That is the E36 Cup. Guys, we'll be there as well.
We're going to be there.
Doing Rallycross, so join us on the 18th, Jean. Thanks for stopping by.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
There we go, Jean van Beek. Now, someone that needs no introduction on this stream, but we're going to have to blur out his face with this one.
The glasses.
Yeah, we're going to have to blur this out here, I think. Brad, my man, welcome back to the show.
Thank you very much.
Welcome
How's it
back.
been?
Very good, very
Miss
good.
me? No?
Son, only on weekends. But now, tell us about your experience today. Have you been driving today? And if not, or if so, give us we need the inside scoop. We need the gossip, man. What's happening in the bike paddock?
You know what? I think that for a change, there's always a format in the show. I think we need to change the format up. All right? Are you cool with that?
You're going to interview us now?
Yes.
Okay, go.
Yes. All right.
Here we
So
go.
you're into motorcar racing. Everybody knows this man, but do they really know this man? So tell us, is it more gymkhana, quarter mile, main circuit track, drifting? What appeals to you more than anything else in racing?
The thing about me is that I like everything, and I've started with the development program in 2005, which I was competing in, and then I got some sponsorship for main circuit. I did GTI Challenge, single seater, then I did drifting, and now I'm doing rallycross. I've been invited to do bikes, but I'm too scared to do that. But I do like four wheels, and I kind of like the pursuit of finding pace and time. You know, it's not necessarily about going as fast as possible. It's about trying to be as quick as possible in the car that I'm in.
Inches, yeah.
You know, and Dexter and I now do the rallycross together. He's running away from me at the rallycross at the moment. So I'm building an E36 car for rallycross this year and hoping to be competitive then.
So how many years have you been racing and riding and being involved and how long has this been a career for yourself and Dexter?
Myself started in 2005 and took a bit of a break, but from 2005 to 2010 I was sponsored race car driver for those 5 years, and ever since then, I've been involved in other forms of media and motorsport. Now I talk about cars, drive them, review them, make videos, and talk to guys like you with these glasses.
So now tell me, that's you 2005, but he's beating you. How long have you been in the sport?
No, actually, he's older than me, so he's riding a little bit older than me. I think I joined main circuit about 2013, around about there with Clubman's, got involved with that. Obviously, everybody starts on the drag scene, so we kind of come from the drag scene. That's kind of where you grow up on the streets.
Yeah.
Move from there into main circuit, and then from there, I'm here and back in rallying now, and I love rallycross so much. For me,
I sat passenger with him in a rally car. I was his navigator for a while. So yeah, it's a bit
believe it or
scary.
not, my first form of official motorsport was actually on a stage rally, and I had no experience with nothing. I don't know what I was doing. He said he was passenger. So it was kind of crazy. But for me, I'm just a car guy. I love cars. I don't like a specific brand. I don't like a specific genre of car. Anything that moves, wheels, a bike. I used to bike before as well. That's kind of what gets me going. So love it being around here. And this is really what Killarney Motorsport is all about. Getting back into it. Just being amongst this, being amongst folks that love cars, being amongst folks that love bikes.
Yeah.
Seeing all of these things happening, and then being behind the scenes, it's actually really amazing.
So I know you said that you don't have a specific car or a genre or anything that you're really into, but I'm going to ask you guys a question. That one cold car that you can have in your garage that when you whip it up, your heart just melts. What is it for you guys?
Sure. I think I'm going to go first. I'm going to go BMW E36 M3.
Wait,
Sure.
two-door, four-door?
Two-door.
Wait, I'm impressed.
I know it's slower, but I mean, I don't really care about the speed, right?
It's that old school. When that car came out, it was
just that smell of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So good.
Yeah. The car that I still want, and it's a car that I've owned before, and I want another one. 200 SX. It's got to be 200 SX.
I was waiting for somebody to come up with a Nissan, a Godzilla. I was waiting for Japan to be put into the picture.
140Y.
Yeah. Look, I drove an R34 GTR, and that changed my life. So there are certain cars out there that I would want in the garage, but as a driving experience, my 200 SX was still my favorite car.
Okay, well, it's been awesome having you guys on the show. Thank you very much. You guys can now move off. We've got a new rider. He actually took a turn in front.
But whoa, don't leave. Now that you've interviewed us, and thanks for that, by the way. That was pretty cool.
Everyone talks, we see you guys interviewing us, and everyone gets to know who we are, but who are the main guys actually involved in the show? Let's have something from them for a change.
Now, we appreciate that. And that was unscripted. This guy just sprung this on us.
Everyone knew I was going to do it except you guys.
This one all standing around here. We've got White Knuckle Adventures over there. We can get him closer as well. Our producer, we can grab him.
Yeah.
But Brad, how's today going? You look like you're having a good time today, brother.
Listen, I was very worried. On Wednesday was the first time I came down and put the bike on the track since racing last season. I actually blew up my race bike in the last race of the season. Not fixed yet, so I'm back to my old school, old faithful Ducati 1098.
Okay.
Definitely
Beautiful.
not known as being the fastest bike under the sun. But anyway.
But it's going to win some beauty pageants though.
Yeah, you know, everyone likes the sound and the name of it. Italiano, we do it better. For me, it's not good. But
Valentino Rossi.
So I came down on Wednesday, and my race pace from last year was a 116, 115. Came down and I put it in a 122, and I thought to myself, I'm in trouble.
Yeah.
And then on Friday, free practice yesterday, I was like, managed to get it to a 120. I said, I'm in trouble.
Yeah.
And then today, qualifiers, 116.4, race pace, 116.1. So I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
I think I was just like, well, if I come last, I come last. What I've realized in
I think
racing...
it's the glasses. It must be the glasses.
What I've realized in racing is if you come down, you put the pressure on yourself to do better, you actually go backwards. If you just go, well, you know what, let me go have some fun, and if I come last or first, whatever, I don't care, then you actually just blitz it.
Yeah.
So I've learned the
exactly
secret
what
for
happened.
myself. Obviously, everyone's different, but yeah, that works for me.
But I do find though, like with a bike, it must be difficult to find that pace. Even if you've got that pace from before, it's easy to be 2-3 seconds off the pace if you're doing one or two small things wrong. Could it be because also if you're not relaxed in your body then?
So for myself in last season, I spent the whole season and I was frustrated for 4 months, a 117, and I couldn't beat a 117 time for 4 months. And I was analyzing data and I was changing stuff on I was doing everything. Like I went overboard. And eventually I just said, you know what, let me just sit back. Somebody came past me. Let me just go have some fun. Somebody came past me and I just followed this person. And they towed me into a 116, then they towed me into a 115.
Wow.
And everyone said that when you battle, you'll battle for months, and then suddenly you'll find 2 seconds.
Yeah. Sure.
And I said, no, never, because how can I find 2 seconds if I can't even find 0.2 seconds?
Yeah.
And it just happened. I went 116, 115.
Well, that's how it goes though. You plateau for a while and then you level up. Dexter, you want to add something?
Absolutely. And obviously you're finding that second. It's all about enjoying the sport. This is what motorsport is really all about. Enjoying this. Never come here, like we always say, never come here to work on your bike.
Yeah.
Everybody's done the history before. They know what to do. Go out there, have fun, and with having fun, you're going to better your own time. You're going to have a much better time. You're going to go home and not have a headache.
Yeah, and you're going to go home and you're going to be relaxed about it. You're going to feel good instead of going home. feeling shit about it, and then you're going to get yourself all worked up, upset, and the next time you go out, you worked up. I need to do this. Just go out and have fun, bro.
Yeah,
well,
absolutely.
Ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only Brad Bodsworth joins us over here in the lunchtime show. Brad, it's always a pleasure to have you. Thanks for making this as entertaining as it has been. We'll see you at the next one.
Thank you so much.
Next, I look forward to the next race. So you're here for the next one, I would imagine.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, we'll save you a seat, brother. Cheers. There you go, Brad Bodsworth in the house. And next up, how's it, big dog? You good?
Hey, man, how's it going? Lekker.
Please grab a seat. I don't think we've met before. Please introduce yourself.
So my name is JP. I recently started racing and Somerset West based. Literally started off last year, June.
Nice.
And had a massive accident on T2, got out and
When was this?
This was June for the first, I think it was the mid Power Series.
Yeah. Okay.
Power Series 6. And then, had a huge accident. Bike was written off, new frame, new everything, and then came back for the last Power Series
To
race.
ride off a bike, it must be a massive...
My guy, I got a fright, I'm not going to lie.
Hey?
Yeah. It was quite scary. But it was, it's a learning curve, like, you go through it and you have to do it. And came back for the last Power Series, had loads of fun, got bitten by the bug proper, and fell in love with the camaraderie, the gears, the people.
Big time, lots of that here.
It's phenomenal, and genuinely the biggest thing for me is the atmosphere. Everyone here is here to help you. It's not animosity, it's just really great. I mean, came into this race now, came in hot, bike, was operating, got everything ready. And on lap 6...
Don't say it, JP.
Yeah, I fell off again.
But you didn't ride the bike, everything is okay?
No, all cool, all cool.
Okay, good.
Thanks to Kewan and Missile Motorcycles, I've got my rear set sorted out and all of that's on. So race 2 should be good and interesting.
So the recovery from the incident, I'd love to talk about that. How do you get your mental state right? Because it happened so early in your career, is it a good thing that it's gotten over with now? What is that mental process like now?
You know what, it's actually a very good question. I mean, before I came to today, I was very nervous. My head was freaking out completely, but more so than the last Power Series that I did. I mean, I would have thought that the last Power Series that I did, that's where I would have freaked out and not been able to do it. And actually, I think it's because I didn't know what to expect, and I just went it and I enjoyed it. And then I would say Wednesday when I came to practice, we were busy sorting everything out, and Brad and I were sorting through all the fixes and the things that we needed to do and just fine-tuning. And my head was really struggling. I mean, after that accident, I kept replaying things, and turn 2 kept freaking me out, and turn 1 kept freaking me out. And that first sector became my slowest sector because that's where it was a bit iffy for me. And I have to take my hat off to Rob Craig because he came past and he actually spoke to me and helped me through it. And he said, you know what, the biggest thing is just have fun. Yeah. At the end of the day, you're not racing anyone, you're doing it for yourself, you're having fun, and that mind switch is what it's about. And when that happened, I was fine. Full gas, that's it.
And getting back onto the bike immediately, did it help, or did it help taking a break and sort of figuring it out first? What do you reckon?
Look, if it was up to me, I would have gotten back on as soon as I could have. But the whole racing team and Brad and everyone told me, just listen, calm yourself, stay away, don't touch the thing. And I literally had to get medically cleared. They had to clear me. It was a whole thing, and then I got back on. So it definitely helped taking a break. But genuinely, what I will say is if you have an accident and you do that thing, get back on.
Yeah,
do it. Don't stop.
Well, it's so nice to have a support system like you clearly have over here. Rob Craig, the guys, you got Brad over here, the team. Well done, JP, for literally getting back on the horse. We look forward to seeing you out there in race 2. Good luck for the rest of the season as well, my friend.
Thank you, boss. Thank you for doing an awesome job.
Thank you so much.
Cheers. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Big round of applause here from the crowd.
All right,
JP.
So we got actually one of our international drivers.
International.
Kenneth Parsons. He's about to join us. Ken, it's so nice to have you here. He's the driver of the beautiful sounding McLaren.
Oh, wow.
It is so good. Kenneth, welcome to Cape Town.
Thank you.
This is not your first time here, obviously. You've been here many, many times.
I've been here many times now, yeah.
So you a resident Cape Townian, call it that.
Yeah.
What is it like? How did you enjoy racing with the boys from Cape Town?
Yeah, it's fantastic here, and we're drinking lots of beers and wines, and
I noticed
we do racing at the daytime. And
So this isn't the main show. The main show is tonight.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. In Sweden, this is what they do. So I've noticed that you race with both the fine cars as well as the Sports and GT.
Yeah.
I mean, that car, it can take the punishment of 2 races. I mean, what makes that car tick?
Yeah, we race because we're going back with a car, so we do the last we can. We push it out so much we can.
And you guys just came from a SWAT Corps race
not
too long ago.
Yes, last weekend,
Last weekend, and now you're racing double headers, so basically 4 races in one day. That engine must be something special.
Yeah, it's a Ford engine.
The secret's out. Where my phone pads at? Where my phone pads? Yeah, from your perspective, what is the main difference between racing in Europe and racing in Cape Town and South Africa?
Maybe there are a little bit more rules in Europe.
Really?
Yeah, we have the tire regulations and a little bit, brakes.
Because I understand some of the cars have to run actually cross-ply tires and not radials. You guys are running radials here, I understand.
Radials here,
Okay, so the rules are definitely...
On the ET40s, we run solid discs with 2-pot calipers. So, So,
when you were out there earlier on, you fell back on one of those races. Were you cooling the brakes? Were you playing with the guys? What was going on?
I have on the McLaren, I have treaded tires. Because I supposed to drive in the TT race up in Johannesburg, but they said I was too fast.
That's a good problem. That's a good problem. It's a good problem to have.
Yeah.
So you're running cross-ply tires, so you obviously got to cool the tires down. I'm assuming they overheat.
It's overheat a little bit. So.
And what kind of power does the car make in terms of horsepower?
It's around 620 horsepower.
It sounds amazing.
Yeah.
It sounds absolutely amazing.
The weight is around 800.
And I believe that you also play a role in building the GT40s and help get those cars ready. What's in them? Are these pretty much Windsor motors, the 350s?
Excuse me?
Are there Windsor engines in the GT40s? What engines are in there?
It's a similar engine, but the McLaren is a stroke to 392 cubic inches.
Wow.
Well, I had a closer look at all of those cars. They are so well put together and so interesting to see, to have 2 GT40s here, a McLaren, and then of course that Lotus Elan as well. Thank you so much for coming to visit Cape Town. Thank you so much, and I hope that we've been gracious hosts.
Always a pleasure to be here.
Awesome. We look forward to seeing you guys back again.
Kenneth.
Thank you for a lovely day.
Anytime. That's our man from Sweden, Kenneth Parsons. What a sounding car, eh? What a sounding car. Round of applause for him there.
I think we're starting a theme now. After every interview, we need to give them a round of applause.
Like a podium.
Yeah, here we go. Here we go. We got Mr. Anderson over here, number 42, first race, done and dusted under the belt.
That's a good feeling.
That's a good feeling. I remember that feeling. Dylan's going to remind us about that feel-good feeling. Dylan, what was the first race like? And now that it's done, where you at?
The nerves definitely had settled. We had a great race, great start from 13th to 5th. Quite impressive for my first time. Very chuffed with myself.
Yeah.
And excited. Motor-wise, we're getting the bike race ready and perfect. And was definitely experienced the first time in the field with all these bikes.
I can imagine.
Turn 1.
Was
definitely a different feeling in your gut.
Yes. But when you got to turn 1, you knew it was left, right?
Well, you never know, right?
Was there any close calls in the race that you can recall?
Yes, there was one close call. We're struggling a bit with the front end of the bike, so it's folding a bit. But I think it's just rider error, and I need to focus on it and trying to better the lap times.
One thing that we always speak about, myself and Ernest, is the enthusiasm of the youth, and you are so enthusiastic about what you're doing. Second race coming up. Are you going to push a little bit more? Are you okay with where you're at the moment?
Yeah, I'm definitely going to push a bit more. I'm one step back on the grid. So where I started second on the grid, I think I'm starting in like 4th or 5th because my second lap time wasn't that good. So it's not an issue. This just means faster lap time.
Oh, he's going to overtake more people. I like what you said earlier on about it being rider error. It's so important at the start of your journey and even all the way through to analyze where you can improve. So that's a fantastic attitude to have from a young rider. I look forward to seeing what you're doing. It's only race 1. It's only race 2 and already doing the deed. Yeah. We've got Mr. Anderson over here, 42. Watch out for that number, folks. You'll be seeing more of him. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, Dylan. Say one thing extra?
Please do.
I'm just so grateful for the people that support me through the journey. I don't have enough words to say thank you to all. And then one special lady, my girlfriend, Lali van Berg, my biggest supporter at home in Potchefstroom watching.
There she is right there.
Cool.
Mr. Anderson, Dylan Anderson, thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you back on the grid. Ladies and man. Nice one.
Thanks, Dil.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. That was Dylan Anderson. And to the lovely lady supporting him all the way in Potchefstroom, your man's doing a fantastic job. here in Cape Town.
Jam-packed, eh? Jam-packed.
Jam-packed stuff.
Wow.
And it's now past. I think we're going for the next 15 minutes or so. Now, see, White Knuckle Adventures was here somewhere. I was hoping to get a chat to him, GTI Challenge driver. And speaking of GTI Challenge...
Let's talk a little bit about the GTI Challenge. I mean, there was a couple of guys not in there. Faisal, of course, unfortunately had a mishap on the dyno. Out of qualifying.
Qualified first, eh?
Qualified first, went to the dyno. Unfortunately, the car took a bit of damage on the dyno, broke the gearbox, and he was a top contender for Class C. I mean,
yes.
you know that.
So now it doesn't look like, are they doing race 2 or what is he going to be doing now?
I don't think he's going to be doing race 2. He's calling it a day.
Because of the reverse grid. When you told me about that reverse grid earlier on, I was a bit skeptical. I thought you might have had the tiger by the tail, but in fact they are doing that, and it's the first time, as far as I know, in challenge history that that's happened.
So they're not reversing Class C to Class A. They're just reversing each class.
Yes, of course.
And I think that plays a very, very good role as turn 1.
Oh, chaos.
Lap 1.
Pandemonium.
Lap 1. It's going to be chaotic. It's going to be absolutely chaotic.
It's going to be absolutely chaotic.
Luckily, the field is not so full.
Yeah, so for Class A and B, I think they got 5 or 6 cars there each. That's going to be quite easy. But I think when you look at, and there goes
we're just speaking about
Faisal's car over there now on the tow truck, getting towed back in. Wheels up, which means that the gearbox is still locked in position. But when it comes to Class C, you've got over 10 cars there. The fastest driver is going to be right at the back, and that's going to change things up. Now, we saw this with the GTC race with my friend Ashley Oldfield, who won the GR Cup last year. He got a chance to drive one of the GTC cars. There goes Dion Jabé, the man, the legend himself. If he hears me, I hope he does. If we can get him in here, that would be fantastic. But they put Ashley in the front of the grid on a reverse grid, and he managed to hold the guys for quite a few laps.
Wow.
So it puts you in a position where you can hold off some of the other drivers that might have a bit more pace under their cars, and we could see a total shuffle of the grid later on by the time they get the finish line.
You've obviously been there in GTI Challenge, overtaking on the circuit with 10 or 15 cars. It's not that easy to do.
It's not that easy.
With a challenge car.
And those cars are so evenly matched. I mean, those ones running 80 on the wheels at the moment, and they are exactly, or well, they're supposed to be, exactly the same. So when you're coming to a section, you have to do something to get past the guy in front of you. But now, what if you come out of a corner, even though he's a bit faster than you on the next corner, it's not an overtaking zone. On the straights, you're exactly the same. So it's very difficult to work your way from the back, but there are certain guys that can do it. And guys like Umpi Swart, who's of course our #1 contender this year, he's one of those guys that can.
I believe finding the holes is kind of where you got to be, putting your nose in the right position. But, you know, again, with the guys that's new, you don't know what they're going to do because there's no history, you know. So wherever their racing background is, it's very difficult to gauge with them. So I think it's going to be interesting.
It's going to be very interesting. Like, we don't get to watch all the races today. I've got to be honest, but I think that's one that I'm going to put this mic away, ask the cameraman to leave me alone for a bit, and go check that race out, because I think that race 2, which is happening after lunch today, is going to be exciting. Of course, after lunch, all the race 2s happen, where the drivers then have to recalibrate, and we've spoken about this. We were sitting over there, both of us a little bit fatigued from the day, and we had to get our heads back in the game for the show. But what about when you're driving the car, Dex? It comes to race 2 after lunch. You've just had a massive boerewors double. Bacon and egg, all the sauce. And now all of a sudden you're going to get back in the car.
Yeah, no, it's quite hectic. And that's why we talk about training. Training is very, very important. Jumping into one of these cars and thinking you can ride for 10, 15 minutes in 31-degree heat in a car with just metal.
With absolute focus.
With absolute focus. It does take a toll on your body. I mean, it absolutely does. Going into the sports and GTs, I mean, what a fantastic field of sports and GT cars. What a fantastic field of classic cars.
Yes.
Unfortunately, the Malak, our local hero, did not make it.
I didn't see him. He was in qualifying.
Unfortunately, he broke a gearbox. So he jumped actually into one of the spare pole beams.
I saw that. That's why his name was all squiggled on the screen.
There to kind of just make a plan quickly. He had a bit of a spin going into, just coming out of turn 2 with the excellent turn 2. Actually ended up on the rallycross track. Maybe
Which is familiar territory for Steve Humble.
That's where he wants to be, I'm sure. That's where he wants to be. But the Ligier pretty much ran away with the pack after
Mikhail Patamba.
Turn 2, he was gone. He was
Now, Mikhail Patamba, I spoke to him earlier on. He did DTM Trophy in Europe. He's won multiple races in the South African Endurance Series, competed in the SAE, and now finds himself in the pole beam Ligier, I apologize, with now the K24 engine. They had a K20 engine, they now got a K24. They predict that that car can do 107s. At the moment, he's doing 108s consistently. In the race, he was doing the same time over and over, and that's what you want.
Let's just geek a little bit about the aero on that car.
Oh, wow.
You were chatting to him What do you have to say about sort of...
So the aerodynamics of the car is so intense, but the car's so low.
Yeah.
So what happens is if he gets behind one of the bigger cars like David Joubert's Porsche, for example, the aero runs over the top of the car, so they lose brakes.
Yeah.
So it's a very interesting problem to have that many of us would never face.
Yeah.
He has to face in this car. And also the fact that he's so young, he's able to drive the car to the point where the engineer, Rico Barlow, tells him, you need to brake 5-10 meters later. He's like, okay, cool, I'll do that. Because the handover from the mechanical grip to the aero grip is real. You think you've reached the maximum potential of the car, but you actually need to push harder to get that maximum aero potential.
I actually had a good conversation with Steve. And these cars are endlessly adjustable. So race 1 to race 2, they can be a totally different car. They can literally turn it up. They can literally turn it up in every single component of this car, be it engine, be it gearbox, be it the brakes, be it the suspension. So rest assured, I think that they're going to put up a fight going into race number 2.
Well, speaking of gearboxes, we got someone that swapped the gearbox in 23 minutes flat. Now we're going to, you know when you service your car and they're like, oh, your car's done?
Yeah.
And then you think just like, wait man, that guy was a bit fast in my car.
The BMW
but
F1
then you
style
need, now a week later, we're coming back into the service department. How's the car going? We got Zaki Hendricks here with us today.
The car was beautiful. 100%. I think that the new gearbox is awesome.
I think just leave it in there.
Yeah, we're going to leave it in there.
He doesn't need it back.
I'm not going to even tell Ian about it. I'm going to give the old one back in. Now, we did 1 or 2 small changes in the vehicle, and the car is awesome.
And how were the results? What was the pace like?
The pace was hot. We had 1 light start. Normally we have 3 light starts. So I love the 1 light start because you basically can get into class A.
I prefer that.
Me too. I prefer that as well.
The staggered start's a bit confusing for the viewers, for the commentary team,
yeah,
everybody.
It's a bit boring in my case.
For you guys, I think for the drivers, the Class C guys don't want to tussle with the Class B guys if they've got a championship going.
Correct.
But I'm a spectator here today, so I want to see as many cars together as possible.
Yes. That is it. It's all about the spectatorship and how we race with us for the spectators. So the race went well, and I won the race, thankfully.
Oh,
yes, obviously.
You were building up to that moment.
Yeah, as I won the race, it was quite awesome. I'm not going to say what happened inside the race because if you're racing for a while, you kind of do some race crafting and experience.
Okay, nice.
I'll say one thing. When I saw I was far ahead, I kind of just coast to the line.
You got to do what you got to do. Save some of the energy for later.
Save some fuel, save some tires, save the engine.
Yeah.
I've got a borrowed gearbox in the car, so I didn't want to break it.
True.
But it got very hot.
Wow.
It is very hot on the circuit. I must admit that I am a bit unfit.
Yeah.
When I saw number 5 on the board, I was actually hoping it was number 2. When I came around again, I still saw number 5. I don't know why. And it was awesome. The guys kept it clean. From the start, so that was good.
Well, we spoke about the fitness earlier on, Dexter, didn't we?
Definitely, we spoke about the fitness. Going into race number 2, Zach, I'm sure things are going to be a little bit different for you.
It is a lot different. We don't have fastest lap where we make you on pole.
Yes.
Fastest lap actually puts you at the back now.
Are you chairman again? Who's you're not
chairman?
No,
I'm a chairman.
So not your idea for this reverse grid. What's going on with this reverse grid? I think it's a terrible idea. Convince me otherwise, I don't understand.
No, it's not a terrible idea. It's actually a nice idea. A while back we came up with the idea, but it didn't fly with the guys.
Okay.
So now that I'm not chairman, it seems like it flew with the guys and everybody decided to vote on it, which is good.
But what's the thought process? All seriousness, what's the thought process behind it?
Right. So I've won, he won. I'm now starting 4th. I didn't get the fastest lap, I got the 2nd fastest lap. Carl Fisser got the fastest lap, so he's starting behind me.
Okay.
That means 3 other guys, which are slower than me, are in front of me. So therefore it proves to the crowd and the spectatorship that can you drive? Can you go past them?
Yeah.
It's a more of a challenge for me, which makes it a much more challenging race, which GTI Challenge is all about. And it's going to keep us on our toes.
Mentally, what are you going to do? You're going to hang back, wait for a gap, or are you going to force your way through?
Mentally, I'm going to go for it.
Yes, sir.
From the lights out, I'm going for it. I'm going to try, because thankfully we're starting with 1 light, so everybody's standing together.
Absolutely.
And if I can, my plan is,
send it.
Say it.
Drop the clutch and go.
If I can get in between Class A, I want to get there. That's my plan.
Well, in all seriousness, they've provided themselves a challenge and they're going to provide us a challenge to watch. It's going to be interesting stuff. Zaki Hendricks, always a pleasure.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys.
Always
you guys are doing a brilliant job here. Thank you very much.
We appreciate it. And we look forward to seeing you out there. Congrats on the win. More to come from Zaki Hendricks, I'm sure. And maybe I'll get proven wrong on this reverse grid thing. It's going to be exciting. No,
I honestly think
let me rephrase. It works because it's exciting. exciting to watch.
Yes.
I'm just talking about as the guy that just won it. He knows to start to the back.
But remember, this is a spectator sport. We said this in the
true.
beginning.
No.
This
You've
is why
always
we're
been
here.
saying this.
This is why we're here.
And that's that balance that we got to find between servicing the competitors and servicing the viewers. As I hear the bikes now starting to go around, we don't want to keep you guys away from the racing. So we're waiting for our producer to let us know when we're going to send it back upstairs to the guys up top there, because it sounds like the bikes are getting ready. We heard the whistles, and it looks like the lunchtime show is almost over.
Before we go, what's your best race? Which one are you going to watch?
Definitely GTI Challenge. I want to see if this thing works. But now the single light start for me is, I never like the staggered start thing. It separates it too much.
It does.
Again, the drivers wanted to have the staggered start because Class C and Class B were so closely matched together that if you're a fast Class C guy, you start getting traffic in Class B.
Absolutely.
So I think it's better to have them mixed up. It's like any other endurance racing. Throw them all together. Let's see how they do. And whoever comes out in front,
I think it's going to work. I think it's going to work. I think we can send it back to the tower right now.
Yeah.
I think they're on the start line.
Yeah, just waiting for that official thumbs up. Yeah, we can. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's it from us here at the afternoon lunchtime show. Dex, it's been a great day so far. Look forward to much more content this week coming from the IMUSAT page. My name is Ernest Page. That's Dexter Bruce, and we'll see you guys soon. Back up to the tower.
Thanks, guys. And while we're ready for the second half of our program, the Triumph Motorcycles Superbikes and the Superbike Challenge Masters and 600s. My name is Byron Knight. I've been joined here on this one by Francois Butler, Mr. Motorcycle himself, and we're ready for 9 racing laps.
Right, Byron, thank you very much. Great to be here. And yeah, you
so fast, so on.
The guys are back, they're cutting us off.
That was lovely, man. That was
so it's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to make sure that we have as much fun as possible. And we'll let you know what's happening. So the bikes are lined up on the grid proper. They're under starter's orders there. John Green's holding the pedal. Kieran Stayman looks like he wants a quick false start, but his wheel's still on the line. Everything's good. Next team, Malcolm Rapson. Hilton Riedlingace, the revived, rejuvenated racers down there on the 81 888 ZX10. John holds the pedal. We're waiting for the 5-second board to come out. 5-second board. They're all on the rev limiter. We're waiting for the lights. The lights are on. Bang, and we go racing. Rapson gets a bit of a lift there. Entigod looks up on the inside as they make their way down. Entigod slides up into second place. Up there behind Kuhn Sleiman. Has David Entigod done something in the break? Is he up for it? Rapson down in third. They come out of turn number 1 up the Uber Straight up towards Quarry Corner. And already Kuhn Sleiman makes his intentions known as he pulls away from Entigod. Hilton Riedlingace is in there as well. Excuse me for that. Right, so Stayman already there with about a 1-second gap as he breaks away on that Honda. It's a 2007 CBR 1000R that he's pushing around there through Interceptor Corner. Up the Tigerberg Straight, the folks are hanging on the fences there as he makes his way up towards Sorrel's Corner. It's that double right-hander coming out from the Malmesbury side of the circuit. And Stayman is winding the throttle. He's up on the back wheel as he comes out of the turn number 4 and makes his way down the back straight, giving it horns. Entigod second, and well, it's Rapson that goes up into third there. He was lying down, lingering in 6, but he gave it a bit of gas, down in 5, into 5, rolls around, and Byron, electric stuff.
A lightning start there from Kuhn Sleiman, Francois. He goes now towards the line to start what will be lap 2 of 9 in this race as Rapson cuts his way through. I can see there as you go out of turn 2, a lot of smoke from the spinners coming towards the circuit, the wind blowing it that way. Should not cause too much trouble, but we'll have to watch them as they go along. Didn't actually mention earlier on that lovely livery there of Matthew van Niekerk's Yamaha R1 black and purple. Just a lovely sight indeed, and a lot of movement down the field. Now look at Rapson, how he's now fighting it off with David Entigod.
Yeah, Malcolm Rapson there going Entigod. Look, Entigod, a ZX10 Masters Cup Challenge champion. He works his way up there behind Rapson, up out of Interceptor, up the Tigerberg straight away, making their way up towards Sorrel van der Merwe's corner. And his Sorrel was naughty. They set him to stand in the corner. Oh, and Stayman is giving it a rock-solid bantering down the back straight. He's followed there by Rapson, who's on the back wheel. Entigod's there. Here comes Hilton Riedlingace. He comes out at 5-4. Now the guys are starting to find their feet as they go down towards turn number 5. Pertamina Fostron corner. They roll out of Fostron. Oh, and let's have a look at this. Stayman is absolutely murdering that 1000 as he comes past us. Head up behind the screen, up alongside the wall, gets a good draft going down towards turn number 1. And oh, and It's a, I thought it was a 111. It's a 113.04. Not too shabby for Killarney in this heat. They're getting a lot of slide. The tires are hot. They're not getting the purchase they like. Look, we always said the ideal condition is just after it's rained, when it's nice and cool. Then these bikes operate. In the heat, they get a bit hot. They don't operate at their optimal temperature. But nonetheless, now Rapson, I spoke to Malcolm in the break. He says, I'm unfit. He says, I haven't run for a while. He says, my shoulders are killing me. He says, I saw Kewan disappear, and I said, bye, Kewan.
Yeah, he was chilling too nicely this morning on his chair just before the first races. And, well, let me tell you one thing. Redlinger is up in 4th position, a second and a half off of Endicott. Remember, the 87 Quacker in association with Tiny's pit box. And he is 0.8 of a second ahead of the leader in the 600s class at the moment. And that is Slade van Niekerk, who's ahead of Tristan Pienaar and Jason Lineker.
Well, there goes Slade, Lineker and Tristan Pienaar. The 600s make their way down towards turn number 5. That's the young guns. I've watched these youngsters grow up in front of me from the age of about 9. They've been racing. Now they're on 600s. How these guys grow up. But speaking of a youngster that I watched grow up, is this Kewan Stayman. Really grown up into a fine young lad and a good racer. Up behind him, Malcolm Rapson, David Endicott, the man from Motorwise. And then it's Hilton Redlinger, the 888 Quacker ZX10R, closing down on the back of Endicott. Then the 600, the Wild Kids. And Pienaar around the outside of Slade van Niekerk down into turn number 1. Right up behind them, Jason Lineker. Up behind Lineker, Brad Bosworth, Sean McCrill, and Sean Harris. The three of them, the three masters, was thinking, what do these youngsters have for breakfast? I also want some.
Well, Brad Bosworth, who just went through now there, Francois, 9th position overall, but he leads the Superbike Challenge class. He's 5.7 seconds ahead of Sean McCrill. And then Harris, number 38, Sean Harris, on the BMW 1000. He's 2nd in the Superbike Challenge class, just a smidgen, 0.07 of a second ahead of Wayne Arendse in 12th position.
Yeah, Wayne Arendse, he's almost in legend status at Killarney. He's been running the motorcycle section now for longer than I care to remember. He's having a lot of fun. But speaking of fun, Kewan Stayman, I can tell you now, on the front of that bike, he's working hard, but at the same time, he's in that zone. He's having fun. He's coming out. He knows his bike. He set it up for himself. Here he comes under the City of Cape Town Bridge and across the line. Down the Porsche straight, he goes down towards turn number 1. And almost a leisurely sort of cruise. Malcolm closing down slightly. Endicott's pulled away now from Redlingers. Hilton will try and close up on the back of David. The 600 kids come through. It's going to be Slade van Niekerk. It's Tristan Pienaar, Jason Lineker. Up behind him, Brad Bosworth sitting up behind Lineker. And Bosworth coming out hard out of there, up behind Lineker, trying hard. Jason, I think, no, Bosworth's got past him by the look of it. So Brad's in there. Yeah, Brad's got past Jason Lineker. And then up behind them, Sean McCrill and Sean Harris. So they make their way around the circuit.
Hilton Redlinger is 0.4 of a second faster than David Endicott on the last lap. They'll be going through turn 3 now into turn 4 and then open up onto that back straight as he chips away at that lead. He's now 1.1 seconds when it was 1.5 the previous lap, 0.4, and he's just chipping away at it as he goes right now. Down the back straight we go for the 888 Racing motorcycle. 5 laps left to go, including the one we're currently on.
Well, Byron, talking about chipping away at the block, with 5 laps to go, there's a lot of possibilities there now for Hilton Redlinger, sitting in 4th place, not lingering. He's done the quickest here of a 1:14.4 on the last lap. So he goes over the line. There goes, Malcolm Rapson. Here comes Endicott and Redlinger with the ZX10R behind them. They're on the evenly matched bikes. I think it's basically set up. Oh, and look at Hilton close up on the back of David. Right up there behind him now. Have a look at the 600 kids go through. Brad Bosworth mixing it up with the kids. He's on a liter bike and these little 600s are just twirling around him. Absolute blindingly quick little boys as they work their way up and very straight up towards Quarry Corner. Oh, and Hilton up on the inside of David. Up into Quarry. Oh, and he's going to make it stick. Yep, he comes back and he gets past David Endicott. Hilton Redlinger is rolling back the years. Man, oh man, out in the Scepter corner. He's up to 3rd. I think we've got to keep an eye on this lad this year.
Francois, there's 4 laps left to go, including the one we are currently on at this time. Van Niekerk still leads the 600 class by only 0.04 of a second over Tristan Pienaar's number 50, and Tristan Pienaar on the Yamaha R6 there. Then it's ahead of Van Niekerk. Of course, he is in the Superbike class. Lineker has gone down to 8th position on number 93. Then ahead of Brad Bosworth on that Ducati, who finds himself 9 seconds ahead of the 2nd place in the Superbike Challenge class, Harris, but fighting his way back is Wayne Arendse.
I was looking down in turn 5 of the 600s. Matthew Van Niekerk says, I've had enough. He's clocking it up with a 600. He's trying to get through this. Matthew Van Niekerk, he's got, looks like Jason Lineker in him. He's had enough. He wants to get past. He's now making his leader work down to turn number 1. Matty Van Niekerk, but Tristan and Slade are so late on the brakes that Matthew can't get through. Brad Bodsworth up behind him. He's reeling behind him now, wants to get a bit closer. But the 600 has been led out there by, looks like Slade Van Niekerk. Tristan there behind him, and then Jason Lineker. Breaking up there between them is Matty Van Niekerk. He's on the Yamaha R1. So he's looking to get away from him. And I mean, we know the R1 has got stupid legs on it, but Matthew just can't get past the twisty bits.
Well, you just come out now through the kink and you'll go onto the inside of Van Niekerk, Lineker. And Lineker, will he poke the nose ahead of that lovely looking... Nope, that's a lovely looking bike, I have to say again, of Matthew Van Niekerk's, that Yamaha R1 there, the 1 litre bike versus the 600s. And this could now allow just slowly but surely Bodsworth to maybe close up the gap. He is, though, 3.7 seconds further back off this gang, so I wouldn't bet to it.
Right, speaking of that, our leader, Kewan Snyman, absolutely country mile ahead of the rest. Comes up over the line. It looks like, well, saying that Malcolm Rapson is closing up alarmingly quick up behind him. I think Malcolm has found a bit of energy. 6/16 of a second up behind him, so that is not too shabby. And yep,
scrappy lap there from Kewan Snyman, Francois. 1:15.149 compared to the 1:13.740. Bad lap there for the leader.
Yeah, he might have relaxed a bit, but he will allow Malcolm maybe to get closer and then make a race of it. He's probably hears the bike up behind him, the little murmur. So he's probably got the message. You might have a pit crew giving him a board saying to him, look, you know, you're down on time. And I'm telling you now, Kewan has got the toolbox to pull something out of the hat. He'll make it happen. So speaking of that, let's watch him come out of Sorrel's corner. And there we go. Kewan back on the gas now. Malcolm is hurtling up behind him. That's Suzuki. Look at him go. I think Kewan's got a problem. And Malcolm just blows by him. No, Kewan has definitely got a problem. And, well, I don't know what he's going to be able to do, but Malcolm just sailed past him. So as they come around now, we've only got 2 laps to go. They're going to start their penultimate lap as they come up over the line. Rapson gets going, but Steyman's coming back. Is he coming back? Has he got an issue? Has he got an issue? Because Rapson has got the legs on him. What it is, I don't know. Is it a brake, a tyre, whatever it is, we don't. And, well, Hilton Redlinghuysen and David Entecott's are selected.
Well, he's still sticking with him, Francois. So what happens is it's a problem that seems it might have righted itself, but he's on the outside into turn 2 now. Still, it's going to be the Jixer that will head it through into the kink. Let's see them as they come through the kink now towards turn 3. Now, I think what happens is the gap is starting to grow ever so slightly between the two of them. And all he has to do now is just keep it ahead there. And just looking as they go down the Tigerberg straight, Francois. Let's see them through turn 4.
Right out of Sorrel's corner they come. It's Rapson leads out there from Snyman. Snyman gets on the gas. He's drafting Rapson. Rapson gives it a full go. The Jixer just lights up as it makes its way down to 5. And Snyman's Honda is lacking something. I can't tell you what it is. I don't know. But it's noticeably that the Suzuki pulled away. In the turn, Kewan will be quick. Malcolm is now winding up. He's going to take race number 2. This is going to be very exciting for the season start. Here comes Malcolm Rapson. He'll lead out the Masters class as well. Up towards one. Checker flag. Malcolm Rapson takes it there from Kewan Snyman. Look, 3rd place. It's Endicott. Endicott and Redlinghuysen takes it by a narrowest of margins. 0.02 of a second. I think that's probably a little bit of a tire width or something.
That's very, very tight. And
Yeah.
let me tell you one thing, mighty racing from both these gentlemen, Redlinghuysen and Endicott. That's the top 4 in the Superbike class. It will be Slade Van Niekerk, number 111, that will win the 600 class on the Kawasaki ZX6, ahead of Tristan Pienaar on the Yamaha, and then Lineker will come through on his Honda CBR 600. That will be the top 3 in the 600 class. Then Van Niekerk in 8th. He's out of place, basically, you could say, with the Superbikes. And then Brad Bodsworth winning on the Ducati, the Superbike Challenge.
So nice to hear that word on the motorbike meeting, Ducati. It's like MV Agusta. What else? Benelli. You know, all these marks of yesteryear that were like top. Aprilia. We've got Aprilia's now back in MotoGP.
Yeah, all the big Italian makes.
The Italian, yeah. It's nice to have them here. I got to say, we got the Ducati here. It's very nice, and we're very happy. And sometimes we like to go fast.
All right, so we just have an announcement at the Jaguar stand. Of course, that is the Jaguar Club. The Jaguar stand, there are 2 cars parked at the Jaguar stand at the exit. Can you please move your vehicles? It's a Hyundai i20, a silver one. Hyundai i20, and it's a CA227164. A Hyundai i20 silver, CA227164. And the other one is an Isuzu Bucky white. Isuzu Bucky white, and it's a CA361583. So parked in at the exit. Well, we move now on to the Clubman's Classic Superbikes and Breakfast Run motorcycles for their second race of the day. 20 of them out there. And it's lovely to see a nice packed field as Ray Fivish on the Suzuki 750. He pulls into pole position with Daniel Frost and Willem Lowe alongside him. So we have a Suzuki, Honda, Kawasaki front row. And then Kiana Strode on the Quacker sharing it with Shandon Thompson and Wayne Gress. Then the third row, Mario Ferreira on the BMW, the Ducati 996 of Sharif Reynolds, and then Jason Butlerman will be the BMW F800. That will be the first 3 rows of the grid.
Just to let you know, Maurice ran a gearbox in the BM. His brother went all the way to France to go fetch another one. Are you real?
It's closer than France, I can tell you that much.
It's closer than Germany, Bavaria, yeah, at least, yeah. Much
True,
closer.
BMW.
Yeah, closer than Bavaria. Right, so Ray 5-ish, Danny Frost sits up in the middle there with that white Honda CBR up alongside him is Willem Lowe. We're under starters orders. We wait there for John Green pedal. 5-second board is up. We watch the lights. The lights go on. And we go racing. Bang, off the line they go. 5-ish gets up, blinding start as he gets his way down towards turn number 1. Oh, a couple of bikes at the back really hurtling up there towards turn number 1. It's a bit of a traffic jam as they get into turn 1. And they work their way out now at the Hubert Straight up towards Quarry Corner. And, well, it's off they make there. Ray 5-ish, Wesley Hendricks all up there. They make their way into Quarry. Guys get Willem Lowe, looks up there. The Ducati is in there as well. That's going to be Sharif Reynolds on the Ducati working his way through. Sharif sitting quite high up the pack at the moment. He'd like to get it going. He can ride the Ducati. I can tell you something, Sharif knows that bike like he knows the back end of his hand. So he's getting going, but he's looking after it. You don't want to do anything. It's an absolute classic. It's a lot of money. And up the Tigerberg straight away towards Sorrel's corner. And they hang the double right hand. They're going to make their way down the back straight. And Byron, already a little bit of a dice emanating on the front end of the field.
Yeah, it's lovely. I actually just saw on the line, 5-ish had a bit of a funny start over there, maybe a bit of a jerk forward and then going for it. So he had a great start. I don't know if they'll classify that as some sort of a jump start if you move too much before the line, but we'll watch them as they come around now, Francois, through turn 5, which of course is Pertamina Fastron, and then rocketed down to the start-finish underneath the City of Cape Town and Wingfield Motors Bridge. It is now going to be the 5-ish and Hendricks. Hendricks is very close at hand, right behind him there. It is over here. The times, I think, it is a little bit different at the moment, but Lowe in third and Reynolds.
I think Danny Frost's timing device has got a bit of a problem, but I don't see Daniel out there. He's going down the rim. I know something's happened to him. That white Honda, I don't see it out there, and I don't pick him up anywhere. I don't see the bike unless he's had a problem. So it looks like Daniel possibly out of the fray somewhere along the line. We'll try and pick it up nonetheless. So 5-ish leads out from Strode. Strode's nice. Kiana Strode up there in second place. Willem Lowe third. Sharif Reynolds up still in 4. Sharif will go down the pack slightly. Willem Lowe.
Frost is second. It's number 28. There was 2/10 of a second between them.
Yeah.
Sorry there, Francois.
No. I'm saying that it didn't register. Now it registers. So there's obviously a bit of an issue there with the timing device. Frost, yep, up into second place. He's chasing the back end of Ray 5-ish. So the timing back. And speaking of Danny Frost, he's now first sector was very quick. Second sector is much the same. So he's maybe coming into his own. He won the first race. I think he'll be very eager to win the second one. And he's up behind Ray 5-ish. So that Honda's chasing a 750. Here they come towards the line. Yep, bang, over the line. Danny's there, right there with him. Daniel goes late down on the brakes. It looks like he's going to go towards the lead now as they go down into turn number 1. Daniel Frost takes the lead. Ray 5-ish right there with him, almost leans on the back end of his motorcycle as he comes out of turn 1. Up to Hubert Straight, up towards Quarry Corner. They are hurtling up to Quarry Corner now. 5-ish has a look up on the inside and he goes late on the brakes. Danny Frost has a switchback on him going into the apex of the corner, goes back to the front. So going a little bit too deep there into Quarry was Ray 5-ish. Daniel Frost now once again on the lead. A beautiful white CBR Honda with a big M on the side. I'm not sure, it's probably a sponsor. And speaking about that, Chika's lighting up the circuit. Quick times, doing a 121. We know he did a 119 in race 1.
He did, and yeah, he's still winding it up there, Francois. He's a 10th of a second faster than Ray on the last lap. So it just shows you it's going to be hammer and tong stuff between the two of them. They leaving Kiana Strode right behind. Kiana is in third position on the Kawasaki ZX6R.
Kiana's got Willem with him. Willem Lowe's going now past him there. Willem goes past Kiana down into turn number 5. There you see it on screen there that the leaders go. Yeah, the two of them coming to screen now on your telly. You guys that are watching them. There we go. There's Willem Lowe. There's Kiana Strode right up behind him. So they're having there, there's like a tussle in first and second and a tussle for third and fourth. This is nice. This is what we want to see in racing. Here come the rest of the pack here now. Wayne Gress, Shemmers, Hendricks, Reynolds, they're all going to come through now.
Yeah, Wayne Gress currently leads the Classic Superbike class at the moment on the Yamaha R1, and he's ahead of Schirmers, who's the breakfast run leader at the moment, as they just all come through now. Schirmers number 63, the Honda CBR 1000. And now just the timing screen's just coming up as well and getting its order. But that's always how it is looking at the moment. Wayne Gress, like I said, classic bike runner ahead of the 7 of Reynolds, Sharif Reynolds on the Ducati 996.
Well, we were talking about Danny Frost. He's done a 120.637. He's gained, he's looming to break the 120 barrier. So keep an eye on Danny Frost. He's leading out. They've actually pulled a bit of a country mile lead, the front two. There they go down the back straight. Daniel Frost, Ray 5-ish. They make their way down towards Pertamina Fostron corner. And the crowd see there as they late breakdown going into 5. They dive over onto the right hand side. It's almost like the tar's too far away from you because it's a cambered bank as they work their way around. Your knee doesn't get quite to the tar. If you do, well, I think you've lost every brain cell in your body. But here they come up towards us. Who's leading out? Well, it's Danny Frost. He's going to go over the line now. And a 120.1. So he's getting quicker, but he's taking a Ray 5-ish has got absolute big cojones to stay with him. I have to say that's 750 as they make their way through.
There's only a 1/10 of a second between them there, Francois, as we look at that third place battle between Lowe. Lowe has come through 86 up into third position. Leonard Strode Hendricks is coming through as well now, right ahead of Skirmers, and that's only 2/10 of a second between them. Skirmers doing a great job over there on the in the breakfast run class.
He's doing a sterling job indeed. But just speaking of Willem Lowe and Keanu Strode has gone through on Willem Lowe. He moves up into third place. Willem will have to extract a little bit of his experience to see if he can get past Keanu. Keanu is looking to give it a bit of a thunk going up Tigerberg Straight. Willem sits there with him. They make their way up towards Harold's corner. Your leaders down the back straight. It's going to be Danny Frost. Danny Frost leads out. We've got still 5 laps to go. And across the line will be 4. And, well, Danny Frost down late into Pertamina Fostron corner. He's been followed hard by Ray 5-ish. Then the second and third battle, it's Willem Lowe and Keanu Strode. They're playing seesaw. Seesaw, I think. Seesaw on the seashells. On the seesaw.
That's a fun game, I can tell you that much. And when it's in racing, it's even more fun, I can tell you that much. Because Lowe and Strode, that's the battle to watch at the moment. Daniel Frost putting in more fast lap times, of course, here. It was a 120.193 the last time out. Him and Ray 5-ish. 9/10 of a second between the two of them at this time. Behind them, 9/10 of a second in it between Lowe and Strode. Hendricks having a little bit further back over there, but he's going to have to keep Skirmers behind him, even though they are in different classes.
Yeah, you always race for line honours. It's the most important thing of the lot. But I tell you what, leading out in your group, Shermans is doing well. Andrew Symes behind him, then Anderson down in 8th. Sharif Reynolds lingering in 9th. He's on the Ducati. But have a look at the leaders, though. The leaders are the important bit. And Daniel Frost is now starting to turn the key. He's turned the wick up. He's added more gas. The flame is burning bigger. And he's coming down the back straight, and that Honda is working for him. Down the back straight he goes. And 5-ish sitting up closely behind him, down towards turn number 5, Pertamina Fostron. The crowds have a lot of fun as those bikes sail into turn number 5. Bank it over on the right-hand side. You bring it around. It's like the bike comes back at you. And then suddenly you've got to flick it over onto the left. And you're doing probably about 140 k's an hour. And it's like, whoa, here we go. And then that wall comes closer.
3 laps left to go as they cross the line now. Between them, it is 7/10 between Frost and 5-ish. There we go. 5-ish has put in a 1:19.791, 2/10 of a second faster than Daniel Frost.
I can tell you something, for a GSR 750, that is a damn good time that he's posting there as they make their way into Quarry Corner. Frost goes in first, 5-ish comes in, he leans it over nicely, that knee scrapes the tires, he goes around, he's almost got his elbow down now as he works his way out. Then you fling it left through the kink down into Dams, which we know now is Interceptor Corner. And 5-ish takes it with a little bit of trepidation as he works his way through up the main straight towards the Sorrells Corner. And still Danny Frost moving up. We've only got two and a bit laps to go, so the race is on. And then it's going to be the end of the second heat of bikes. And then there's no more motorbikes, Byron. What am I going to do?
We're going to have to find something else there for you, Francois, because let me tell you one thing. It's only 4 bike races today, not like we have 6 in the past.
I was wondering who pulled the blind one on me.
Remember, there we go. Sneaky, eh?
Yeah, they could have warned me, you know. I wouldn't have been so hyped up for nothing. But hey, I've still got classic cars. And a couple of open wheelers. Here they come. Danny Frost coming up towards the line. Ray 5H absolutely murdering at 750 up behind him now as they make their way down towards turn number 1. Daniel Frost still leading at. Ray 5H has not let him go. He's got a bit of a hold on him. 119.3 coming out of Ray 5H. Oh man, that is good. There's nothing wrong with it. If I could do 119 around the Killarney, I'd be very happy with myself. Trust me. I don't think I've ever been up into the 120s, and he's doing a 119. So great stuff coming out of Ray 5H. Young lad having a bit of fun, and he's very close to Daniel Frost. They say 2 laps, so it's a penultimate lap. Hey, who knows? Maybe he can still pull the cat out of that.
You never know, Francois. A lap and a bit left to go. It is still all to play for here. 4/10 of a second it was between Frost and 5ish. And of course, now you're looking at the sector times at 26.4, a 1/10 of a second faster in that last sector. It's still pushing it all the way now. Watch them as they come around. Philip Rimmer crosses the line. Wayne Gress, we watch out for him, still leading that classics class ahead of Sharif Reynolds. Sharif Reynolds only 8/10 of a second behind him though.
Yeah, it's all happening out there. Everyone's having lots of fun. Just having a look at all the names out there. Maurice Ferreira, Ryfoth. Jason Bolterman's out there as well. He's doing well. Jason's doing a 128. He said last week when he came to practice he couldn't get a boss of 143. He's then realized, I'm not riding this bike. He says he can't name the bike. He's the rider. And Jason's a big boy. He's bigger than I am. So yeah, it's hard work. It's really hard work. And I saw Jason's lost 40 kilograms in weight.
That is a heck of a lot of weight. That's almost half. There's a whole half person. I'm telling you.
It's a teenager.
A teenager or a Shetland pony. One of the two there.
Shetland pony. Haven't heard that in years. Right. So Danny Frost over the line. He does a 120.4. Ray 5H dips down to a 120.090. Willem Lowe 122. Keenan Schroeder 122. Wesley Hendricks a 123. So it gives you an idea where they're all positioned. They're all doing those sort of the same times in their own respective categories. So yeah, they're doing very well. It's flag lap for Daniel Frost. He's going to be very happy if he takes both heats. You know, when you're riding good and it comes together, it makes you happy. Look at this, 5H on the back end of Frosty as they go down into turn number 5. 5H is looking up at the inside. Frosty keeps that door closed. 5H late on the brakes. He mustn't overshoot the corner. He's got to bank it in hard now. He's got to hold that front end. And he sits up behind Frost. They come out of turn number 5. Daniel Frost, Ray 5H. Who's going to bring it to the line? Oh, they're brilliant stuff. They're coming towards
the BMW.
BMW. Gone off the circuit, but it's going to be Daniel Frost, Ray 5H. And it looks like a bike went off down in turn 5.
It's a BMW. I don't know if it's Maurice or Ferreira. And the yellow flags are waving down. Checkered flag is out.
Yep, the checkered flag was out. That's it. Frost took it. Here comes a bike full of sand up towards us. I think one of the BMWs ran off. Yeah. It's
Willie Morris.
Willie Morris. He went farming. Willem Lowe takes it from Keenan Strode. So Keenan Strode comes 4th place. We have a look, wait for 5 and 6 now. It should be Wes Hendricks. Coming up towards us now, up over the line. Yep, Wesley Hendricks has left Shemmers in his wake. Shemmers has got Andre Symes up behind him. Andre Symes crosses the line. We wait for the rest of the field now. A lot of bikes coming out of turn number 5 at the moment, coming up towards us. Here they come now. Next rider should be Dylan Anderson. Dylan makes his way up towards us, up over the line. Dylan on a R6, and he does a great sector. It takes his time up to 124.9. Nothing wrong with that. Conrad Mayo, Philip Rimmer up behind him. Then some more bikes. Here comes Sharif Reynolds. Philip stops up behind Wayne Gress. Keegan Wasserfall's over the line as well. Still a couple of guys to come through. So, taking the Clubmans is Frost from 5H and Low. Then in the Breakfast Club, Symes takes it from Shemmers and Anderson. And in the Classics, Wayne Gress takes it from Sharif Reynolds and then William Ferreira. So, brilliant stuff from the motorcycle section today. I hope that all the two-wheel aficionados have enjoyed themselves as much as I have. Not that I'm an aficionado. I know a lot, but I don't know enough. But great. So it's been some lovely motorcycle racing. If you're ambling down in the pits, go wish the motorcyclists well. I think they entertained us just fantastically. Say to my mate out there, Malcolm Cochran, that husky got me scared. It's nice to be back on two wheels. Took his Husqvarna 701 for a bit of a spin. Man, what a beast. It's a bit of lunchtime antics, you know. You've got to do something, break the ice, you know, go see the folks, say how's it, kind of thing. Nice to see everybody back here. The clubhouse looked nice and full when I was there. Nice to see them. I'm looking down to the stand down at the bottom on Tygerberg Straight. Up above the bull bar there, everyone having fun. They'll be supporting old Lou down at the bull bar. And a couple of the Bowmans are not looking too shabby. Up on the hill, you guys on the hill, I hope you're having fun. In the basking sun, a couple of gazebos are up there. And awnings and what have you off the side of their little Suzuki Jimneys or Land Rovers or whatever. You guys are having fun up on the embankment. A couple of folks sitting down there in the Decepticon on the stand. They've got a bit of shade with the banners behind them. Guys having fun out there. A couple of regulars. And lots happening. Lots happening. I went to go support a vendor at the new pits. Chap sold me a watch. I said, I don't have cash. He said, don't worry, I've got a Yoko machine. These Yoko machines are doing it for everybody. So I bought myself a watch. $100. What a bargain. Chinese watch. Works like. It ticks over like a watch. Gary, everything's clockwork. Huh? Clockwork. Everything at Killarney is clockwork. Gary sitting here having lots of fun. Well, it's silly. I hope you're all having as much fun as we are upstairs here. Let's hope 2023 brings a lot more to Cape Town. As you know, Formula E at the end of the month. Next Saturday, karting, and the karters are having in their respective categories out here. I can almost name them. You know them so well. Out there practicing. Looks to me like the Minimax, or no, the Micromaxes are out practicing out in the karting circuit at the moment, so they're having fun. The week after that, we're going to have some short circuit and rallycross. I hear the rallycross murmurs are out. The boys are ready to go. So we'll have that one. We'll call those there as well on the, I think it's the 18th. We'll be out for that one. And then the end of the month, the big one, Formula E, Cape Town, Greenpoint Stadium, the old Greenpoint Stadium, new Greenpoint Stadium. They work their way in a anti-clockwise direction. It's a left-handed circuit. It goes down to the circle, works its way back down towards the waterfront, then hangs a left past the lighthouse, down towards the main road, and then hang a left. They go back towards town, and then left down to the circle again. So it's going to be a great track. It's very sort of squarish, a couple of kinks here and there. But to see those names in Cape Town, guys like Andre Lotterer, Sebastian Buemi, the who's who in Formula E, and they used to be the who's who in Formula 1, so and DTM, etc. So they are some big names coming to South Africa. Right, next up the GTI Challenge. I'm going to have to take a step back. Apparently I don't have the goods to deliver when it comes to Formula GTI, so I'm going to give it to the likes of Frank Yenis and Gary Fleming. Apparently they know what's going on. I'm not going to argue. Cheers, guys.
Right, folks, here we go with the Alert Engine Parts GTI Challenge race number 2. And if race 1 has anything to go by, then I think we're going to be in for a fantastic second race for the Alert Parts GTI Challenge. Joining me Mike's side with this one will be Gary Gazza Fleming as the challenge drivers make their way out onto the circuit. So let's have a look, see. Remember that Skulk Geldenhuys didn't finish race number 1. He ended up in the kitty litter on the outside of turn number 1 after having a go at Nathan Victor, and went in way too hot. Kai van Zyl also didn't finish in Class A, so hopefully we'll have both those cars back out on track again. I do see the Geldenhuys car is out there, then GNA Motorsport sponsored car is back out on track again. Zaki Hendricks is there in the Wheelworks Polo, the only yellow car out on the circuit, as the challenge cars make their way through the Sadel van der Merwe sweep, the double right-hander, and work their way down the back main. There is Clinton Besaidnout making his way down the back straight. Nathan Victor of Summit Racing is there. Umpi Swart is there. Skulk Geldenhuys is there. So the cars are busy working their way down the back main towards Pertamina Fastron turn 5.
So Alert Engine Spares Parts GTI Challenge race number 2, as the well-spoken and good-looking Byron Height takes a deep breath and goes to have a seat. Alongside him is the man that doesn't ever miss a race meeting, Francois Butler, always down in the pits, getting the inside line of what's happening down there. I think I must use him on Second Gear Talk Show. You can bring us some of that inside information. But great to have these guys up here with us. The voice of West Bromwich Motorsport, Frankie Hinner's Mike side with me for this one as they come towards the line. If I got my information correct, and that comes from Emil Tiny-Brunt, the top 6 in each class will be inverted. If that is the case, it's going to be something else. That means Killarney, that Frankie just spoke about now, that did not finish heat number 1, finds himself in pole position and on a mission after not finishing heat number 1. He'll seriously want to make a plan out there. Alongside him will be Nathan Victor in the Summit Racing Alert Engine Spares entry. Let's see who pulls up here onto the front. Umpi Swart in the Bullion IT comes up onto the second row of the grid. He's got his biggest competition, Clinton, alongside him. And, well, it looks like the 10 car is, in fact, not going to go to the front. Skull Keldnase. He'll be standing at the back of the pack, which means Kai van Sail, if he makes it out, will go into P1 pole position. And I don't see Kai van Sail out there.
No. I want to say a big thanks to Tiny's Pit Box. He's got a couple of stickers on a good few cars out there on track, including the likes of Nathan Victor, Clinton Besaidenout, Yuri Swart, Junior, Umpi, and a few of the other cars out there. So Tiny's Pit Box is well represented on a few of these GTI Challenge cars. Yeah, so the pole position is open. That would probably have gone to either Skulk or to Kai, but Kai's not there, and Skulk's opting to start at the back of Class A. Then we've got Mohammed Kalfrey. He's in pole position for Class B, and he has got Zaki Hendricks in there behind him. Then Kyle Visser is there, and so is Brett van der Schyff. Those are your only Class B cars. 5-second board. Volleral moves out the way. The lights go off. And away we go with the Alert Engine Parts GTI Challenge race number 2. And Victor got bogged down heavily there on the line. He drops down into that 3rd position. And it's Umpi Swart from Clinton Besaidenout that sits out there in P1 and 2. Then coming through there in that 3rd position is Summit Racing's Nathan Victor. Behind him, we've got Skulker, Geldenates, and those are the 4 Class A cars. And then, look at that fight going on there for 2nd position in Class B. That's been led there by Zaki Hendricks. And that is, I think that's Kyle Visser that made the move there on Mohammed Kalfrey.
Oh, that was a bit of a do or die. Oh, look at the front of the field. There's Clinton Besaidenout. Clinton Besaidenout has got a bit of dust in his eyes after he didn't get that whole shot going down to turn number 1 into interceptor corner. They went, and it was a short stint there for Clinton Besaidenout that managed to get to the front. Now they in Leinster. Nathan Victor, having come off the front row of the grid, finds himself down in a 3rd position. Geldenaes in the GNA Motorsport entry in 4th, down towards Cape Town corner. It's going to be who's going to be last to go onto the brakes. Well, all of them pretty much in the late breaker, but it's covering that inside line. The only way with that kind of competition around him is Umpi Swart, the Umpini Motors man, coming out into the front main underneath the Wingfield Motors and City of Cape Town Bridge. Here they come. It's Umpi Swart, Clinton Besaidenout, Nathan Victor right in there behind that, and then Skulky in that 4th position. That's the front 4 in Class A. Class B, it's going to be Zaki Hendricks from Kyle Visser and Mohammed Kalpay.
Well, as this Class A cars work their way out of turn number 1, have a look at this, and Umpi Swart's not getting away from Clinton Besaidenout. Besaidenout just right on his back bumper. Look at Clinton Besaidenout sailing there behind the Bullion IT car of Swart as they exit turn number 2. Behind them at Summit Racing's Nathan Victor and a GNA Motorsports Skull Geldenaes. That's the 4 Class A cars. There's a major fight that's going on here in Class B as well as they work their way through turn number 3. Out of interceptor corner, somebody's slowing down. That's Nathan Victor. That looks like, yes, it's Nathan Victor, Gary, that's slowing down between turn 3 and 4.
Major disappointment for him with that one. That's the last thing that he needed and wanted right now. So Nathan Victor going to be dropping out of that. Oh, Zaki Hendricks is doing it all right. Zaki Hendricks leading out that class And, well, he's not going to have it easy whatsoever. Carl Visser is right in there. Mohammed Kalpay is right in there. Brent van der Skyf's not going to be losing out on that one. He'll climb in there as best as what he possibly can. Going back to the Class A battle, Umpiswat starting to stretch them out now. Last time around, which was earlier on this morning, he managed to get away. I wouldn't say updusted and disappeared, but he got away from Clinton Besaidnout. It's not happening in heat number 2.
Well, they're making their way through turn number 1 as the first, second and third in Class B is also heading now towards turn 1. But I want to have a look at this fight for Class C. Those two golfs are side by side once again. And it's Nur Abbas and Matthew Rowe. I tell you what, that's not done and dusted. They had a major fight out there. And joining them as well is Razik Harris. Razik Harris, that's his first 3 golfs that's heading towards turn number 2. Right ahead of them is the last of the Class B cars. That's Brett van der Skyf. And then behind van der Skyf, you got first, second and third in Class C. As they're working their way through the kink, it is now Matthew Rowe from Nur Abbas, and right behind him is that 19 of Razik Harris.
Don't forget about Suleiman Effendi, not that far behind that as well, from Cochrane, Amley, Muna, and Boltman. Let's go back to the Class A battle. Down the back main they go, going down towards put him in a fast run, Cape Town corner. Umpiswat stretching the legs, not getting away this time from that new addition to Cape Town Motorsport, Clinton Besaidnout. The two of them got a bit of a gap on Geldnys, but remember, Geldnys has got a score to settle. It didn't happen for him in heat number 1. He will desperately be trying to hold on, but I think he's starting to lose the grip. It's just a little bit too far now. He won't be getting anything out of the slipstream. Here comes Class B. Zaki Hendricks is not leading Class B anymore. Look at this one. Rowe has come to play.
Yeah, that looks like it's Carl Visser. Yeah, Carl Visser's got his nose up front. Oh! And have a look at him being nudged down the home straight here by Zaki Hendricks. Zaki did not like the fact that Carl Visser has taken that lead away from him in Class B. But Matthew Rowe, yes, they're also going into turn number 1 now. That's that Class C, first, second and third. And there's a lost Class B car between P1, 2 and 3 in Class C. That group is making its way up the Joubert straight towards turn 2. And Matthew Rowe leads that class. Never mind the Class B car. He's lost there between them. Second in that class is Nur Abbas. And right there with him is the 19 of Razik Harris.
Razik holding on, but now they're side by side as they go through the kink past the Gazoo embankment. Razik Harris will use the best of the slipstream. And in fact, he dives on the inside of Interceptor corner. Takes that position away. Moves one up. Now it's first, second and third in Class C. But the lead man has now got a bit of a gap. Can Rowe break away from Abbasi? Didn't get it right in heat number 1. The leaders of Class A coming back towards us.
Out of turn 5, out of Fostron corner comes the leaders towards the city of Cape Town Bridge. That is Yuri Swart Jr. ahead of Clinton Besaidnout, ahead of Skull Calvinace. First, second and third as they race down towards turn number 1 into Holzhoek. Working their way now out of turn 5 is first, second and third in Class B. They're making their way now under the city of Cape Town Bridge. Carl Visser, Zaki Hendricks and Mohammed Kalfri as they work their way to turn number 1. Zaki Hendricks looks up on the outside. Look at that thing squirm underneath. Visser, as he's so late on the brakes, working his way through turn number 1.
Carl Visser trying to show the old hand the way around as they work their way up the Joubert Straight up towards turn number 2. That's where you see all the KPL drivers events go down. In fact, one coming up in the not too distant future. Through turn 2 they go. Nothing much between Hendricks and Visser Jr. Can Visser Jr. eventually try and break a bit of a gap? I don't think you get rid of Zaki Hendricks that easy. Frankie, that Class C battle, amazing stuff.
Yeah, that's making its way out of turn number 2. That is first, second and third in Class C. And now Matthew Rowe has broken away from Razik Harris that now sits in that second position. And Nur Abbas has dropped down to P3 in that group. Then you got the Class B car, Brett van der Skyf, and not too far behind them, you have got Suleiman Effendi. And behind Suleiman Effendi, you've got the 38 of Barry Cochrane.
Well, I think it's going to be a bit of a change-up here in the front end of Class A. Skull Calvinace on the previous lap was quicker than was Clinton Besaidnout. Quickest man out there, Umpi Swart, a 125.9, a 26.6 buys Clinton Bezuidenhout, a 26.0. Skull Keldernace again outguns Clinton Bezuidenhout as they work their way up towards turn number 2. I think Umpi's going to do what he does best, make the gap and then maintain it. Bezuidenhout's got pressure. It's called Keldernace.
Working out of turn number 1 now into the left-hander. He's first, second and third in Class B, and that is being led there by Kyle Visser from Zaki Hendricks. And Mohammed Kalfree has slowed slightly down a bit, picks up the pace again, but he's been left behind there by Visser and Hendricks, and then working their way now towards turn number 2 is that Dice for P 1, 2 and 3 in Class C, and that's been led there by Matthew Rowe from Razik Harris from Nur Abbas.
600ths of a second between Rowe and Harris on the last lap, but from the time they went past the start-finish line until where they are now, Frankie, looks like Razik is closing up on the back end there of Matthew Rowe as they go through Interceptor Corner out towards a lovely packed grandstand towards the Sarl van der Merwe sweep.
Right, trouble down in turn number 5. That looks like Keldernace. Skulk Keldernace, somebody's gone. Yes, it is Skulk. He was sitting in 3rd place. He'll rejoin again. So no, I'm done. He was in 3rd. He rejoins in 3rd, but he's now lost a lot of ground to Clinton Bezuidenhout.
Given the gap between first and now second in class, I think it might have been the beginning of a passing maneuver that created that. Missed it if it was on the TV. But I do think that that could have been the closing between second and first position, between third and second position, and that could have created that scenario. So Clinton Bezuidenhout now losing sway a little bit there, 3 seconds between himself and Umpi Swart. Keldernace 5 seconds further back. It's Visser that's doing what he needs to do to keep out Zaki Hendricks. Cal Pace starting to drop off that amazing pace at the front of Class B.
Yeah, they're working their way now, what Gary's talking about, into turn number 2, going through Quarry Corner. Kalfree is not close enough to that combination of Carl Visser and Zaki Hendricks, but also working their way towards turn 2 is that battle for P1, 2 and 3 in a Class C, and it's still Matthew Rowe from Razik Harris from Nur Abbas that sits there in that 3rd position. And then we have got Suleiman Effendi still sitting out there. He is sitting 4th.
Umpi's gone off. Sorry, it's Clinton Bezuidenhout. Clinton Bezuidenhout in Cape Town Corner went very, very high, very, very wide. Had to roll completely out of the gas. You'll see the difference between the two of them now. It was 3 seconds last time they came past. With that, Clinton Bezuidenhout pushing very, very hard. I'm sure you're going to find that that gap's going to be a whole heap bigger when it comes up on the screen. 6 seconds, 3 seconds Clinton Bezuidenhout lost last time through Cape Town Corner.
Well, they're starting their last lap, so there's one more lap left for these guys. And nobody will catch the Bullion IT man up front. That's Umpi Swart as he makes his way through turn number 2. Through turn 2 he goes. He's got a massive lead now on Clinton Bezuidenhout, who's in 2nd position, and Skulk Keldernace, who is there in 3rd. Remember, we've lost Nathan Victor and no Kai van Sail for heat number 2. Heading towards turn 2 now for the last time is your Class B guys, and that is Carl Visser from Zaki Hendricks from Mohammed Kalfree.
Visser seems like he's doing it all right now. I don't think Zaki's got an answer for that one. But we are on the very last lap. The heat number 2 for Alert Engine Parts GTI Challenge, first meeting of the season. As going down the back main is the man himself, Umpi Swart. And I think Umpi's just done it all right, as he always does. Very consummate in his preparation of what he does race for race to get the cars 100% correct. And as always, a clinical execution of his duties. This is where he's in the office and making it all happen. Umpi Swart will come through to take the checkered flag. Umpi Swart, a brilliant drive there. He'll be super chuffed with that. Here comes Clinton Bezuidenhout. He'll pick up 2nd overall in class. And then coming through behind him, a nice drive with GNA Motorsport entry coming through 3rd in Class A. Frankie, Carl Visser leading out from Zaki Hendricks, bring him to the line.
Yeah, that's one is pretty much cut and dry. Carl Visser way down the road from Zaki Hendricks 2nd, with Mohammed Kalfree finishing there in 3rd. But that Class C fight is heading out of turn 5 right now, out of Fostron Corner. It's been led there by Matthew Rowe, but he has got Razik Harris right on his case towards a checkered flag. They're going to be side by side. Here comes Harris, but Rowe has done enough. It's Rowe from Harris from Nur Abyss across the line. First, second and third. And fourth in that class will go to the 85 of Suleiman Effendi.
Yeah, we just wait for Effendi. There he goes across the line now, Suleiman Effendi. And, well, you don't have to feel bad about being beaten out by those front three. They were very, very quick on the day. And coming through then behind that is Daniel Munner, and then Cochrane from Boltman and Amley in that Class C battle. Brilliant stuff. Alert Engine Parts GTI Challenge, the first races of the season, having some of the guys laying down the law and saying, I will be in front with this class for the season. Well done. Umpi Swart leading out his class, Visser leading out Class B, and Rowe leading out Class C.
Hi Cape Town, Johnny Wingfield here. Let's get ready for summer. With over 1,000 hot Wingfield vehicles to choose from, we'll assist you with all your vehicle expectations and requirements. We are the professionals. Pop in at Wingfield Motors Goodwood, Kales River, Belleville, Northgate, Friedenberg, private finance and best price from our car for world-class service and satisfaction. Also visit our websites. Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP.
Here's to the hard workers, the steady, the strong, and the bold. For the brave, the courageous, and the dedicated, the honorable ones. For the builders, the fixers, and the makers, who go beyond measure, so the ones they love have all they deserve. Interceptor, great comfort, better safety.
The Porsche Club in Cape Town has its home right here at Killarney. In fact, it's the only Porsche Club in the world to have a clubhouse at an international racetrack. We are proud sponsors of Killarney and the Porsche Club Straight. Our passionate club members and their families regularly attend our race meetings. If you own a Porsche, come and visit us at the Porsche Club and we will let you know what fantastic events we have on offer. The Porsche Club, the best car club in Cape Town.
Hi Cape Town, Johnny Wingfield here. Let's get ready for summer. With over 1,000 hot Wingfield vehicles to choose from, we'll assist you with all your vehicle expectations and requirements. We are the professionals. Pop in at Wingfield Motors Goodwood, Kales River, Belleville, Northgate, Friedenberg, private finance and best price from our car for world-class service and satisfaction. Also visit our websites. Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP.
Well, the Formula Libras for the second race of the day. And, well, I can tell you what the problem was with Byron Mitchell earlier on. Gordon Mitchell mentioned to me that it was a clutch issue that forced Byron Mitchell out of race 1. I saw the VW Reynard go out there, so he is out on the grid, but Andrew Rackstraw will be the man starting on pole position. Alongside him will be DJ Boyson, who briefly led the first race of the day. Storm Lanphier and his Mygale will be in third position. He had a very lonely race in race 1. And then as far as things are concerned, we'll see how the grid will form up, because we have a whole gaggle of Formula Vs going out there giving us some great excitement. Zane Munson will be the man on pole in that class. On his own, Darren Liebenberg in 5th. 6th, Zane Munson, Richard Carr, Kelly Fletcher, Donovan Ramsey, Nick van der Westhuizen, Luan van Heerden, and rounding it all off, Reino Pence. And joining me, Francois Butler.
Hell, why not? Open wheelers. It's very close to motorcycles. You can still see the wheels, you know.
And it is going to be, it's not only the month of love, it's the month of electricity, as far as Formula E is concerned, not for as far as our homes are concerned.
I was about to say, nothing is the month of electric, but the month of electric vehicles sounds better.
Electric vehicles.
They've got generators, they've got their own power packs, they charge their own batteries.
I'm getting jealous now, I'm sorry. I'm done. Okay, that's it.
There we go. My good friend Andy Rackstraw is out there today, and along with him there Storm Lanphier, great karters of note, and out there Darren Liebenberg, man from Formula M, that Speed Stitch sponsored car of his, a very, very quick car. Kelly Fletcher and Zana Munson, all them lining up. I think they're waiting for the Class A cars to come through, but they'll have to roll around on the back end of the tar there. Reino Pence and Andy Rackstraw maybe go around the side and work their way around, or they stand and wait in anticipation.
Zana Munson looks like he's conducting an orchestra in that car by the way he's moving his hand around.
Where do you want me? What do you want me to do?
Say hello.
And the official looks at him and says, left, right, right, left, right. Army left.
Well, he's getting into his grid slot now in that lovely bright orange Repsol Lantis. There's Kelly Fletcher in the blue and pink. She's a horse rider as well.
She's an equestrian. She's not a horse rider.
Equestrianist.
She's a racing equestrian. Did you actually see her late grandmother raced in I think East London?
Not live, of course, but like on pictures,
karting, yes. Those old carts, those little wireframe carts, and she was actually the border champion, believe it or not. So the racing equestrian has got a bit of history. She's got her arm up. She's calling for assistance. Kelly Fletcher's got her arm out. She's getting assistance there. And Byron Mitchell rolls up onto the grid there on the second row. So we're going to have Byron out there. He's got a reverse gear. Formula VWs have got reverse gears. They've got normal gearboxes in. They're racing cars.
Yeah.
What's abnormal about a gearbox?
Well, like I was saying, talking about gearboxes and everything like it as well, they had the whole gearbox out earlier on because there was a clutch problem that Reynard had. So missed out that battle with Andy Rackstraw, but this time, let's have another go at it. And
I reckon they should have button clutches to get that quick pull away. Andy Rackstraw, the man with the gold helmet from Race Driver South Africa, RDSA, Iveschem. And he sits in the front line alongside him, Dyker Performance, DJ Boyson. And the Reynards get off the line and they make their way down towards turn number 1. Andy Rackstraw and DJ Boyson gets a blinding start. Byron Mitchell sits up there in P3. Now we can expect a little bit more of a tussle up the front. Rackstraw gets the back end stepping out. He's trying to hang around the outside, but Boyson's going to try and shut him out. Has he got space? Byron Mitchell's there. Andy Rackstraw looks up on the inside and DJ Boyson as they come into quarry. Rackstraw late on the brakes and Boyson shuts a door in his face. Gives him a blood nose. He slams it closed and Rackstraw says, I don't buckle under pressure, my boy. We go through the kink. Rackstraw up on the inside at DJ Boyson. And Byron Mitchell slows down. Oh, my word. Byron is not having a good day. Gordon's going to have his hands in hair and think, what did we do wrong? Did we forget a spacer or something? And now it's gone again, and Byron must be totally dejected as he goes there. But as we said, Andy Rackstraw in the RDSA radar makes his way down the back straight, down towards Pertamina Fostron corner, and is giving it a good run. Swerves across, he chooses his line to approach the corner. Good line of attack as he dives in, hits the apex nice and hard, and brings that Reynard around. right-hand turn, nice long winding turn, and then suddenly he's going to bring it back to the left. You hug that inside curb. You don't want someone slipping on you inside, and he's got a bit of breathing space there as they go into turn number 1.
Yeah, now a good gap between the top two. Actually, DJ Boyson's the guy that gets those lightning starts. He leads for a short while, and what happens is he now holds that second place 0.8 of a second back. You were pointing out, Francois, there Darren Liebenberg in 4th position at the moment, holding off, well, Zayna Munson is 4.2 seconds between the two of them. Zayna Munson from Kelly Fletcher, 1.3 seconds, so she's second in class at the moment ahead of Donovan Ramsey. That's 5th, 6th and 7th positions in this class. No Richard Carr in this race, no Reno Pence, and unfortunately Byron Mitchell trundling out.
Well, like I said, Gordon Mitchell must be putting his hands in his head and thinking, what the hell did we do wrong there? But nevertheless, look, it's the beginning of the season. There's a whole season of another 8 rounds to go. There's another 16 races in it, so I'm sure Byron will come back with a bang, as they say. A bit unfortunate for him, shame. I'm sure he wanted to have a little bit of racing today. He loves his racing, does young Byron Mitchell. But Andy Rackstraw starting to light up the circuit now. Sector 1, Sector 2, Sector 3. Rackstraw's coming towards the line. What is he going to do? Crosses the line. And we just got a little bit of a blur here on our screen. Can you believe it? When I want to say something, the screen lets me down. I want to check the time. Rackstraw leads out on lap 2. And he did a 1 minute 12. 1 minute 12 dead. Oh, Andy Rackstraw now starting to get into his rhythm. Great young lad out there. DJ Boyson, a 1:14. 2 seconds a lap slower than Andy Rackstraw. And he's going to stop pulling away. Rackstraw's got this one properly sewn up.
I heard double waved yellows in turn 4 at the moment. Byron Mitchell looks to have parked the Reynard in that particular section of the circuit. Red flag. Red flag will be coming out now. Cars on the circuit. Red flag. Mitchell is parked on, and unfortunately in a dangerous spot. So they're going to have to red flag the race after 2 laps.
Why didn't you open the bonnet and check the oil? That's what I know about car racing. I'm joking.
It's too hot out there, man.
I know it's too hot. You're going to stand out in the sun. You can't open, and you know how hot the engine's going to be, eh? I'm only joking, folks. We've got to have a little bit of fun here. Red flag, they'll go back to their current positions, make their way back to the line. They'll restart the race. Probably be a 6-lapper or something, or 7-lapper, depending on what's been done. But like I said, a bit unfortunate for Byron, one of those things. Yeah, racing cars. Huh. They're about as temperamental as my maid. Yeah. They break all the time. Byron's losing it.
Moving on.
Let's move on swiftly, yeah.
Let's move on from controversy over here.
Yeah, definitely.
So, yeah, no, that's so only 10 of them, 11 of them I could see in
Byron, you know what race. You know what I never realize? That we're actually talking to about 500,000 people, to be exact.
Okay, there goes the stage fright now.
Yeah, God, I'm on TV.
I'm on TV?
Yeah,
I thought I was just talking to the guys up here.
That's why I will never become a professional commentator, because I'm on TV. I'm going to talk a biggest load of hoo-ha, and I'll get hoofed off at the next show. Only joking. No, look, racing's got to be fun, folks. We've got to have lots of fun. I sincerely hope that all of you at home are having as much fun as we are having. Folk around the track, the spectators that have made the pilgrimage to Killarney. It's a fair crowd here today, Byron, having a look around the circuit, I have to admit. A lot of cars in the centre field, a lot of cars sort of in the middle of the track. Down in turn 1, those folks there on turn 1 on the inside, that was my initial vantage point when I started coming to Killarney. We used to park our bikes there, and all kinds of funny things happened. And yeah, so everyone's having lots of fun. You'll eventually find out where the great vantage points are, like the outside of turn 3, the outside of turn 4. Yeah. As a matter of fact, now with all the stands and the embankment and everything, you can literally go anywhere and get lots of view. Oh, no, I decided after about a year and a half, I popped down to the Moth Club at lunchtime and to say hello to the guys there down at the Moth Club. Big shout out to the boys down in turn 4 at the Moth Club. Nice to have you on board. I must admit, the clubhouse looking very pretty. You want to go to them and have a complimentary biscuit.
Biscuit?
You've got to have a complimentary biscuit. Just, say no more. I say no more. You've got to have they give you a biscuit. So go to the Moth Club and ask them if you can have a biscuit. Very nice biscuit. But it's one of those biscuits that sort of come back at you. They come to talk to you afterwards, you know.
Are we still talking about a biscuit here?
It's a biscuit. It's a ginger biscuit. No, it's a packet ginger biscuit. It's just one of those special kinds of ginger biscuits. They import them. They're imported. It's very soft. It's not that crunchy one that you dip in the coffee. It's a soft biscuit, but it's very nice. You got to go when you go to the Moth Club. Go in, guys. Say hi, guys. Francois Butler sent me. I need a complimentary biscuit. I'm sure they'll have a packet of biscuits.
Mention Francois Butler by name for a biscuit, and you'll get a biscuit. There we go.
Well, if you say Fido, they'll give you a biscuit too.
All right, 7 laps, original grid. Oh,
Well,
that's
there
a
we go.
biscuit. That's a biscuit. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, so now DJ says I'll have another go at Andy Rackstraw. Rackstraw says, you know what, I was just starting to get into my rhythm. And up behind him, Storm Lanfear saying, do we have to start over again? Well, it's one of those things. Darren Liebenberg sits behind his helmet. He looks like Darth Vader with that gold and black helmet of his. Zaina Munson sits there and looks around. Kelly Fletcher decides I need an umbrella to keep the sun on my face. She gives us a wave. Hi, Kelly. Good to see you out there. The racing equestrian. Just chatting about her grand early on. Absolutely brilliant to have that kind of family history in there. And, yeah. Where's Byron? No, Byron's stuck on the other side. He can't bring you a brolly. He's got the dipstick out of the car. He's got the bonnet up. But I'm only joking. It's a re-engined open-wheeler. But nonetheless, lots of fun out here today. So the marshals, the medics and all that roll up behind the grid. And we're about to go racing pretty shortly. Just getting 1 or 2 cars sorted. Oh, and another car leaves the circuit. That is Nick van der Westhuizen. He's off the circuit. Looks like he's got a problem. Maybe a bit of heat, overheating. He's jumping out the car. He's calling it a day. Nick's belts are off. He's practicing to get out the car in case of an emergency.
Oh, that's the 5-second rule there.
Yeah.
And he's taking a look.
I think he's got a bit of a water issue, overheating. Because he looked at where the hoses go in. So, yeah.
It's unfortunate. It is a scorcher of a day today, Francois. You know, good old Cape Town summer heat. And
February, the month of heat, as we know in Cape Town. If you want to have a summer's day, you come to Cape Town in February.
Oh, there we go. Coolant. There's coolant lying all over the section where he was, Francois. So he's having to wheel that Formula V back.
Byron, help me right. I stand corrected, but I know in motor racing you're not supposed to have coolant in your water. I believe that is a problem.
That is green and that is coolant. I can see it from here.
I don't know. I stand corrected. I've been out of racing for many years, but as far as I know, we were never allowed to use coolant. We had to use water only, because glycol is like soap. And if you catch glycol on your tires, you literally look like you're dancing in the shower. So
it could be
but
a
it's
reflection.
off the circuit.
It is off the circuit, thankfully.
Yeah.
And
no, there is a bit of glycol there. You can see the green shimmer.
Yeah.
So, but it's off the circuit. He got out of there quickly. I see. He probably saw the gauge go up. The thermostat probably blocked up, and the water couldn't get through, and popped one of the hoses off. This happens, and it's not about racing. It's about any motor car. It can happen.
well, that's Richard Carr is parked at the exit of the pit lane, Francois. So that will be a basically, you could say, a pit lane starter for the 7-lapper that comes ahead.
He probably dived into the pits. He got something sorted out quickly, something small, mediocre, or whatever.
Well, they're looking at that car now of Nick van der Westhuizen there, the Formula V Lantis. So they're going to see if they can. He's out of the car still, so I don't know if you'll be seeing if anything.
He's taking his helmet off. He's called it a day.
That's it.
Right, let's go for 7 laps of racing. Andy Rackstraw says I've got to do this over. Well, Andrew, it's one of those things, buddy. Racing, start over. You know, you get red flags. DJ Boyson, he also looks like Darth Vader. He looks like the Sith with his helmet on, sitting there in his red, white, and black car. You see his lightsaber sticking underneath the hood there. Yeah, a little bit of style. The Sith, Sith, man, don't say that. Yeah, but he's got burner on the side of his car. I wonder if that's the curry burner in Belleville. Probably something else, nonetheless. Right, so Craig has got the pedal. Craig puts the pedal up 5 seconds. Lights go on, and we go racing. Rackstraw gets off, and DJ gets a blinding start once again. It's beautiful traction on that car. And he dives down to turn number 1. Storm Lanfear, 3rd place. Having a look, Darren Liebenberg there, and then it's Zaina Munson. Kelly Fletcher gets absolutely bombed there by the guys. They actually box her in. She can't go anywhere, and she decides to get out of the way. So once again, Andy Rackstraw's got 6 and a bit laps to go to try and get one over on DJ Boyson. And we saw that he was blindingly quick in the previous running there of the first 3 laps. So he'll just sit up and bide his time on the back end of DJ Boyson as they make their way out the interceptor corner up towards Sorrel van der Meer corner.
Well, they're going to make his way through a turn 4, double apex right-hander at Super Sorrow corner, and now onto the back straight. They'll then run. He'll be in the slipstream. It will be, of course, Andrew Rackstraw trying to get past DJ Boyson, who is a lightning starter, but will only lead for part of the lap. Shirley there we go, on the outside into turn 5, Pertamina Fostron. And, well, I guess normal order has been resumed as they charge now to complete the first of 7 laps.
We have restored calm back to the race. And DJ drafting Rackstraw, giving him a run for his money. The two S-Class cars, special class cars, giving each other a bit of hammer and tongs. DJ backs off slightly there to give Andy a bit of space to operate in. And, well, he's just giving him a bit of space, and that's what Andrew wants, to break away. DJ Boyson trying to sit there with Rackstraw. Rackstraw saying, the reason I can go around you on the outside is because I used to ride karts. So we go around the outside of golf club, buddy. We do stupid things on karts, so we'll do them in open-wheeler cars as well. Byron, you know what karting's like.
Yeah, and you got a karter, former karter versus a Formula M guy. Remember from the short circuit racing days?
Yeah, DJ did great Formula M. He used to have fun. Him and Rado Pence and the boys, I used to love it. They used to go sideways around the Formula M circuit. But nonetheless, down the back straight, Andrew Rackstraw in the RDSA. Raynon makes his way down. Dyker Performance, Raynon there of DJ Boyson follows suit. They've broken away completely from Storm Lanfear and Darren Liebenberg. Storm will also leave Darren a little bit in his wake. There goes Storm Lanfear. He's away. And then we should have Darren Liebenberg coming out of Supervan corner. Yep, there comes Darren Liebenberg now in the blue and white Formula M car. That car is always, that pays homage to his dad, is beautifully sorted out.
And as well as that, Francois, it likes to turn its transponder off every so often as well, because you can't pick him up on the timing. Kelly Fletcher not going particularly quickly at the moment.
But she's got away from the guys. She broke out of that bundle. She moved out of the way. Very, very smart move from the lady, because Kelly Fletcher is just, should be behind Zane Amundsen. She is. Here comes Zane. First Darren Liebenberg over the line. Here comes Zane. And then it's Kelly. Kelly's broken away from the likes of Donovan Ramsey, Leon Fayette, and Rayno Pence. So Kelly's got a bit of breathing space. She can put foot down. She can maybe go and look for Zane. She's got, what, 5 laps to go. It's not impossible.
Yeah. Donovan Ramsey in 3rd position there, 1.3 seconds further back. Luan van Heerden, the number 28, is in that 8th position. Rayno Pence and Richard Carr crosses the line now. Only 10 of the original 12 are left in this race. 5 laps left to go, including the one they are currently on, and a 1:12.007 for Andy Rackstraw, his best time.
Yeah, Andrew is quite capable of taking the car into the 11s, I can assure you. But like I say, track conditions not totally conducive to high-class racing or top-speed racing. And as I say that, he does a 1:11.235, does Andy Rackstraw. He's like, Uncle Francois, shut up, I can do this. And he's done it.
0.8 of a second faster than DJ Boyson there on that last lap, fastest lap of the race. And really checking out of here like a rocket ship, I can tell you that much.
I'm looking, you know, these youngsters, the likes here of Andrew Rackstraw, Storm Lanfear, and a couple of others, the Carl Fissers, and that. We've got a lot of good racing talent in Cape Town. You know, people need to get opportunities to go further. I know it's a monetary issue. I take absolute homage to that, but we have got some serious talent. I mean, we saw Andrew Rackstraw in the South African Endurance Series, a 1:07 around the circuit. He was 0.04 of a second off Stewie White's record. I mean, that's stupid times around the circuit.
But like you say, Francois, it's all about the funding, and sometimes getting overseas and even getting a full national program together can be a bit of a struggle. And, well, we always hope that the sponsors see what they see here. And Andrew Rackstraw, of course, will only be a part-timer here at Killarney this year before he goes on the national tour.
Yeah, no, that's for sure. Andy Rackstraw will probably look to go nationally. I'm sure Paul, his dad, might just be able to help do something for him. So we'll see how that one pans out. And yeah, we would love to see him. We'd love to have a Capetonian back in that. You know, most of it's Joburg and Durban and maybe a bit of PE in there. And yeah, there's a lot happening this year. I might even go to Namibia with the Fawn and Friends. Who knows? It's going to be fun. I think this is going to be a great year for racing, Byron. My personal opinion, as Rackstraw crosses the line, 1:11, dead. What a pleasure. This Poiki is absolutely rolling around the circuit. And DJ Boyson doing a 1:12.2, so 1.2 seconds a lap quicker. Storm Lanfear 1:17.4. I don't know what the national time was in those Formula 4s. I think 1:15s, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think so, Francois. I can't think that far back now. It was last year, September. But, well...
Oh, I can't even remember what I had for breakfast.
5 minutes ago or so, like I don't know, really. But, Andrew Rexstraw, like we're saying, still leads the way. 2.8 seconds between himself and Boyson. Looking at, there's all gaps now. There's all a lot of just spaces between everybody. Not as close as it was in race 1. Zaina Munson still leads the Formula V section ahead of Kelly Fletcher, who's still hanging in there as well. Donovan Ramsey still third in class. Van Heerden, Pence and Carr all crossing the line. They are 5th, 6th and 7th. In that particular class, or 4th, 5th and 6th, I should rather say. And then we're not always picking up Darren Liebenberg on our main timing screens. We are in 4th position, but not on our television timing screens. So
I think he might have a transponder issue, nonetheless. So, and now Kelly Fletcher has been caught up in the quickies. Andy Rexstraw goes past, and she's going to go up to turn 4, Sorrel van der Merwe corner. When she comes out, she's going to have DJ Boyson blowing down her throat. She won't be perturbed. She'll just hold her line. She'll probably stay on the far side of the circuit. There's Kelly rolling down. Here comes DJ Boyson. He'll just go boom past her. She's got review mirrors. She stays out of the way. Lovely going. And the lead is going down towards turn 5. They're going to be starting their final lap, from what I can see. Here comes Andy Rexstraw through traffic. Let's have a look what he does through traffic. Here he comes up towards the line. Across the line. And he does the 1:11.5 in traffic. My man, Andy Rexstraw, really giving that car a good pounding as he comes out of turn number 1 up the Bear Straight.
One more lap left to go for Andy Rexstraw. 5 seconds between himself and DJ Boyson. Second, who's crossed the line already. We wait now for Storm Lanfear to do likewise. We've had a few of the lapped runners come through. Zaina Munson, who leads the Class V, Formula V section in the Repsol Lantis, ahead of Kelly Fletcher by 9.6 seconds rather, and 3.1 further back is Donovan Ramsey at this particular moment in time. But we watch now for only a part of a lap left for Andy Rexstraw.
Well, Andrew's got pretty much open road ahead of him. He might pick up one of the slow markers, go down to turn 5, and the slow marker, believe it or not, is Darren Liebenberg. So Darren's down going into 5. Here comes Rexstraw. He's going to come hurtling up behind Darren. I don't know if it'll... Darren's staying high and wide. That's very clever from that boy to stay outside of Rexstraw. Rexstraw coming up towards the line. Checkered flag beckons. Indeed it does. Andrew Rexstraw, 2 out of 2, crosses the line. And 1:11.4 there on his last lap with a bit of traffic to contend with. He was absolutely hurtling around the circuit. And I've got to admit, he might be a fine driver, but what a young gentleman, eh? Absolutely, the manners out of that boy is absolutely brilliant stuff.
Yeah, and Darren Liebenberg was about the most part of the straight away from actually being able to finish on the lead lap of this race. Otherwise, he would have just had a lonely last lap going over there because everybody else has been lapped.
Yeah, no, definitely. Lovely race. Nice to see the open wheelers again. I think a good drive there from Zaina Munson. Kelly Fletcher doing fantastically well in second. Donovan Ramsey third. Richard Carr, then Luan van Heerden and Reino Pence. So the Formula V's, the V class very popular amongst all those open wheelers. They like to enjoy themselves there. In the S class, Rexstraw taken from Boyson and Lanfear.
Yeah, the Formula V's have always been very popular in South Africa. You got the twin Weber carbs on those and these semi-slick tires, and it really go hammer and tongs, no wings. So that's what racing's all about. Just like with the old wingless Formula Fords as well. I wish we could just see bigger numbers of them. That's the only thing I would like to see more of. And well, let me tell you one thing: the classic cars will be coming out shortly. So we will go off air shortly and come back to you soon. Alrighty then, we are going to be going out for the Lauda Classic cars for their second race of the day. And
Byron,
yeah.
Byron, stop shouting. It's not louder. It's
Not
louder.
louder.
It's louder. Reminds me of the Peanuts, the Snoopy and Peanuts. So Peanuts is inside the kennel, Snoopy's on top. And Snoopy says to Peanuts, do you want to know who won the 1974 Formula 1 championship? He says, no. He says, louder. He says, do you know who won the Yeah.
But I was just talking earlier on to Trevor Hutchings.
Yes.
There, Francois, and it was a fuel pump that cut out
Oh,
on him in the first race. But what happens is he had his helmet off and he's had his overalls almost like zipped down and everything like that, and he kicked the fuse box, and suddenly
the car went again.
The car went again. So I think every so often he just had to just tap it with a foot.
Well, I broke a toe last year. I kicked the dishwasher because she wouldn't wash the dishes. Yeah.
But of course, then Trevor, what he did is he replaced the fuse and he replaced the relay, and it looks like everything is working okay now. So it's good to see the man back out there again in full force. I can tell you that much.
Well, there's a man standing here on pole position. He's got a
Okay.
flag on his side of his car that I recognize from Sweden. Kenneth Persson. I've got a Swedish mate by the name of Andreas Baccarat. And they got a blue army. So Kenneth should have had a blue army here today. Kenneth Persson in that McLaren, that beautiful. Look at those ram tubes on top on that V8.
It's a 90-degree Ford 351 V8.
Yeah.
Yep, there we go. The men themselves told me earlier on, and I know McLaren at one stage those years were running with Chevy motors, and they also had the Repco
The
as
Repco,
well. Those
yeah.
years.
That's before the manufacturing of the Judd motors back then. The
many
Repcos,
years
yeah.
before, with John
Yeah,
Judd
yeah.
getting involved there.
And this beautiful pink and blue Capri with the name embossed on the hood, Peter Goff, the late great Peter Goff on there. Neon the Toy sitting, and then Neon the Racemeister Toy is having absolute fun with that car today. On the second row, Michael Hitchcock. I did an interview with him. I'll post it on social media later today. Michael Hitchcock in the Mustang having lots of fun. He's got a 357 Windsor in there. It's about a 5.7 litre V8. Franco Donadio there in the Pinto-driven Escort Mark 1. He sits on the second row with A1 on the side of the door. And then Eric Baton in the big Chevy DeVille. Eric sits there. How's it, Eric? Having lots of fun. He's stuck in the car there. A big blue Chevy DeVille.
The Beetle's been pushed back into the pits as well there,
Oh, man.
Unfortunately, that was being
Mr.
driven
Rowley, Dave
by
Rowley.
yes.
Dave Rowley must be a bit upset, something wrong there. And also did a video with him with the, he's got a Porsche 924 fan on the back of that motor. Yeah.
Well, Beetle basically is a Porsche
in
many ways. The
It's not a push, it's a Porsche.
The 356, and well, look at it. Listen to that sound of that V8 growling off the line, and well, he's got that Capri Piranha. There's a whole lot of V8s at the front over there, and then that Pinto 4-cylinder of Donadio.
Jan Klink as well is in there with that Ford GT40. Those GT40s, I must, you and I will remember the yesterday era. That GT40, we've all watched the movie, Ford versus Ferrari. It was a very robust car for its day. I mean, the Italians were all about sleekness and all that, and then they brought out the GT40. And you know what? It's one of those shapes when you look at it. I mean, the new GT40, believe it or not, it's got the same motor as the RS ST. So
I saw the GT90. I think they released not too long ago.
That's the new one,
That's
yeah.
the new one, yes.
But it's also only got a
GT90.
2-litre twin turbo in it. I
Yes.
mean, you know, it's not a big V8 like they had all that. So yeah.
But the GT40s won Le Mans 4 times, 1966 to 1969. The likes of Bruce McLaren, Jochen Rindt, of course, was in that
Jochen Rindt,
group
yes.
of them as well. And the man we all got to know, of course, the unknown man, was Ken Miles, who got second in 1966.
Yep, that's what the movie was made about, Ken Miles. He was the great American guy. Yeah, so all the big classics rolling down the back straight. Eric Baton's big Chevy DeVille, Michael Mattenbogart in the Ford Granada, and then Bruce Evan Taplin. He's like the thorn amongst the roses there in that little 69 Corolla. He's going to really give them something to think about. And Bruce enjoys that car like you won't believe. Like I said to you in heat number 1, that car really outclassed itself. It did fantastically well. I think it's pay homage to the driver. Bruce can drive that car. He knows it. He was up at KZN. I got to meet him in Durban a couple of years ago. Great guy. Very humble and very, well, you know, I'm just here to drive, you know, da-da-da. In the meantime, he goes out and he performs. He's now in Cape Town. He's enjoying every minute of it.
Well, they are coming around, and the Kia safety car will pull into pit lane, the old pit lane. And now controlling the pace, it will be Kenneth Pearson in the McLaren with a Ford V8. Alongside him will be a Ford Capri Piranha with neon Racemeister toy. Then that's the front row. Then there's 2 more Fords behind them, but we'll tell you all about that when the lights go out. And 5 of them are out now. Away we go for the start of the race. The McLaren runs off, and there goes Michael Hitchcock into second in the Mustang. Look at on the outside, Neon de Toy will poke his nose right ahead there. There comes that block of flats, that Chevy DeVille, the blue one that went off the circuit earlier on today, luckily back in this race. Then Andrew Honeywell in the Golf Porsche. Look at the Granada of Glenn Ayton Bogart as well, always in the mix ahead of that GT40.
Yeah, and then we got that beautiful RX-2 Mazda there of, what's his name, not Richard Quicksteer, it's in there, no, Arton, yes, Charlie Arton. I just couldn't get onto his name now. He's in there. We'll have Kerry Blows in there. We've got Andrew Honeywell in there. Everybody's in there. There's Fadi Maton in the second of the Mustangs. Fadi's starting to get the hang of that Mustang. In the first race, he was losing power and his alternator wasn't working. Found out the littlest of a loose wire on a plug. Can you imagine that it affects a race car like that? He had no ignition coil taking place. So he's got that sorted out. Now Ferdy's out there. He's up behind Kerry Blows. Ferdy looks up on the inside of Kerry Blows and he gets stonking on that V8. He's up alongside. Kerry Blows sits on the outside in the 260Z Nissan. He's going to try and hold him off, and Kerry does that down into turn number 5. Dices are plenty.
Good to see Ferdy Maton back as well. He was also parked at the side of the circuit in race 1 France. Meanwhile, Pearson comes through to start another lap of the race in that McLaren. Then it is going to be 3 Fords, of course. It's going to be the Toy, followed by Hitchcock, followed by Donadio, and then it is Eric Maton. But now we look at the front of the next class. It's Glenn Ayton Bogart, Class B in the Granada, ahead there of Jan Kling in the GT40.
Speaking of that, Jan says I'll have to change that as it takes place. Jan Kling up alongside. He goes around the outside of the Granada in the Ford GT40. Glenn Ayton Bogart hangs up on the inside, but Jan Kling's got other ideas. Andrew Honeywell in the Porsche, the Golf coloured Porsche, sits there right there with him. Not too far behind there is the Mazda that pulls up there, Charlie Arton, and up behind him it's going to be Bruce Vern Taplin, who sits there in the, what we knew is the old Frankie's drink Corolla. Now it's got some new livery on it. They make their way up towards Sorrel for the Mava corner, but still Kenneth Pearson that leads out in the McLaren. Neander Toy, Michael Hitchcock, Franco Donadio, Eric Maton, Glenn Ayton Bogart. Here comes, what's the name past him? And the Ford GT40 gets the legs going down into 5. It just needs a little bit. Remember, these cars weren't built for these tracks. They were built for Le Mans that had these long 2.5 kilometer straights.
The long Mulsanne straight before the chicanes, of course.
The Mulsanne, and then through the chicanes, back around the back and back to the front end of the circuit.
And then, while talking about GT40s, Boland is going through Leonard Boland. He was behind, it was Brian Evans. I see Brian Evans in that Ford Escort R1. And then Lane Hutchings next.
Do you want to get ill? Okay, have a look at that Escort of Brian Evans. I've got photos. I'm going to show you photos now. We'll put them on social media later on. He's immaculate. I put my sandwich down on the top. Somebody going slow.
I feel like a sandwich.
Oh, my man. What is happening?
Vance Kearney, unfortunately, slowly down the back straight there, Francois, and that Camel Elf Fox going to be out, unfortunatally. A bad trip for the man.
Not a happy holiday. He's come to Cape Town. He went back to the UK, got his wife, came all the way back here. He's here now on holiday. I think he said, I might come back on the end of Feb or something.
I think you should stay here.
He can stay here, yeah. He wants to stay in the UK. Boring. Anyhow, as we say that, Kenneth Pearson makes his way down towards Pertamina Fast-Run corner, turn number 5. Neander Toy sits there in the Peter Goff Ford Capri there, the Piranha Capri in second place. Michael Hitchcock in the Crosscape Forklift Ford Mustang sits ahead there of the Donadio Transport Ford Escort there of Franco Donadio. Well, they make their way up towards us. Up behind them, Eric Maton in the Bruce Chevy DeVille holding his own in P5. He's going pretty well. Then Kling sits there in P6. Then it's Glenn Ayton Bogart, Andrew Honeywell, Charlie Arton, Bruce Vern Taplin, and Fadi Maton ahead of Kerry Blows in 12th place.
Yeah, a lovely battle has developed now between Dutoy and Hitchcock. Francois and Donadio is in the battle as well. All three of those forwards together. Mouton hanging on to the back of them. He's kept them in sight. Going wide is that Mark 1 Pinto escort of Donadio. But now look here. I love that Glenn Aiton Bogart and Honeywell. Andrew Honeywell's Porsche 944 Turbo are having a lovely battle. Honeywell is now up into the lead of that class. Then we have Charlie Arton ahead of the leader of Class C, Bruce Aventaplin.
Lovely racing taking place all over the circuit. We have a look for the leaders. They make their way down the back straight. Neander Toy climbing the curbstone. Franco Donadio up there behind Michael Hitchcock. Hitchcock punting that Mustang down. Hitchcock is actually the green youngster between the more seasoned veterans like Neander Toy and Franco Donadio. But Kenneth Person, well, he's just showing them what the years of experience are worth him on the car.
We have 5 laps left to go, including the one we are currently on. Here comes Kenneth Pearson in the McLaren, crosses the line in the lead of this race. A 1:23.482 is his fast lap, a 1:23.9 the last lap it is now that he has taken. So here they go now, and much closer once again is Neander Toy, about 1.7 seconds between himself and Pearson. Hitchcock, Donadio hanging in there as well, Mouton, and then of course Jan Glenn in the GT40 in 6th position at this time.
Some lovely racing. You know what? Have a look at the front of the Classic. I always want to say, excuse the pun, that's a classic view of cars. Everyone's in the mix. Oh, and Franco Donadio gets past Michael Hitchcock through the kink, going down into Interceptor corner. Slick move coming out of Franco there in the escort. They make their way up the Tygerberg straight up towards Supervan corner. That's that double right-hander, 2 Apex. And, well, there's a slow car going down the back straight. Not sure that is. Here comes Kenneth Person. Up behind him, Neander Toy. Then it's Franco Donadio. Then it's going to be Michael Hitchcock. And
well, just there, Francois, 133, Johnny Gunn, that's in the VW Sirocco, is smoking. Now we got reports back that he is smoking. I see
Brian Evans going a bit slower there on the inside.
He just came out of the pits, I think.
Okay.
I speak under correction now.
Right, so have a look there. Kenneth Person sitting up a time of a 1:23.4 with a car that's probably older than what I am as he goes through. I'm only joking.
That's old.
That's old. Ooh, that's old. You know it. And Neander Toy not too far back in the Ford Capri. And having a look up on the inside, Franco Donadio having a good tussle there with Michael Hitchcock. Michael Hitchcock respectfully will stand back on that one. Not that he's not racing, but you know, Michael's a gentleman racer. He likes to get aggressive out there. Oh, and there's a big Neander Toy, gets it all sideways. A car locks up. It looks like it's seized. They just blew off the track. Hitchcock stays out the way. Did he brake or what did he do? The car rolls off, smoke all over the show. Neander Toy held it beautifully as it put sideways. That could have been absolutely terrible. Something big went on that car. But he managed to keep it together. How he did that, bats off to Neander Toy. He's now proven to me he's a great driver. Unbelievable. And Eric Mouton has also stopped. Eric Mouton on the opposite of the this old pit section on the outside has also called it a day. So something has gone awry. I'm not sure what it is. Everyone coming down. We've still got 3 laps to go. I don't know if there's fluid or what there is on the track. Check any flag for us, Byron. Exit there of turn 2. Yeah.
Only yellow ones.
Only yellows, yeah.
Only yellows, no stripe flags yet, but it did look like, Francois, that there was a seizure over there because I could see those rear wheels over there.
They locked up hard.
They locked up completely.
Yeah, look, Neander Toy held that one together. The back end just came around. He sort of counter-locked it, and he kept it sideways in the circuit. It could have turned nasty. It's a bad place to go, but nonetheless, Kenneth Person leads out. Franco Donadio sits there in 2nd place. Up behind him, Michael Hitchcock. Then Kling moves up to 4th, and Boland goes up to 5th already, followed by Andrew Honeywell, Glenn Eidenberger, Bruce Aventaplin in 8th again.
And that's Charlie Arton in the RX2 Capella is going slowly. It's a bad misfire. I could hear that now as well. That's a misfire, unfortunately, on that rotary.
That's a Wankel motor. And you'll probably find a seal. They're all seals. The seal goes, then the motor just doesn't function.
Well, they're known
nicely.
for their seals and the problems with the seals. So,
and so is Cape Point.
and Seal Island, I can tell you that much.
No. I was at what's the place? I was there the other day out in Simonstown. I went to go have a look at the penguins. Yeah.
Anyway, back to the racing.
Trevor Hutchings has a bit of a moment. He comes back on the circuit. There's that little Datsun running around there. I'm not sure who that is.
145 John Hurst.
John Hurst,
He
yeah.
also parked on the side of the circuit in the first race. I didn't get a chance to go and ask him what actually happened over there, but it's good to see him back in the race. And there's some
it's
smoke.
gone big now. He might as well take it off the circuit. Something's gone there now.
Just as I talked about John Hurst, the commentator's curse comes back to haunt not only myself but him too.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate. Yeah. So, what do you call those things? Pre-season blues. All your problem. If your problems come out now, you've got the whole season to go on, and he's still going. He's still going. It's a Datsun. What can I say? They will go forever. The Capella.
It was the Capella they were smoking like it. I saw John
Then
Hurst.
it's a seal. Then it's a seal that's
Yeah.
gone definitely. That's blown. The water gasket, the jacket, or whatever is gone. So it's a bit unfortunate, but nonetheless. So we're coming towards the close, the end of play for this. Checkered flag has been held. Let's pick up on Kenneth Persson. There he goes down the back straight, down towards Pertamina Fostron. Up behind him, Franco Donadio. Then Michael Hitchcock. The three of them make their way down towards Pertamina Fostron corner. I think it's going to be a nice ending to a trip for the likes of Kenneth Persson and Bolin and them for coming over and cling.
You know, sometimes our guests come over and they don't have the best luck with reliability,
yeah.
especially when you come to the heat like this as well, Francois. But I think it's a good trip when your cars have held together. And, we only have a few meters left of this race, but still, they made it.
It's a yellow McLaren, but it's Team Blue that won. You know, the Swedes, the super Swedes. And what? Finland, Norway, Sweden?
Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, all of those there.
Rally,
That is correct,
ice
yes.
rally. I see the two boys, Matthias Ekström and Jan Kristoffersen won the champions race. They did it. What? Did you ever look at that on social media? That World Race of Champions in the ice?
I caught a glimpse, but the Race of Champions, yes, over the years has developed so much to become the event that it is now. I remember it from the days when they had rally drivers only, basically doing them. Carlos Sainz, Didier Auriol, and all these.
I see
guys.
Vettel was there with Schumacher's lighty.
Mick Schumacher, yeah.
Yeah, they had a bit of fun. Matthias Ekström, the Ericsson brothers, everyone was there. They all had lots of fun. So, and they were using some old cars, Audi Quattros and all kinds of things running there.
The good stuff.
The good stuff.
The good stuff,
Yeah,
Francois.
yeah.
None of this other,
electric things
over here. The good stuff.
But listen, don't knock electric. If you're watching a rally raid, now that's something
Extreme
special.
E, yes.
Yeah, Extreme
I
E.
caught a glimpse of Extreme E last year.
Yeah.
I know Rosberg's got a team in it, and of course Hamilton as
Hamilton
well.
as well, yeah.
And we have the likes of the Sebastian Loebs and the various legends.
Did you know? I read up. They've got their own boat. Their own boat. It's called something Power or something. I can't remember. The name eludes me now. I'm getting old. But they've got their own boat that generates their own electricity for them. It charges up all the units for them when they go railing. Brilliant. And all the cars park inside. It's like a barge. They go and park inside and they charge them all up with the boat. And the boat's green. Not green paint. It's green. It doesn't
green.
need electricity. It doesn't need... I don't know how it works, but anyhow, yeah, this whole boat's green. So it's a European thing. They're very pro sort of green. With the bunny huggers or whatever you want to call them, or the tree huggers and all that, but it's good for the environment. It's clean, it's quiet, all the rest, but lots of fun.
Well, that was our Lauda Classic Cars Race 2. That is now done and dusted. Just Michael Hitchcock getting that last fastest lap in a 1:23.115 in the Ford Mustang. But Kenneth Persson, he is the man who won this race, not only Class X, but Donadio in the Class A section. And it looks like it's going to be the biggest challenger again for the season this year. Donadio, 9/10 of a second between himself and Hitchcock.
You go onto a track with a number 1 on your car, you know you got a target on the back of your back, eh? Definitely. But he did it. Hats off to Kenneth Persson and the boys for coming over from Sweden. We want to thank you for paying homage to us. And yeah, I'm going to hand over to my colleagues now. They're going to close off for the rest of the day. I've had lots of fun commentating here with Byron. and the rest. So Gary and Frankie will close off the day on the last 3 races of the day. And we'll see you next time, next month. Don't forget, next week, karting at the karting circuit. Pull in, come have some fun. We'll post on social media. And then the weekend after that, we've got some short circuit and rallycross. So lots to look forward to in Cape Town. If you're not busy on a Saturday, you're never busy on a Saturday. And bring the wife down. Bugger the housework, man. Get the kids to clean the house. You come down to Killarney. So guys, if I don't chat to you again, have a lovely weekend further. And we'll see you next time.
Right, folks. Couple of cars has been taken back to the pit area, including the Eric Maton Chev de Vol, and of course the Capri, the Ford Capri Piranha of Neon de Toy that blew itself apart into turn 3 interceptor corner, and the marshals are busy checking the circuit there for oil that has gone down on the circuit, and they will get that lot tidied up before we now move on to what will be the Pirelli V8 Masters. So 3 more races to go for the day. Pirelli V8 Masters, Thermofires, Clubman Saloons, and we'll end the day off with the Spitfire Furniture, Sports and GT Cars.
when we picture a race car, we often picture something like the car just in shot, a open wheel machine specifically designed to go fast in circles. But sometimes you get something like this. This Beetle over here has got Porsche components and is driven and built by the legend from Flat 4 Racing, Dave Rowley. It's not the typical car that you'd see at a day like today, but today isn't a typical day at Killarney. Come join us here at the circuit sometime if you want to see cars like this and others, and get a closer look at something you won't often see at the racetrack. Sometimes you're the hammer and sometimes you're the nail. And in this case, Jason Ibbotson, someone that's been tipped to be one of the most improved drivers in the V8 Masters Series, now finds himself with a car that's a little bit worse for wear. A big incident coming out of turn 2 sees them now loading the car up into the trailer by the looks of things. But unfortunately, in motorsport, you have a good day and you have a bad day. And today, unfortunately, for Ibbotson, has not been so good.
Cape Town. Johnny Wingfield here. Let's get ready for summer. With over 1,000 hot Wingfield vehicles to choose from, we'll assist you with all your vehicle expectations and requirements. We are the professionals. Pop in at Wingfield Motors Goodwood, Kales River, Belleville, Northgate, Friedenberg, private finance, and best price from our car for world-class service and satisfaction. Also visit our website. Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP.
The Porsche Club in Cape Town has its home right here at Killarney. In fact, it's the only Porsche club in the world to have a clubhouse at an international racetrack. We are proud sponsors of Killarney and the Porsche Club Straight. Our passionate club members and their families regularly attend our race meetings. If you own a Porsche, come and visit us at the Porsche Club and we will let you know what fantastic events we have on offer. The Porsche Club, the best car club in Cape Town.
Here's to the hard workers, the steady, the strong, and the bold. For the brave, the courageous, and the dedicated, the honorable ones. For the builders, the fixers, and the makers, who go beyond measure, so the ones they love have all they deserve. Interceptor, great comfort, better safety.
All right, I'm joined with Flynn. Flynn,
time just to bring
first
you up
race
to
out.
date with what you can entertain yourself with in terms of motorsport during the course of this week. On Tuesday night at 8 o'clock, Second Gear Talk Show will be going out live and pick up all the latest information on motorsport locally and throughout the country. Try to stay away from the international stuff. Let's rather look at our local stuff and look after our local motorsport as such. So that goes out 8 o'clock on Second Gear page. Then on Wednesday night, that one is going to be a biggie. Motorsport South Africa, iRacing South Africa 2023 is going to be starting their first meeting of the season. The top 10 from last year, which was carrying 60,000 rands worth of prize money. That prizes was handed out at the West Province Motor Club Motor Show at the end of last year. This year, the top 10 from last year go through. Then they had qualifying, and the next 30 top qualifiers in South Africa get joined to that. The name list is amazing, unbelievable. You have no idea. It is utterly amazing stuff. That's going to be starting on a Wednesday night. They're going to be riding GT3s this season. And the likes of Troy Dolenchik, Matt Shorter, Luc Lucchesi, Johan Ferry, Francois Joubert, Mike Verrier, Peter van der Spey, all of these guys, Jason Kutsia, Umpi Swart, all of these guys that are in the top talent in South Africa. And that one will be going out from 8 o'clock onwards. It'll be a 90-minute race. The best, you can pick it up on Second Gear Talk Show. You can pick it up on Sports and GT page. You can, but then the right way to go, because Facebook chokes it down to 720p. Going out on 1440 on a 10,000 bit rate on YouTube. Second Gear Productions and iRacing South Africa will be carrying that footage. Voice West Province Motorsport, Frankie Ennis will be going live with that one. A reasonable possibility we'll have joining us as guests there on the evening, the likes of Byron Knight, Francois Butler, and Emil Brunt. That will be joining us for that one, and that's going to be a 8-part national series, and that in fact takes the same type of awards at the end of the year from Motorsport South Africa. If you win the touring cars, or you win the Polo Cup for Extreme Festival, you'll stand alongside the winner of the iRacing South Africa MSA 2023 GT3 series, brought to you by Second Gear Productions in conjunction with Jaco Steyn, who's the main computer guru in there behind that. So definitely Tuesday night 8 o'clock, and then Wednesday night. Don't miss out on those two. For all Wednesday nights going to be something else. Really, it's something you need to actually have a look at and see what tickles your fancy. I think you're going to see some of the best racing you've seen on TV for a long, long time. Right, 3 more races to go. Pirelli V8 Masters race number 2. Ex-champion Fabio Tofani that is now showing the guys he might be the ex-champion, but he is still the fastest out there. And they work their way around. Believe there's going to be change of surface flags. Exit turn 2 all the way up to turn 3 from the blow-up that we just had a couple of minutes ago. I think that's a bit of an expensive one, that total explosion and lockup. That motor is yesterday's hero. And with that lot back together, I think it's going to be a lot of time, work and effort. But I'm pretty sure, knowing Neanderthal, he'll get that one sorted out and he'll get it all back out on the track again. Safety car is here with us. It's good to go. And waiting for the supercars to, the V8 Masters, should I say, to come around. Supercars will be out with us at the next event here at Killarney International Raceway.
Well, they'll just move it down the back straight then. There is the Sean Moore APV, the Ziegler Ravenel car, who had its adventures in race 1, but thankfully back in the race over here now for race 2, back in the picture for race 2, I should say. And it looks like it will be Fabio Tofani who will be the man to start on pole position. Alongside him will be Marcel Angel. As you see them come up to the line, remember, actually pole here is off of the racing line, and thus on the dirtier side of the grid. A lot of times in many forms of motorsport, you'll see that most times nowadays that the pole position is on the racing line itself. But yeah, it's a bit different. But what happens is in the run-up to turn 1, you get the inside line. If you hold your line and hold it ahead of the car next to you, there comes the 46 of Jason Ibbotson, who had that coming together with Carl Nell that ended race 1.
Is that what you refer to as a universal bonnet?
A universal bonnet. That's just your quick. There we go, my replacement bonnet. Let's get that back on over there. Let's get down over here. Is there any tape on it actually?
No, I think. Well, yes, there is tape from the back end of the bonnet going further down. So whether it's the original bonnet that's been taped down, or it is one which has just been sprayed black and ready for use for whoever, according to the requirements of the Pirelli V8 Masters series. But yeah, Jason Ibbotson, the man that was in the silver class for miles too long as far as I'm concerned. He's been Class A material for an extended period of time. Carl Nell, brilliant race, heat number 1. Alistair's out there as well. Stuart Spooner coming off a little bit further down the pack. And Sean Moore coming off the tail end of the field. That's going to be pretty interesting. I think he'll be up and running pretty quickly. He knows he can't let the big hitters up front get away. He is one of the big hitters. He knows exactly how quick the pace is there. And once you lose a bit of ground, to try and catch it up is very, very difficult. So I think you're going to find Sean Moore on the get-go is going to be on the move big time through turn 1, 2, and 3. Change of surface, not a waved yellow. So I take it passing is quite fine through 2 and 3.
Yeah, passing will be permitted, but they have used the dust, of course, to soak up the oil from Neandertoy's Ford Capri Piranha, and they'll just have to heed caution over here when they go through that section of the circuit.
I thought you were going to say the ex-Neandertoy Ford Capri, but the car still exists. It's just the heart that's broken.
Hopefully that will be sorted out in weeks to come. But we'll see how Race Mace, he's always a man with a plan and a man with a lot of resources and a lot of expertise over there. But
well, they built the last heavy metal in exactly 1 week. Took them from start to finish. And he went on to finish and win the very first event that he took part with that motor car out at Klein Plasie Mega. So not only working here from the circuit, Neanderthal, not only racing on the circuit, but also doing oval track heavy metal racing as well. The multifaceted gentleman doing very, very well for himself. And he's now got a dyno in there by Neanderthal garage as well. And The dyno is always something that draws lots and lots of attention, so I think you're going to find more traffic in and out there on a regular basis with the guys and the dyno right here by the circuit. Makes it nice and easy. So here we come. Who's going to be on the front row of the grid? The pace car moves off towards the sideline. Who's up front? Fabio is up front there with him. Is Marcel Angel. Jason Iverson, a little bit of extra weight, probably the extra half a kilo of duct tape, bringing that bonnet and the car together, that they can remain as one towards the end. Carl Nell on the outside of the second row. Barry Ingle and Lee Campos as they come off the line and going down towards turn number 1. Marcel Angel immediately drops in there behind Fabio Tafani. Marcel Angel closes off that inside line. It's going to be Carl Nell that has a look around the outside. Can he make that one stick? It's going to be side by side as they come out the corner. 3 of them very close to one another. Somehow they make it through. Don't forget about Sean Moore. He's going to be coming off the tail end of the pack. He's going to make up headway pretty quickly. He's already passed 2 cars.
Yeah, they go through the section now, Gary, where they've laid the drizzit. And through the kink now and into the turn 3 section at Interceptor. You can see the gap already between the pair at the front and the group following them as they go down the Tygerberg straight now. Iverson still hanging in there in third at the moment with the likes of Nell, Ingle and Campos behind him. Yeah, they go down the back straight. It's Fabio Tafani that leads. Then it's the number 14 of Marcel Angel. Now, the number 22 there of Barry Ingle is now trying to move around. He looks on the outside of Jason Iverson. Meanwhile, on the inside of him, it's Carl Nell in that red 64.
Stuart Spooner loses the position to the charging Sean Moore. Sean's already looking through the cars in front of him and saying, up, the 2 I actually need to get to is up front. But he's going to traverse 3 other cars. If he can traverse 4 other cars from there on out. And, let's see how far he can, in fact, make it. Oh, big lock up there going down into turn number 1 and 2 cars that's out of it. I think one of them could be Carl Nell. Yes, the one is Carl Nell. And I think the other one is Campos that spun off in the entrance to turn 1. But there's dust just before that on the Cape Town corner.
There is indeed there, Gary. I think it's Stuart Spooner's red flag. Red flag is out.
That's strange.
All right, red flag is out. That's now the race has been stopped after only 1 lap. And I think that was Stuart Spooner, the silver class runner, number 17, that pulled off the circuit that side. There was a lot of dust, as you had pointed out there.
There is, in fact, a car. You can just see the edge of it standing on the circuit itself, just by the trees. If you look through the City of Cape Town and Wingfield Motors Bridge, there is a car that's standing there. So that car that's on the circuit is obviously the reason for the red flag. Fabio Tafani, Marcel Angel having made a nice gap between themselves and the next of the cars there, all of a sudden have to slow it all down. And let's hope that everybody is okay. Cars you can fix, people's a different story though. It looks like the driver's out of the car. No major problem, but 2 cars involved with that one.
Spooner and Thompson, there we go. Frankie was just spotting him on the screen. Spooner and Thompson, and those are 2 silver class runners there. Mark Vogt, I should rather say, the number 21 car also didn't make it through on the first lap. I don't even know if he actually took the start. I speak under correction there, but coming to the grid now with only Ken Finneman, looks like it, who's left at the moment as far as the silver class is concerned. The cars will come up to the grid once more. Fabio Tafani will come into his position. Now my guess, of course, will be, I'll wait for Tiny to give me the signal for that, of course, is a brand new race. Well, Thompson has got a flat tyre, so a puncture for Thompson. He will need assistance. So we'll try and keep you updated, everybody. Watching at home, at the circuit as well. See what is happening. I got, of course, like I said earlier on, it's Stuart Spooner and Gary Thompson still out on the circuit. It's Stuart Spooner that has a puncture, so they'll have to get some assistance for both him and Gary Thompson. And then as far as everything else is concerned, Carl Nell and Roy Campos, who spun at turn 1 as they started lap 2, got going again. So a big cloud of dust happened over there. The two of them went off, but they luckily rejoined and will be back out on the grid. The number 29 orange and black Roy Campos, he's parked right next to the man that he went on the dirt with, Carl Nell. So, Pirelli V8 Masters, their second race of the day has been halted. If you're just joining us right now, red flag conditions. And only after one full lap had been completed by only part of the field, not even all the cars had made their way over on that first lap. But my thinking would be that we would start a brand new race with the same grid that we had at the start. But first of all, the Goodwood Body and Spray tow truck will help Stuart Spooner off of the circuit, surely. So we'll go off air for a little while. And once things start getting back to where they should be and getting up and started again, we will get back to you then. But for now, we'll just leave you off air.
Yeah, well, folks, there's an issue coming out to those people at home who can watch this Spooner slowed right down coming out of turn 5 out of Fostron, and then Gary Thompson just went into the back of him. So for the people at home that's watching this, you'll be able to see that, exactly what happened. That's why, and then you see the issue going into turn number 1, the one with Carl Nell and with Roy Campos. And you look at the replay again here, Byron, and you'll see that Spooner just slows right down, and then bang, he gets clipped there by Gary Thompson.
Yeah, I think, you know what, Frankie, I think both of them might have had their suspensions damaged. That was the left front side of Spooner's car hitting the right front of Gary Thompson's car there, and both of them stationary on the circuit. That's where the cleanup crews are now, of course, to try and get those cars back again. Here's the Roy Campos and Carl Nell battle. Yeah, Carl Nell, the back end stepping out. No, that's behind them, sorry. So it's actually Carl Nell made it through. That, I have to say, was Barry Ingle made it through, the number 22 car. Sorry, they're both red cars. And then the number 64, Carl Nell and Roy Campos having a moment there as they went off the circuit, but thankfully they were able to get back on. There's the Leaf Brewers are out there with our magnificent cleanup crew here at Killarney. The WPMC Marshals doing fine work. All right, the announcement is that it's a full race, full 8 laps of racing, so a brand new start. Some of us always want a brand new start in this life, so now we're getting one. So there we go, folks, and well, the Fabio Tufani will take him off the grid. Alongside him will be Marcel Angel, as it was in the first start. Then we have Jason Iverson, Carl Now, Barry Ingle, Roy Campos, Stuart Spooner. Well, he was not going to be taking any further part in this race, I would think. So we'll see them as they come around now. Spooner and Thompson. Mark Vogt, didn't see him much out there earlier on, but Ken Finneman and Sean Moore.
Right, so full race it's going to be, which is lovely for us around the circuit and up here in the commentary box. We don't miss out on anything. Pirelli V8 Masters, race number 2 for the day and for the season. Fabio Tufani leading out from Marcel Angel as they work their way around. Jason Iverson, it's got a little bit easier around him with some of the emissions from the restart. But Carl Nell, it's not going to get dusted that easy out of the top 3. I think it's between Iverson and Nell for that coveted 3rd position. Marcel Angel very seldom makes mistakes. The car breaks, it's one thing. Fabio Tufani doesn't make mistakes. So the two of them should, by rights, end up in the top 2 positions. The fight's going to be for that 3rd position. Jason Iverson, Carl Nell going one-on-one. Not that far off their pace. Barry Ingle. And well, let's see what happens from there.
Yeah, so we originally had 11 of them entered. It's going to be 9 of them out there, surely. 8 or 9 of them. Don't see Mark Vogt. So that's a whole lot of silver class runners. So basically, Ken Finneman will be the sole man in class silver. And then Sean Moore, like we said earlier on, he was at the tail end of the field and he'll be chasing through. Of course, he was pushing incredibly hard in race 1. But Gary, the safety car peels off right now, and we're going to go for take 2.
Well, let's see how this one works out. So starting off the back of the pack, passes 3 cars, red flag, go back to the back of the pack for Sean Moore. And let's see what he can do from there. Will be a little bit easier with 2 less out there. Fabio Tufani's got the head shot as he works his way down towards turn number 1. These cars very, very quick off the line. The 2 similar liveried and colored cars of Marcel Angel and Jason Iverson in 2nd and 3rd. As we said, that 3rd, 4th, 5th position battle, keep an eye on that.
Watch them as they come now into turn 2. On the outside, it will be Barry Ingle of that 3rd place. Ahead of them, of course, it is Jason Iverson still holding that 3rd place for now. But looks like Ingle has lost a place. Coming up is Carl Nell. And watch behind them. There's Roy Campos. They go through a bit of the dust over there as well into turn 3. And a good clean start from everyone here as they go into the Tygerberg Straight.
Sean Moore closing up onto the back of that pack very, very quickly. And the front 2 have not gotten that far away as what they did in heat number 1. So Sean Moore is in a slightly better position. But how do you get past the likes of Rui Campos? That's only 1 of the 4. And the front 2 are going to be on a blinder of a pace. Marcel Angel had a look at that inside line initially on Fabio Tufani. Fabio very good on the brakes going down into Cape Town corner. Pertamina fast try and holds on to that one. Fabio Tufani from Marcel Angel already starting to make a bit of a gap. Jason Iverson, Carl Nell right in there behind him. Then the 64, I do believe is, well, he's actually dropped one down. Look at that one. That's Iverson. Iverson's gone.
Yeah, Iverson has spun it, and dust has been kicked up. Has he kept it going, though? Yellow flags will be waving in that section, Gary, and wow, we've had some thrills and spills in these last 2 heats now, of course. Fabio Tufani still leads him around from Marcel Angel. Barry Ingle will come up into 3rd position, and Carl Nell into 4th position, but Jason Iverson sits stationary at the turn 1 section.
Well, it's yeah, he's still standing there. There's a marshal by him. He hasn't got out of the car. The car's in a very precarious position. Surely, I've never. Oh, there they get it started. Iverson gets it started, and I think that's going to be a relief for Fabio Tufani and Marcel Angel. They haven't done the hard work to break away from the rest of the pack, and the last thing they would have wanted is to have to do it all again. Anything can happen, and it usually does in motorsport. And they've done it all right 2 times in a row. So, yeah, the first 2 come through underneath the City of Cape Town and Wingfield Motors Bridge. Fabio Tefani, ex-champion, with Marcel Angel, ex-champion. Then a bit of a gap as we go through to the 3rd place car. That's Barry Ingle. And behind Barry Ingle, Carl Nell from Rui Campos and Sean Moore up into 6th.
Change of surface flag, Gary, the striped yellow and red flag for turn 1. So I don't know if it's dust or something else has been dropped at the sand. It's probably just sand here that is now at the corner. So that's causing a lot of spins at that section.
I don't think that is on the... Oh, Sean Moore going very, very hard and wide through the apex of turn 2. Gets it up around the outside of Rui Campos. Campos fights back as they go through the kink. Campos is not going to let that one go whatsoever. They're right in there behind Carl Nell. Through interceptor corner they go. Sean Moore, we thought was going to go to the front pretty quickly. There's a lot of competition between where he is in the front of the pack.
Well, 6 laps left to go, Gary, including the one they are currently on at the moment. Watch them down the straight. There's the number 39 of Fabio Tefani, the 14 of Marcel Angel. Of course, Fabio Tefani, a 1:16.802, 2/10 of a second faster than Marcel Angel on that last lap, but running it down to the right-hander at Pertamina Fastron turn 5. It is going to be still Barry Ingle that will hold 3rd place at this time, or is it going to be... No, it's not Barry Ingle, it's Carl Nell, as a matter of fact. Here comes that... no, Carl Nell is Barry Ingle, and then Carl Nell, Barry Ingle, Carl Nell, Roy Campos, Sean Moore doing his best over here. He's going on the inside in turn 1 now, Gary. Sean Moore on Roy Campos, and that is up into 4th position.
If you think about it, last year, it was Sean Moore's year. Just all went right and no problem. Disaster for him, race number 1 in terms of collection of points. Not going that well in terms of this one either. And you can see he's pushing it very hard. He gets the tail end wagging once again. Brings Rui Campos just a little bit closer. But to get past Carl Nell, that's not going to be an easy one. And Barry Ingle, to my mind, having his best race ever.
He's having a sterling race here, Gary. Barry Ingle at number 22, red number 22. Now it's going to be Moore. He's in 5th position at the moment. He's challenging for 4th with Carl Nell, Carl number 64. And let's see them as they come out now of the right-hander, the double apex right-hander at Sarl Sweep. Down the back straight, he's in the slipstream, he looks towards the inside now, and surely Sean Moore will get up into 4th place, and you've got to watch out for Roy Campos behind them as well, because Cornell could actually even lose 2 places.
Oh, yeah, the first 2 come through. Fabio Tefani being closed down by Marcel Angel. Don't lose sight of that one. Barry Ingle, his best so far in this class. Sean Moore, well, now he's got a bit of open ground in front of him. Has Sean Moore? He's done a 1:18.757. That makes him the fastest man out on circuit right now. But is that enough? Barry Ingle on a 19.6. That is 9/10 of a second. But 9/10 of a second is... it's a big canyon when you find yourself so far back. 5 seconds to make up. That's 5 laps. There's only 4 laps to go. He's got to turn up the wick.
Well, Jason Iverson is now going to be lapped by the leaders. Now he's still going around the circuit, taking a look at his last lap of 1:22.482 compared to the 1:18s and 1:17s by the top 2. It's actually a 1:17.7 for Marcel Angel. He was quicker on the last lap than Fabio Tefani. Is now half a second between the 2 of them, and 4 laps, including the one they're currently on. 4 laps left to go. And look at Moore really pulling out all the stops here on Barry Ingle. He's now 9/10 of a second between the 2 of them down the straight as they run, and he'll do very much likewise as he did the previous lap, and he'll take that 3rd place away from Barry Ingle.
Well, in fact, he's really got up on the inside line, blindingly quick the way he closed it. I'd like to see what his lap time is. I'm pretty sure it'll be the fastest to date. A 17.8 by Fabio Tefani. Marcel Angel is 17.9. The man that's just moved up into that position, also a 17.9, but 500ths of a second quicker. So once again, Sean Moore, the fastest man out on track. Barry Ingle, well, he's done very well for himself, no doubt. He's out of the top 3 now, but still a brilliant showing. Oh, Sean Moore kicks up the dust as they go out of turn 1 up towards turn number 2, where KPL drivers ply their trade. He's right in there where it counts, and I think Sean Moore will be super chuffed with the way this one's played itself out.
Well, Fabio Tefani, Gary, has responded to the challenge from Marcel Angel. He's taken a 10th of a second faster over the last lap from 5/10 to 6. And it looks like they made easy work there of course, Jason Ibbotson. Here now we are 3 laps left to go, including the one they're currently on. They go down the back straight now. There's a gap between themselves, of course, the lapped Ibbotson.
And Barry Ingles back in front.
Barry Ingle is back in front, but he's going to be challenged once again here, Gary. There comes the Sean Moore APV. He looks on the inside, but I think what happens is braking much later there was, of course, the red APV of Barry Ingle. But now how can they keep it over here, side by side between the two of them as they go onto the main straight?
Well, I'll tell you what, we thought that once Sean Moore went past Barry Ingle, that was it. It was all over, all the shouting and another couple of laps of racing. But Barry Ingles not taking this one lying down just because you carry the number. Oh, what a perfect cutback. The perfect cutback. Can Ingle get it tight enough to come out of the corner? Moore right on top of the curbstone. Moore actually had to roll out of the gas as he kicked up a bit of dust. Barry Ingles in the game. There's still 2 to go.
A lot of dust flying up, Gary. You can see in the background as they approach turn 2. But now I'm looking at the front here. It went from 6/10 to 1/10 when they crossed the line, Gary, between Fabio Tafani and Marcel Angel. He was quicker on the last lap by 4/10 of a second over Tafani. He's only got the next lap and a bit left to go over here. So time is running out. Here they come down the back straight now. He is in the slipstream, but I don't know if he's going to be close enough towards turn 5, Pertamina Fastron.
Jason Ibbotson sitting in a third on circuit, but a lap behind. So it's probably where he would have been, because now that he's back out on circuit in that third position, on track, but not on the leaderboard, it would have probably been a third overall, and he'll rue the opportunity to not have been able to carry that too. Going through the last lap, Fabio Tafani comes across the line, 0.3 of a second. It's game on. We don't want to miss out on that one, but keep an eye on this one. Ibbotson a lap down, then it's Barry Ingle, then it's Sean Moore, then it is Carl Nell and Rui Campos. That battle's not over either, as Campos goes up on the inside of Carl Nell. Carl Nell turns in on his normal spot, says, I'm not going to go out there where the dust is and the dirt from Ibbotson. I'll take my line. You make sure you don't touch me. Fabio Tafani under attack from Marcel Angel.
Oh, it's nose to tail, Gary. They go through the kink now towards turn 3, interceptor corner. Now it is the flag lap, the all or nothing lap it is now. They go through the right-hander at turn 3, onto the Tygerberg straight now. Look how close it is between the two of them. He looks on the outside, does Marcel Angel. He's not going to find any way past over there. They go through turn 4, super saddle sweep. Onto the back main, they do run now. It's going to be in the slipstream, he'll then run, and he'll go on the outside. Looks like he looked at the inside. Fabio Tafani went defensive, Gary. On the outside now, they're going to be banging doors over here, but it's going to be Fabio Tafani that will run it to the line surely now.
Fabio Tafani came out of turn number 4, the sorrel sweep, and he closed the line off immediately. Who's going to get the drive up to the line? I see brake smoke as they go down towards turn 5. Fabio Tafani from Marcel Angel. Brilliant stuff. Here they come now. Jason Ibbotson a lap down, but third on the circuit as you see them, and it's going to be not enough for Sean Moore. Barry Ingle beats him out to the line from Colnell. Rui Campos, they come across the line, and I think that is the last car still out on the track. I don't see Finneran anywhere. Oh, here he comes now. Yep, that is him coming across the line, and that'll give him 7th position. So Stuart Spooner, Gary Thompson and Mark Voggett not getting a result there.
Yeah, Finneman gets the only silver class runner in the race left, so he actually takes the victory in that class. A fine drive from him to stay out of trouble there, but the man I'm actually looking at here, Barry Ingle, putting in the performance of a lifetime here against Sean Moore there, Gary. Definitely worth a mention, as well as
he believed in himself for that one.
He did.
A year ago, he would have been passed, and that would have been the end of it. Today, he said, no, ain't going to happen. I'm fighting back. And he pulled it off at the end of the day. Commendable. Driver of the day, if there was one like that in this class, I would tend to go to Barry Ingle.
For a few people at home that are looking at your TVs and you see your schedule, that schedule has been changed because the last 2 races have been turned around. So your Spitfire Furniture Sports and GT cars will be up next. And then the final race of the day will be the Thermo Fire's Clubman Saloon cars. So the last 2 races of the day, and for the people around the circuit as well, has been changed around. Right, folks, here we go with the Spitfire Furniture Sports and GT cars. Remember that the last 2 races of the day have been changed around. It was supposed to be Clubman's cars, and then we were going to end it off with the Sports and GTs. It's now been swapped, so we will end the day off with the Clubman's Saloon cars, sponsored by Thermo Fires and Bryce. So here we go. Now, I'll tell you what, it was an awesome show out there. Mikel Patamba in the Ligier ran away with the entire thing in race number 1, and you wouldn't bet against that car for winning the second race as well. And then Stevie Humble, Francis Carruthers, Clinton Thorne, they were all in that fight behind him, together with people like Davy Hubert. That was in there. Sadly, we lost the Juno of Sandro Bakari. That car pulled off on the rallycross track early on, and obviously some work has been done to get that car back out on circuit again, and I do see that the Juno is back out on track again of Sandro Bakari. Yes, it is. It's making its way out of turn number 1. So they've got that motor car sorted out, and we'll have a look, see exactly what he can. Well, we know exactly what he can do. Oh, there's a car that's smoking rather heavily, and that is Simeon Panev in the 350Z. There's a lot of smoke coming out of that car. It seems to have settled down now as it makes its way out of turn number 2, out of a quarry corner. No, there it comes right back again. There's a lot of smoke pumping out of that 350Z of Panev. And I think that his race might be over even before it gets underway. Yes, he pulls the car off onto the rallycross circuit. So he has clearly put down a lot of oil, or might have put down a lot of oil. And if not, he's rather being safe than sorry than, you know, to pull that car off in a safe position.
Yeah, Frankie, they're going to have to get some feedback on that to see if any oil has not been dropped from that Nissan V6 there. And, well, hopefully, fingers crossed, that is the case, that there is no oil having been put down.
So not exactly the way he wanted to end his day. And that is a Simeon Panev in the 350Z, the Nissan. So that car is out of this one.
Yeah, it's a good field here, Frankie, so we should have about 17 of them left. 18 were entered. Jan Kling in the Ford GT40, and as well as that, we were talking earlier on about the McLaren of Kenneth Pearson. That is 8th on the grid over here. Davy Hubert in the 911, and Mikhail Patamba in that Ligier, which last year had Jess Huggett involved with the running of that car on the 9-hour. Man who was, of course, racing today and will be racing in the next race after this one, the last race of the day.
Yeah, they're going to have to just slow it down. Remember, this race is not underway yet. The red lights are still on. Doesn't look like there's any oil down on the circuit. Luckily for him, he managed to get off the track in time before we put down a lot of substance on the track. So the safety car is busy leading them around, and Gavin Gorman is making his way out of turn 2 through the King towards turn 3. So he came out of the pits very, very late, did Gavin Gorman.
In that lovely Nardini,
yeah,
sleek VW Nardini sports car.
Well, he's making his way towards turn 4, towards Sadel van der Merwe sweep, and the leaders are coming out behind the safety car out of turn 5, out of Fostron corner. So he was going to have to pedal a lot quicker if he wants to try and catch up onto the back of that lot. He's going down the back straight now. But they're going to get this one underway, one feels, before he even gets close to them. So the lights in pit lane are on, they go off. And away they go as they race down into turn number 1. And it is Francis Carruthers that takes the lead there, but not for long, because here comes Mikhail Patamba. Patemba's around him on the outside, and he puts the Ligier into P1. The pull beam is there in that second position, and Carruthers is fighting back. Carruthers locks up going down into turn number 2. Through turn 2 they go now. It's the Ligier from the pull beam. It is Patamba from Carruthers. And then we have got Davy Hubert that sits there in that second place. To just be sure if it is Carruthers, it might be Steve Humble. As a matter of fact, it is Steve Humble. It is Steve Humble that is there in that second position. There are 2 of those cars out there, and I know the one is a pull beam. I think there might even both be pull beams as they go down the back straight. And then we've got Clinton Thorne, and then behind Clinton Thorne we have got Kenneth Pearson that's racing down in the McLaren towards Pertamina Fostron turn 5.
Yeah, it's going to be a 10-lapper here now. So now first lap has been completed, and Patamba will lead the way ahead of Steve Humble, ahead of Davy Hubert in the Porsche 911, and then Carruthers. There we go, number 69 in 4th position and leader of class, second in Class A. Hubert leads Class A, and then Clinton Thorne in the Toyota Lotus 7. As they now make their way on this second lap, as there's going to be 8 laps left to go.
So the leader is now making his way into turn 3, into turn 3 he goes now, making his way up the Tigerberg straight into a Sadel van der Merwe sweep. Down the back straight he goes now, and that is the Ligier of Mikhail Patamba heading down the back main. And then we certainly in second position have got Steve Humble. Humble in that second place, chasing down Patamba. Then it's Davy Hubert. Behind Davy Hubert, it's Francis Carruthers. Then Clinton Thorne is the next man coming down, and then that thundering McLaren not too far behind them of Kenneth Pearson.
Yeah, Kenneth Pearson actually leads Class C, Frankie, ahead of Divan Lusmore, and that Lusmore is in the 350Z, the one that remains in this race. And then Henny Trollope in third in class, Yanni Hatsi. I love to see that 200 SX Imperial Japanese flag emblazoned on the bonnet. But Mikhail Patemba crosses the line in the lead of this race still, with the fastest lap of a 1:10.829 and 2.1 seconds between himself and Steve Humble's pull beam.
Right, there's another fight coming down towards us now, and leading this one is that 58 car, and that's driven there by Youngklin, making his way through turn number 1, and right behind him he has got Henny Trollope, and Yanni Hatsi is in the house as well, as they chase down that GT40 of Jan Klin into turn number 2.
Yeah, Jan Klin in the leading Class D, Frankie. He's now got ahead of Henny Trollope, mixing it up there with the Class C guys. And Ray Farnham, down in 11th position, is actually second in the Class D class, of course, in the Birkin 7. The Opel Birkin 7 2-litre, and Henny Bosman in the Mazda Rotary Lotus 7 in 12th position. He's third in that Class D section. 7 laps to go in this race. Steve Humble, a 1:09.298, and that is quite a bit faster over here. We're talking about 0.6 of a second faster than Mikhail Patemba on the last lap. 1.6 seconds between himself and the leader.
So the leaders are making their way now into Interceptor corner, into turn number 3. And it is the Ligier slows right down. The Ligier slows right down. That's game, set, and match for Mikhail Patemba as he slows the Ligier down on the Tygerberg Straight and into retirement.
Well, his heart will be falling to his boots there, Frankie, because that's out and nowhere else to go in that Ligier JS53. Steve Humble will inherit the lead now of the race, and Davy Hubert will inherit second place in the 911 Porsche. Carruthers will come through in third overall, second in class. Class A leader is still Davy Hubert at the moment. Here now comes Steve Humble, crosses the line, and will now lead his first lap of this race. 6 laps left to go.
And he's done a 1:09.798. Steve Humble. He's done a high 1:09s. He's done under a 1:10. That is brilliant stuff here by Steve Humble.
Oh, somebody's blown it, Frankie. Oil on the circuit and a massive blow up and into the dust over there. I did not see who that was. It's a Lotus and a 350Z. Red flag. Red flag. Race has been stopped. And well, that's a 350Z. That must be Divan Lusmore. And he was fighting Lusmore
Yeah, well,
with Gavin. No, not Gavin Gorman. That was in the Nardini, of course. And I know Henny Trollope was in that section. There's oil on the circuit. The Ligier put the oil down. There we go. That makes a whole lot of sense over here. So the Ligier put the oil down, and the casualties of that oil was the 350Z and a Lotus 7, so I have heard.
Well, we've got the 42 car that's gone off, and that would be Connor Kilbride. And he is in a 350Z. So Jordan Eben, who's up with us in the commentary box today, he's got the binocs, and he says that he's Connor Kilbride is one of the 2 cars that is off there. And there is a Birkin 7. It might be the number 10 car, and if that's the case, it will be Henny Trollope, but we'll have a look and see exactly if it is indeed Henny Trollope that has disappeared there, because he was lying in P11 when they started that lap.
Well, I apologize here for Divan Lusmore, because it could be, like we're saying, Connor Kilbride in one of those 350Zs. There were 3 of them out there. The first one didn't make the start. The second one now is in the gravel. And now looking, I see Yanni Hatsi is back on the grid. I see the number 18 of David Joubert is back on the grid as well.
Yeah. Gavin Gorman is there. And then we have got, well, Humble is there, who's joining us as well. Where is the McLaren?
Jan Kling is there.
Jan Kling is there.
Oh, there we go. On the screen, Frankie. Look at that line of oil.
That is Eric Salomon.
Oh, my.
That's Eric Salomon in the Elf. The Elf 23B. That's Eric Salomon. It's not one of the Lotus 7s from here. It looked like a Lotus 7, but it's not.
Well, Lotus 23 replica, but Elf, of course.
Elf, it stands for Eric, Louis, and Fred.
Fred Wilmot,
yeah,
yes.
That's
Yeah,
it.
there we
They
go.
built that car. And so that is the other car that is off there together with Connor Kilbride.
Yeah, Connor Kilbride, was one of the two remaining 350Zs. Devon Lusmore should be getting on the grid somewhere over here. I see the McLaren, Frankie, has made it back to the grid, which, of course, is Kenneth Pearson. And here comes the number 27 Lotus 7 of Clinton Thorne, the Toyota-powered Lotus, with the front and rear wings. Yanni Hatsi. There comes the Lusmore 350Z in his familiar colors. The Nissan 350Z, 3.5 litre V6, the Club Sport 99. Gavin Gorman, as we're saying, the number 10 of Henny Trollope, yes, is right here. Henny Trollope, who we originally thought, Frankie, was one of the cars that got caught out by the oil, but we do know now that it is the Elf that was taken out.
Yeah, so at least Clinton Thorne has made it. Henny Trollope, no problem there for Henny. In that 10 car, he is there. And then we've got a good couple of Birkins that's busy racked and stacked. We'll have a look and see who's all in there. But yes, Jan Klin, thank goodness for that, because that Ford GT40 is not a kit car or a type car. That's an original. There's two of them out here today. We have got the 6.0 and the 5.8, and the 58 on track has been driven by Jan Klin. And those are original cars that were built when, Byron, around about 1966, somewhere around there.
66 to 69, of course, the GT40s won at Le Mans, taking the mantle away from Ferrari. And then, of course, in 1970, the Porsche age started originally over there with the 917. But it's always great to see the Swedes come down here, Frankie. I love to see them. When I was at Le Mans a number of years ago, there was a little Swedish couple that was parked in the campsite. They had a little Lotus Elise painted in Ronnie Peterson colors. It was so beautiful to see. They'd driven all the way from Sweden to Le Mans, and it just shows you're talking about a couple here, probably in their 70s, who come to watch Le Mans, come to camp for the weekend.
Yeah, well, Europe is of such a nature, you can just drive from one country to another.
Yeah, well, yeah, we keep driving and we get Springboks, so here we go.
So, yeah, the guys are beginning to line up once again, just waiting for the WPMC marshals to clean up the situation there in turn 3 in Interceptor Corner. We've got a replay here of the cars coming through. It's at the back of there you see there the cars are spinning around. That is Connor Kilbride that spun, and then you cannot see it in that picture, but Eric Salomon was the other car that spun it. From what we saw, there might even have been more, who knows. A lot of cars that picked up the oil there from the stricken Mikael Patemba's Ligier that popped a motor early on. Well, he just went very slow, and then he pulled off, and about a lap later, that's the chaos that you saw there going into Interceptor Corner.
Well, that was basically in that situation, Frankie, a bit of a best-case scenario over there, because that could have been a hairy one had some of those cars come together. But, yeah, Frankie, we've been having a little bit of an oily day today in the latter part.
Yeah, we have. Just go through a bit of a calendar while we are waiting. Next Saturday is round 1 of the Western Province Karting Championship. And then we go on to the 18th. You've got round 1 of the Short Circuit Championship racing, as well as, if all goes to plan, with the opening round of the Rallycross. So that's 11th and the 18th. And then on the 25th of this month, we got 2 events actually, with one down in Worcester. That is the next oval track event at Mega Oval in Worcester on the 25th. But in the streets of Greenpoint, you got the Cape Town round of the FIA Formula E World Championship, and that will be on the 25th of February in Cape Town, in and around the Sea Point, Greenpoint area, the Mooly Point area there where the Cape Town Stadium is.
Yes, and our marshals here from Killarney will be very much involved.
And a couple of race day officials as well,
yes.
COCs and stewards, etc., etc. So there's a lot of WPMC marshals and officials that will be involved in that one.
Yeah. And I did say it to you last week at CHD that you probably can leave the Drizzard at home for that particular race event, because it is an electric.
I would think so, yeah.
Yes,
definitely I would think so.
So they're getting all their cleanup experience today, you know. So there we go. Get your hours in. That's important. And well, yes, if you are a fan of the Formula E series, that's the place to be. Greenpoint, as international racing returns to Cape Town. And Cape Town's actually, I was going to say it earlier on, a real motorsport holiday destination.
Yeah, I know for sure. But we're just going to go off air for a short while, just to give the marshal time to clean that situation up there in Interceptor Corner and to load those cars. And then we will continue. All the Spitfire, Furniture, Sports and GT cars are standing here on the grid for the restart.
All right, I'm joined with Flynn. Flynn, first race out, you put a new motor in your car. Why don't you just give the viewers, how did it go?
Yeah, so it went well. Put the motor in last year, but only tested it this year. Went out for the first time on Saturday. Was about 4 seconds faster than I was before. And then today I set a target for myself of 128 and got that in the first heat. So I'm really happy with the way it's gone.
So the motor that you had in before, 2-litre 8 valve, or was it also 2-litre 6 valve?
No, so this is a 2-litre 8 valve. The old one was a 2-litre 8 valve as well. Okay. But this one has got some spice to it. Yeah.
Spice, okay, so Cape Town stock, so we're not going to say kind of what's in there, but we know the car's running side offs.
Yes.
You also had a bit of oil leak this morning.
Yeah, so I saw a bit of oil underneath the oil cooler. So I was a bit nervous about that. I had checked out, went out in qualifying, there was nothing, went out in race 1, there was nothing, so I think it was just, I'm imagining things. You know?
Myth, it's all a myth.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's just give the viewers a little bit of a taste of clubman's racing. What is it like for you?
So last season was my first season of racing, and to be honest with you, joining Clubman's was probably the easiest way to get your foot in the door when it comes to main circuit racing, because you don't have to spend too much money to get there. I mean, you can start off in Class F and have some fun. And then also the guys in Clubman's are very helpful. So me being new, I asked a lot of questions and needed a lot of help and advice. And every single time I asked someone for help, it was met with a positive response. So they were more than willing to share their knowledge and advice and tips and tricks.
So good, thank you so much. Well, Flynn, we wish you the best of luck for race 2. All the best, and we're going to watch you. Thanks, Flynn.
Cool.
All the best, Cool. All right, this is a kind of a cool thing to see. You don't often see a Ford XR6 or XR8, I'm not sure, but it's a Falcon, Ford Falcon, on the track. There used to be the Steve Wyndham one, which was an ex-production car, but this is kind of a cool car. Better engine, exhaust coming out the side. I don't know if you guys can have a look at this. Exhaust coming out the side, semi-slick tires. It sounds so glorious. Let's have a look around the front. And this is really the epitome of Clubman's racing. Really bring whatever you want, come with whatever kind of car you got. He's been in a little bit of a argy-bargy over here. Nothing too serious. Let me just do that for him. That's all sorted out now. Looks mint. Better engine, straight 6, fantastic little car. Difficult probably to get some parts, but I'm sure that he's got some connection somewhere. Look out for him on the track. Michael Lessier. Michael Lessier is what the driver is here. Looking forward to it.
So sometimes you get race cars that are purpose-built from the ground up. And then sometimes you bump into James at the gate over there driving his car from Stellenbosch. Yes. James, this car is a road legal fine car. Tell us more about this car and what was the drive like to here?
Oh no, it was very nice.
Did you wear the Hans device, the lead brace on the way?
Everything was packed in the suitcase and stuff, yeah. So this morning we fired up, drove from Stellenbosch, did some racing, went very well. I had a nice dice with the Beetle, and yeah, very nice dice, and now it's the second hit again, and let's hope for the best.
So as someone that's got a road legal race car as well, don't you worry about any new noises?
No, not really.
I suppose it's a Honda, so it never breaks. And lastly, tell us a bit more about this car. It's a Honda dock. Has it got the Japanese specs, South African spec?
Got the South African specs, B1600 motor. Yeah, so we did dyno tune it a bit, 120 kilowatt. We got out. Yeah, normal aspirated. Did some coil overs on, some slicks, and roll cage and everything. So yeah, it's lekker.
Well, there you go, folks. Run What You Brung has never looked this good. And it just shows you, it doesn't matter what you drive, bring your daily. As long as it's got a reliable Honda engine, you'll be fine.
This is Clubman's Classic Racing at Killarney. This is race number 2 of round 1. It's going to be an absolute humdinger. Looking forward to seeing these guys go toe-to-toe. The Clubman's Classic guys, they are absolutely out there with fantastic cars, looking in great shape, and they're going to give us a good race. Let's go out and go watch them.
Well, I can hear engines firing up, so it looks like we're ready to go again. And I see a Lotus 7 over there getting a bit of a push. That's Ray Farnham, the Birkin 7. 5 laps. It's only going to be a 5-lap race. And I got a very short, not a short fuse, but a short cable.
That was pretty funny, though, eh?
Could have taken us all out here.
It's about a meter long, and Byron's trying to walk around the commentary box. Maybe we should use the other microphone. The lead's a touch longer.
I think you're quite right there, Frankie, before I embarrass myself and cost us a whole lot of money here.
Yeah.
There we go. Sounds the same, unfortunately, for me,
Yeah,
for you guys at home.
It's not going to change.
But yeah, 5 laps, as Tiny has just told us right now. 5-lap dash for cash, if you could call it that.
Yeah.
Basically half the distance that we originally had.
I see Arlene Brown's walking down the grid with the board, and she's showing all the drivers that this is a much shortened race. It's going to be a 5-lapper, and it's going to be a very, very quick one indeed. So we've lost the Ligier. Sadly, we've also lost the Eric Salomon. Those are 2 cars that are out in that oil situation there in turn number 2. We've also lost Connor Kilbride. 3 cars gone out of this one. Red flag gets taken off the grid. The safety car leaves the line, and the safety car makes its way into turn number 1. So there's going to be a change of surface flag, and the drivers have to pull away in single file. They've got to pull away in single file, one behind another. It's not his original grid, but it's one behind each other in single file.
Safety first at Killarney. That's what it's all about over here. Get them on that first lap, and then we go racing. And That's what it's all about. Yeah, a lot of oil has been put down today in 2 separate races. They're being reminded on that blackboard. Single file as Gavin Gorman's Nardini trying to bump start that car. Can they get it? They'll be pushing. Oh, and let me tell you one thing.
And Jan Klin was also slow off the line, but luckily for Jan, he got going again.
I saw Gavin Gorman was shaking his head there a bit, Frankie. They'll have another go at it, but hopefully it's not curtains for the Nardini.
I think it might be. He's showing them, I can't get this thing started, it won't fire up. And that's a pity because he started at the back of the field, half a lap behind everybody, and he made up about at least 5 positions before the red flag came out. And now the thing wants to know nothing. It won't fire up, it won't do anything, and that'll be a very, very cheesed off Gavin Gorman behind the wheel of that Nardini.
Well, it's pulled off the circuit there by the Armco gate and the Porsche signs and the Porsche straight that it is, but down the back straight they go in single file. It is Steve Humble.
Can you just imagine what's going on underneath that crash helmet right now?
A very, very red face, I can tell you that much over here.
Lots of anger.
Lots of anger. He looks very calm, hands on the hips, and a punching bag, maybe.
It's amazing when race drivers climb out of a car in a situation, they always look as calm as it gets, but they're actually fuming underneath that helmet.
Well, he'll be climbing out of that car now, Frankie, and saying to himself, damn, it's hot. Got these overalls on, got this helmet on. But meanwhile, here we go. The Nardini, the pull beam will lead them off the line. Single file. It is red lights all on.
Let's have a look, see when the lights go off, or are they going to go? Yeah, the lights go off, and away they go. Listen to that thundering McLaren make its way through there. That's the McLaren MB5. That's making its way through turn number 1 in the hands of Kenneth Pearson as they exit at turn 1. Now they race down towards turn 2. And it's Steve Humble that sits out there in P1. Davy Hubert is there in that 2nd position. Clinton Thorne is there in 3rd. Behind Clinton Thorne is Francis Carruthers. Then it's the man from Sweden, Kenneth Pearson. That's in the house. Right behind him is Divan Lasmore. And behind Lasmore is Yanni Hatzi.
Yeah, Yanni Hatzi just taking him around there in that 200 SX Nissan. Then we have the first of the Lotus, or Birkin 7s, I should rather say. That will be, of course, Ray Farnham and the likes of Henny Trollope. They go down that Tigerberg straight now onto the back main, out to the double apex right-hander at Sarl Sweep. Down they go. That is the number 27 of Clinton Thorne. Wings on the rear and the front of that Lotus 7. They go down into turn 5 per Tamina Fastron, and they'll complete the first of their 5 racing laps over here. Only the half the distance they would have originally been doing.
Lap number 1 of 5 is in the bag for race leader Steve Humble as he heads down into turn number 1 with the position, and Clinton Thorne's been challenged there by Francis Carruthers, and Carruthers goes through on the inside of Clinton Thorne in turn number 1, and looming in there behind them is Kenneth Pearson. Pearson sits there just behind those two, is keeping an eye on them as they work their way towards turn number 2. Working through turn number 2, and Clinton Thorne goes in very deep into that corner, and he loses touch there with Carruthers as they exit turn 2, work their way through the kink into turn number 3, but Kenneth Pearson in the McLaren is all over the back end of the Clinton Thorne machine as they exit turn 3, Interceptor corner.
A thorn in Clinton Thorne's side, I can tell you that much, Frankie.
It's a thorn in... for sure.
Yes, they're going to come now down the back straight. We'll see now how it's going to move and how it's going to look. He's not close enough to make any sort of a move. They go down the back straight. Kenneth Pearson in a GT Sports and GT Class C. He leads at the moment, 2.6 seconds ahead of the 350Z of Divan Lismore. Then the leader of Class D is Henny Bosman at the moment in the Wankel-engined Lotus 7. And that's down in 9th position ahead of Ray Farnham. 1.3 seconds between them. Yeah, they complete another lap. 3 to go, Frankie.
Yep, 3 more laps to go. And the quickest man out there with a 1:13.230 in this one is race leader Steve Humble. And Steve is making his way out of turn number 2. Out of turn 2 goes Steve Humble, working his way through the kink. And Hatsi's cars popping and spluttering as they go down into turn number 1, but he'll be okay. And tucked in there behind him, there's a lovely fight. All those Birkin 7s of Bosman is in the house. Trollop is in there as well, together with Farnham. And right in there with them, we have got one of those GT40s that has been engulfed there by those Birkin 7s.
All right, so Steve Humble, fastest lap for him, a 1:13.230. It is 3.7 seconds between himself and Davy Hubert. And the Davy Hubert in the 911, of course, the Pearl Beam 1 and 3 at the moment. 3 laps left to go, including the one they are currently on at this time. Here now comes Davy Hubert across the line. We've already had the Humble Pearl Beam cross the line, another 1:11.325. And well, now we wait for Francis Carruthers. Here he comes right now, Frankie. Look who's closing on him as well, Kenneth Pearson.
Kenneth Pearson with the MB5 McLaren as they work their way into turn number 1. The lead, as a matter of fact, is going into turn 3 already. And that is Steve Humble. And he's getting away from the Wild Rose Gin Porsche of Davy Hubert. That's there in the distant second position. Then the group of cars that's now making their way through the kink towards turn number 3 is Francis Carruthers. Right behind him, Kenneth Pearson from Sweden. And then that Birkin 7, if my facts are right, that's a Toyota power plant inside there, and that is Clinton Thorne.
Yes, that I think is correct. You're quite right there, Frankie, and he sits now at the moment by...
Okay, so it's not a Birkin, it's a Lotus 7, and it's a Toyota power plant.
It is a Lotus 7, yeah, Lotus, and of course the replicas as well, the Birkins, which of course I heard as well many years ago that some of the replicas much easier to set up, but it depends on the person, I would think, as well. As 1 lap left to go, Frankie, it just sees on my screen now, Humble 8.4 seconds ahead of Davy Hubert.
And a 1:11.265 for race leader Steve Humble. He's the quickest driver out there at this point in time, and he was 0.8 of a second ahead of Davy Hubert when they crossed that line. As a matter of fact, they are on their final lap. And the leader, oh, there's a lot of dust here in turn number 4 in Sadel van der Merwe sweep. Cannot see who it is from here. We've got the buildings and the trees in the way, but this indeed is the flag lap. And running down the back main towards a checkered flag is your race leader, and that is Steve Humble heading into turn 5, Pertamina Fastron.
Clinton Thorne came into the pits, Frankie, from 5th position. Here now comes Steve Humble in the Pearl Beam, and he will take the victory here. 1:11.265, his fastest lap, and it's a 1:11.999 in the last lap. He wins, and we wait now for Davy Hubert.
Davy Hubert comes under the set of Cape Town Bridge in the Wild Rose Gin Porsche, and he finishes in 2nd position, runner-up.
Down the straight now, it is Francis Carruthers, Frankie, and Kenneth Pearson has closed up the gap there definitely now, but I don't think he's going to make any sort of inroads here. There comes Francis Carruthers. He will take the Pearl Beam to 3rd position ahead of the McLaren of Kenneth Pearson.
Yeah, Kenneth Pearson brings that lovely V8 McLaren to the checkered flag. Waiting for a few more cars to come to the line. A couple of cars working their way out of turn number 5. Divan Lasmore is the next man that will bring that Nissan 350Z to the checkered flag.
Yeah, Yanni Hatzi will be coming next year, Frankie. That misfiring 200 SX coming through now, not sounding that great.
Well, here we go. This is a dice heading towards a checkered flag, and this will probably be the last one out there, and it is Jan Klin ahead of Ray Farnham, ahead of Henny Trollop.
Oh, gaggle of them running over there as well. Clinton Thorne, Henny Bosman unfortunately out as well.
I wonder if that's an Henny Bosman that went off in the 9-0 car in turn 4 when Sadel van der Merwe sweep.
Oh no, that's unfortunate. He was leading in class. There he sits over there, Frankie, on the inside.
That's confirmation on your screen at home that it is definitely Henny Bosman.
I hope he's okay. Is he out of the car? Yes, I can see his helmet.
Driver's out the car, he's fine.
And they're checking him up as well. Looks like he's all right. Remember, Henny Bosman has taken many hard knocks in his life, and he's given many hard knocks, I can tell you that much. But a keen racer.
Mr. Karate SA.
Mr. Karate SA,
He's,
indeed.
Henny Bosman.
And what a petrol head as well. Loves it as well. I know he's not always had the best in as far as good health is concerned lately, but he always keeps coming back, and he always puts in some wonderful performances.
Well, that concludes the Spitfire Furniture Sports and GT Racing for the day. It's 5 o'clock, and there's one more race to go, and that's going to be an absolute stonker. Thermofires, Clubman's Regional Saloon Cars. The last race of the day is up next. The last race of the day, Spitfire. No, that's not Spitfire Furniture. We just had that. That's Mo Bry's Clubman's Saloon Cars. And here we go. This is going to be some great stuff. The last race of the day. It's just after 5. It's nearly 10 past 5. And we are going to start the final race of the day. And these Clubman's drivers have been waiting for this one as they work their way out onto the circuit. Had a couple of casualties out there in the opening race. Let's hope that they've got all their problems and their issues sorted out. And let's get this one underway. Jess Uggett did a sterling job out there in the Mark II VW Jetta. And he's back out on track again. He saw it all fall apart in front of him. And he just kept on going. And he got a top 3 out there. And Craig Rapp, as a matter of fact, he's one of our new drivers. I'm sure he'll bust out either into A, B, or C, probably A or B. He should be back out there again as the rest of the field just make their way out of the pit area onto the circuit. It's going to be pretty interesting stuff. There is the Chrysler of Andre van der Merwe, the Chrysler 300G. That is a big machine that sits there just behind the Alpha GTV6 of Ewald Weiland. It's awesome to see Ewald back again. He's been away for nothing short of 2 years. And good to see Ewald Weiland back out on the track once again. I was having a chat to him this morning before the race got underway, and he said, damn, he missed it, and it feels good to be back again. So Ewald Weiland back out there in that Alpha GTV6, which has been campaigning for almost forever in that Alpha GTV6. But Andre Diedrichs, the man that raced the Polo last year, he's got that boxy BMW, and he was the quickest driver out there before he had problems out with that number 73 car. As he is back out there again, keep an eye on him. He'll go from X to either A or B, certainly one of those 2 classes for the next event, which will be in March. So here they come. The ex-Zak Groenewald BMW that Zak raced last season. He did 1, maybe 2 races maximum with it, and now it's in the hands of Andre Diedrichs. So here comes Shane Smith in the Truckport Logistics BMW. He is there in pole position. And then this man that we spoke about earlier on in that number 16 car that is coming through, that's Craig Rapp. Jesse Uggett, Vescar Bakwerke, Full West BMW, and Autolift. Just some of the sponsors on that Mark II Jetta. Craig Rapp, he's looking for his spot on the grid. So yeah, we just keep an eye on them as they come filtering through. There is the 84 car of Bruce Meyer out there, and then Paul Minnick as well. And here comes Ewald Weiland, Razi Harris busy coming through as well, together with Daniel Kutsia and Imad Modak also coming through as well with that 47. Graham van Rooyen is also in the house, so is Gary Smith. And Imad Modak puts that 47 car there in P5 on the inside there of Craig Rapp. So joining me with this one, Gary Fleming, Mike Side, Gaza, the final race of the event.
Yep, Clubman's sponsored by Thermofires, 2nd season in a row. Shane Smith, front row of the grid, alongside him Rasik Harris. Jess Uggett right in there as well. Stephen Heidenrich did very well in race number 1. Imad Modak, I think he'll fancy his chances in this one. Even if he looks to see what's in front of him, I think keep an eye on Imad Modak. He might be the man on the move and break into better than just a 5th position. Craig Rapp on the outside of that. Ewald Weiland and Bruce Meyer I think Bruce Meyer had a bit of a rough and tumble in race number 1. I think he'll be looking to get a slightly better result than that. Evert Weiland back after 2 years. Brilliant stuff. Lovely to have him out there. Paul Minnick in the move through turn number 1 as well.
Gaza, there is a Hyundai Getz out on the track in Class X.
That's making history.
Guess who's behind the wheel of that car? Dr. Mike Verrier.
Wow. That's something different.
Yeah, I picked up the car and I looked on the program and in Class X, and there it says big. Mike Verrier, Hyundai Getz, Neanderthal Racing.
I don't know of a Getz that's ever been out on a racetrack, to the best of my knowledge. I've never ever seen one.
Yeah, 100%. As a matter of fact, it's going through the kink there. There you can see the Getz is just ahead of the boxy BMW of Andre Diedrichs.
I don't see it on the board at all. I don't see that car out on circuit, and I don't see it on the board.
No, it came past, car 45, and I picked it up here under Class X. It says car 45, Hyundai Getz, NDT Racing.
Oh, there we go.
Mike Verrier. Car's there, definitely there.
Very nice. Well, Mike Verrier gets himself out on track in the 45 car.
Difference from sports and GT cars to saloon cars.
Hell yeah, this will be somewhat more passive, if you want to call it that. So Mike Verrier, they've got him as a VW Golf under make and description on our board. Thermophire's Clubman's race number 2 for the day. Mr. Smith finds himself alongside Mr. Harris.
Gary, there he goes, the 45 car. That's the Hyundai Getz.
That looks kind of cute.
It does, eh? Actually, it does, the Hyundai Getz.
And having the word cute comes to mind, and there's no pink on the car, so don't misinterpret what I'm saying. But if Neanderthal always put that together, believe you me, it will be good. Down towards Cape Town corner they go. The calm before the storm. 8 laps. Thermophire's Clubman's Saloons race number 2 for the day. 20 plus cars out there. Nice to see Stephen Heidenreich back out there. Nice to see, as we said, Dr. Mike Verrier, the man that started the real deal version of iRacing in South Africa. Sander Bakari taking the reins over for 2023. Remember, second gear talk show Tuesday night. Don't miss out on that one at 8 o'clock. And then Wednesday night, IRSA going live with the top 40 races in South Africa in iRacing for 60,000 rands prize money and national titles. And that'll be going out on second gear. It'll be on the West Brom Sports and GT page as well. And then obviously the better version of that with a better picture, because it gets throttled on Facebook. You can go to Second Gear Productions or iRacing South Africa. That'll be on Wednesday night. So on the front row of the grid, Shane Smith, can he do it? Jesse Huggin gets a drive. Jesse Huggin gets a drive. He comes up between Rassie Harris and Shane Smith. Can Jesse Huggin get the pole shot into turn number 1? I think he's going to do it. Shane Smith's not going to give it away that easy. Rassie Harris on the outside. Evert Weiland spins and over goes Bruce Meyer. Bruce Meyer turns it over 2 times and puts it back on its wheels. It was Evert Weiland that lost it, turned it around. The wheels touched and a double rollover by Bruce Meyer.
Yeah, that could be a red flag. Let's have a look and see what the marshals decide. What will the clerk of the course decide? The car, the emergency vehicles are there immediately. And we'll have a look. See, I think the driver might be out of the car. Well, that car just turned itself over and over again. Involved there, Bruce Meyer with the Alpha GTV6 of Evert Weiland. And I was just saying how happy Evert was to be back again after being away for 2 years. And that's not such a good-looking Alpha GTV6 of Evert Weiland.
Well, the Alpha is looking not too bad. It's just pointing in the wrong direction, standing dead still. But I think the camera picked that up. Probably you'll find it picked up perfectly. Let's just wait for the replay. For the folks at home, throughout South Africa and worldwide, thousands and thousands of views on these IMUSAT productions that go out. I'm pretty sure that you'll find they will have a replay of that they will put back to us. But that started off with Evert Weiland on the inside line, gets it locked up, turns it around, tries to miss everybody and everything. Bruce Meyer on a run around the outside, trying to make the best of turn number 1. The wheels touched, it flicked him up into the air, right-hand front dug in. And yeah, thereafter it was a case of hold on and try and enjoy what's going to be a rather expensive ride. But what a disappointment for Ewald Weiland coming back after 2 years. What a disappointment and a financial burden for Bruce Meyer to get that one back together.
So, we are under red flag conditions. The race has been stopped. Cars are busy heading down the back straight, slowly but surely into Fostron corner. And they will stop here on the grid proper to give the marshals time to sort out those two vehicles. Both drivers seem to be okay to me. I think both drivers are out the car. No, Ewald Weiland's out the car. And I've just got confirmation. Ewald Weiland's going again. But I think that might just be the end of that for Ewald Weiland. He's coming up the main straight in the wrong direction, but that will be over for him. You can have a look for what we can see here. It's badly damaged on the left-hand side of that GTV6. Looks like the left panels, the left, behind the B pillar. There's a lot of damage there on the left-hand side of that GTV.
Probably find it's very thin materials that's used in that part of the car, so it'll fold up pretty easily. But yeah, unfortunately, they had a quick look at the replay, and yeah, the camera whizzed past it kind of quick. You could see the initial part of it, but yeah, there's the Bruce Meyer car. Definitely going to be a lot of damage structural on that motor car. Tumble, luckily it's on soft sand, but yeah, a ton doesn't tumble that easily on soft sand without getting a little bit more than a couple of scratches on it. So pity about that one. They get them all back onto the grid again. Rasik Harris and Shane Smith up on the front row of the grid. Jess Huggett. Stephen Heidrich must have been looking in the mirror saying, what on earth is going on here behind me? It was right behind Stephen Heidrich that had happened, and he'll be glad that he didn't get tied up in that one. The 47 makes it back onto the grid as well. That's Imad Modak, as well as the 16 car. So that's our newcomer, Mr. Rapp. R-A-P-P is the spelling on that one, Mr. Rapp.
Yeah, so you've got Daniel Kutsia there as well. We've got Paul Minnick, and there, Gary, now you can see directly behind Paul Minnick. That is the Hyundai Getz of Mike Verrier.
Yeah, cute little karaki that. Nice little wrap on that one. I was told, I speak under correction, that Mike Verrier is going to be looking at doing a little bit more endurance style racing this year as well, and hence just getting a little run around to come and play here, but already placing it a decent distance up the grid at this stage of the fight. I mean, he's accustomed to getting flying around the island at a rather quick pace, but for those of you that don't watch iRacing, Dr. Mike Verrier was the man that in fact brought iRacing competitively into South Africa and created what we've got now, which is MSA approved.
Right, so the 196 BMW out there, that is Andrew Honeywell. I see our safety car driver is Full Herald, and I think that's the first time ever that we've seen Full the Dolphin Herald. For those of you at home who are wondering why the hell are we calling him a dolphin, it's a personal joke that happened many years ago at George Motor Club, thanks to Professor Nick van der Meulen.
I think it's got something to do with him getting upset with somebody, and he was referred to as flapping his flippers while he was having a chat with somebody, hence the name the Dolphin coming through, and that one pretty much stuck. So Paul Minnick's got a big hollow in front of him, and that is with a couple of cars that's missing. That's Ewald Weiland and Bruce Meyer. So Daniel Kutsia and Paul Minnick both have a nice big gap in front of them. So that'll make opportunities for Andrew Honeywell and Mike Verrier, both of them in Class X, just one row further back. And, well, anything's possible. We've seen it before. We'll see it on a regular basis. The multiple champion doing brilliantly well. Westkop Bakwacker, Autolift, Full West, Jess Huggett. I think he's got, well, I don't want to count how many titles, probably about 20 national titles, probably about 40 regional titles, and probably 140 club titles to his name. Has been racing since 1973 or 74. Started out in a V8 midget, then moved across to a Beetle, which was totally unheard of back in the day, with a boxer motor in the back. And yeah, from there just went through everything from doing rallies now and again, to Group N, to Clubmans, to supercars, to you name it. There's nothing much that Jess Huggett has not driven, and it's such an honor to have him still racing till today on the grid and competitively at the front end as well.
Also in Bankman Touring Cars, the
Bankman,
the Pro Car Series, that's the Alicia's car hire Jetta 3 that he raced, and that car is standing by Shane Justice's house, and that car in Burdesig, that car is for sale.
Going back to the Mitsubishi Tredia Turbo, was one of the first grouping cars that was available here in Cape Town. That was in fact bought by Jess Huggett. Oh, that looks terrible. The Bruce Mayer car, and looks like the roof has been dropped down on that one, and that could be a total rebody that has to happen there. That Mitsubishi Tredia Turbo eventually found itself off the track and onto the roads, and was often seen around the Para-Balwell area after its history as a race and rally car. Pretty iconic. The MD Transport 2-litre GSI Superboss back in the days of Group N. That was also a magnificent era for Jesse Huggett.
And a man that's done oval track racing in the UK as well. He's been invited for 1 or 2 events back in the day to England. So yeah, Jess has been all over. As a matter of fact, before the V8 sprint car, Jess was telling me a long time ago, Gaza, if you went into the old Goodwood Showgrounds, there was a racetrack on the right-hand side. There was a Formula M racetrack.
Yeah, that's
and
correct.
that is where Jess Huggett started in Formula M.
Well, staying in Thornton back in the day, still staying in the exact same house now as a youngster. He in fact walked through Thornton, came across the main road and went to the Formula M circuit. And yeah, as he says, that's how it worked. Andre Diederik's back out there on circuit again, the ex-Zuck Groenewald car, as he works his way off the line. Mr. Flynn coming off the back end, Michael Flynn, the Class F. Brings up the back end of the field as they move it off through turn number 1. A big thanks to all of the sponsors on all the different corners, and to Wingfield Motors. 10 years is the 10th year, in fact. I had a chat with Anita Montonjas now. So it's 10 years. That's how long it's been. It feels like it was just the other day that they got started. Johnny van Niekerk, in his own way, putting lots and lots and lots back into motorsport, and being influential in numerous areas to make sure that things run right. And well, the day that Wingfield Motors and Johnny van Niekerk is not involved with motorsport, it will be a massive loss, because it's just all good and positive stuff that has come from Wingfield. And a big thanks from not just us here in the commentary box, Johnny, if you're listening to us, from everybody involved in motorsport in the Western Cape. A big thank you.
And also Johnny Senior from Goodwood Body and Spray. They've also been involved for decades, but specifically at the Cape L Drivers, that's where Goodwood Body and Spray has been involved. So to both Johnny Junior and Johnny Senior, a big thanks for what you guys have done for Western Province motorsport throughout the decades.
So Thermofire is coming into play with the Clubman's Series in 2022, remaining on board for 2023. Pity we don't see Stephen out there. Would have been nice to see Stephen out in racing today as well. His dad, Uncle Willie, one of the oldest competitors in the last couple of years with the class. Neither of them making it out on circuit today, but I'm pretty sure we'll see them at the next event here. And Frankie, if I knew the date, I would mention it.
It is in it's the 4th of March.
Okay, see.
We've got a double header in March. That the 4th of March is the next one of these, the Power Series, and then I think it's the 18th is the Cape Town round of Extreme Festival.
Sounds like a plan. The first Cape Town round, as says Byron Hunt in the background. So down through Cape Town corner, Pertamina Fastron, a big thanks for them sticking around with us here at Killarney. And I think the turnout of people at the circuit today is also a thumbs up to all the people like Wingfield Motors, City of Cape Town, Pertamina Fastron, Interceptor, Porsche Club, all of these guys that make it possible for us to have race meetings like what we have here today. So in attendance with all the right people at the front of the pack and the right people at the back of the pack, as we said, the Dolphin, Phil Herold, leading out with that pace car. He's done it for many decades, one of the most knowledgeable over many decades of different genres of motorsport. Phil Herold and he moves off. So it's going to be Shane Smith on the front row of the grid. It's going to be Rasik Harris that's on the outside. Rasik is obviously going to try and take an uber-powered Mark 1 around the outside of Shane Smith. Remember, Jess Huggett had a flyer in the start of the previous start that they had here. Keep an eye on him. It's going to be Stephen Heidrich that's going to get the hammer down same times as him. The 47 right in there of Imad Modak as well. Rasik Harris gets it right this time. Goes right around the front. Oh, it looks like very high revs there from Stephen Heidrich. The smoke was starting to twist out of the exhaust as he ran down towards turn number 1. Smith got it a bit sideways, backside of the gas. He's in there now. It's Minnick that's there with him. Down into turn number 1, it's Rasik Harris that leads out. Then it is Stephen Heidrich. Then it's Jesse Huggett. That's the front 3 as they work their way out of turn number 2.
Still pretty much bunched up at this point in time as they make their way through the kink and head down into turn number 3, into Interceptor corner. Out of Interceptor they come now. They're very slow out of Interceptor corner. As a matter of fact, Jess Huggett is crowding the back end of that Nissan Skyline of Stephen Heidenrich. Now Stevie pulls 2 car lengths on him as they make their way out of the Sarl van der Merwe sweep. Going down the back main, and he's going to have a look. He's going to have a look at Rasik Harris. He's Stephen Heidenrich. Down the back main they go. Heidenrich takes the lead away, drives around the outside of Rasik Harris into Pertamina Fastron, turn number 5, and at the end of the opening lap, Heidenrich will be the man in P1.
Jess Huggett right in there, and then Imad Modak in the 47 out towards us. They come now. City of Cape Town and Wingfield Motors Bridge. Heidenrich leads them out with that beautiful looking motor car. And Linus Stern, they come through behind that. Heidenrich, Harris, Huggett, Modak, Cap, Kutsia, they're all Linus Stern as they come through. Smith is the biggest loser right now after 1 lap.
Yeah, he's gone a couple of positions back. As a matter of fact, Paul Minnick just nails him there into turn 1 as well. So he's going pretty slow. There's not much happening in that Shane Smith BMW. There's just no power. He's losing a lot of ground there to Paul Minnick. And as a matter of fact, he's going to be caught there by a whole group of other cars, and of which one is Mike Verrier. The Doc is one of 2 cars that's going to close up onto the back end there of an ailing Shane Smith BMW.
Jess Huggett around the outside of Imad Modak through the kink and down into Interceptor corner. Brilliant piece of driving. Imad just didn't have an answer. Jess just got the power down so great as he came out of turn number 2. Gets the hammer down. It's Rasik Harris that looks up in the mirror. Oh, Jesse Huggett in there behind me. Then it's Imad Modak. Then the next 2 BMWs coming through behind that. That's Craig Rapp and Daniel Kutsia. Then the next of the VW products and leader in Class B. That's Paul Minnick. That's the gold color Golf working down towards Cape Town corner.
Well, going down the back straight now, we've got Andrew Honeywell. He's leading Mike Verrier in that group. Now, Honeywell races the Porsche in the classic cars as well, and he's in there with that BMW. They make their way out of turn number 5, right there, Fastron corner, right there behind Honeywell. He's the Hyundai Getz of Mike Verrier. Here comes the Andre Diedrichs BMW getting past Mike Verrier. Then behind them we have got Gary Smith, and then Gary Manwaring, and through on the inside of Gary Manwaring is Graham van Rooyen.
Oh, Graham van Rooyen made that look quite kind of easy as he dived up there on the inside and makes that one stick. Our leaders are going pretty well at this stage fight, with Stephen Heidenrich leading out from Rasik Harris. Jesse Huggett's got himself in one hell of a fight. Him and Imad Modak. Certain sectors, Jess is quicker. Certain sectors, Imad is better. Neither of them is prepared to give up the fight whatsoever. With Rapp, the second in the Class X cars, he finds himself 5th on circuit and in behind Imad Modak.
Yeah, Modak, then Craig Rapp, and all behind Jess Huggett going down the back main, followed by Daniel Kutsia as they work their way down into turn number 5 into Fastron corner. So where's the leader? He'll be coming out of Fastron turn 5 right now. That's that Nissan Skyline in P1 of Stephen Heidenrich. And he's getting away from the Golf of Rasik Harris. That's there in that second position. And Jess Huggett's now got those 2 BMWs all over him. As a matter of fact, Modak has lost the position to Rapp. Modak goes in there behind Rapp, and Craig Rapp has a look up on the inside of Jesse Huggett working out of turn 1. So out of turn 1 they come now. Huggett is under attack there from Craig Rapp now. Rapp goes and sits there on the outside. Modak lost that position to Craig Rapp. Now Craig Rapp is all over the back of the Jet of Huggett at the exit of turn 2.
So let's have a look at it from a class point of view. Heidenreich leading out Class X from Craig Rapp. Then Diedrichs, that's in the third place in the 73. That's the ex-Zak Groenewald car. Then the 196 of Honeywell in there behind that. Class A is Rassie Harris from Jess Huggett from Shane Smith. And then the Class B battle is Imad Kutsia from Paul Minnick. And Paul Minnick just 1.9 seconds off Kutsia. So Kutsia not having it his own way with that one. The Class D battle is only Gary Manwaring in there. He finds himself 14th overall out on circuit. And then the other battle out there, which is Class F, is the 68 car in the hands of Gary Smith. And then 2 further back is the car of Andre van Rooyen is the next one that's out there.
So 4 more laps to go as the leaders. Oh, look at this. Going down into turn number 1. Huggett gets attacked there by Craig Rapp. Craig Rapp goes into hot. Craig Rapp goes into deep. And you've got to get up very, very, very early, Mr. Rapp, to beat the past master himself, Jesse Huggett. As Huggett says, well, you just keep on doing that, buddy. I'll just put this jet ahead of you as the 2 of them exit turn number 2. But with that now, it means that Harris and race leader Heidenreich is now getting away from the Huggett-Rapp combination.
22.685, the fastest for Stephen Heidenreich. The last lap at 22.725, also by Heidenreich. Hence getting away from Rassie Harris at the front end of the field. But remember, Harris is on a back-to-back Class A victory, so it doesn't really matter too much to him at this stage of the fight. What's happening in front of him. Huggett having a brilliant run. Got to have new rubber and new power underfoot because Jess Huggett is really doing a blinder with this one. Daniel Kutsia in the 46 car leading out to Class B. He's now taking a bit of a gap there from Paul Minnick, 2.6 seconds between them.
Then we've got Gary Manwaring out there as well. Sorry, Smith, I do apologize. And a bit of a gap before we see Andre Diedrichs coming through. Behind him, it's Andrew Honeywell. Then we've got Gary Smith. So the one ahead of them was Shane. And then on his case, we have got Graham van Rooyen, who's now got close ahead there of Mike Verrier as they work their way down into Fostron corner, turn 5.
I think we need to get the cameras up onto the Jabez straight going up towards turn number 2. There it is right in front of us. Have a look at that one. Now, you've got the new guy, Craig Rapp, that's out there with the ex-Zak Groenewald car, blinding the quick in a straight line, and he's taking on the master blaster, Jesse Huggett. Jesse, like back in the days when he raced with a beach buggy in the government's class, and I'm saying back in the day. Oh, Shane Smith running very slow. Jesse Huggett knows exactly where and how to get the car around the island as quick as possible, and they're swapping and chopping and changing positions as they come up towards your camera position now. The Sorrel sweep down out into the back main.
Yeah, Craig Rapp in that dolphin-shaped BMW down the back main, but here comes Huggett. He's got the legs on Jess Huggett as he goes down the back straight. Does Craig Rapp heading down into turn number 5, Fostron corner, and they both closing the gap there on second place man, Rassie Harris, as the 3 of them work their way out of turn 5, Fostron.
Well, it's not like Rassie is hanging around at 23.942. That's a little bit slower on the last lap. Rassie Harris, has Rassie got a problem? It's very possible because Rassie has just been blown away now by Mr. Rapp. And I think Rassie might be running just a little bit slower than normal at 22.849 sorry, 24.9 by Rassie Harris. So definitely slowing down in the latter part of this race.
So we'll have a look at these cars going down the main straight, going into turn number 1. We've got Daniel Kutsia coming out of turn number 1. Then we've got a bit of a gap before we see Paul Minnick. Then it's a slow...
Oh, big one, big one. Rassie Harris was on the inside line. Rapp went wide. Rassie went up the inside. Rapp came back towards him and touched the left-hand back corner of Rassie. Turned him straight towards the wall on the start-finish line by the KPL Drivers Oval. And he whacked it into the wall. The car went up into the air. That car's not going to start and drive away from there.
Well, the marshals are running to that car. The driver's door is open. It looks like Harris is trying to get out the car. We'll have a look and see. There'll be a yellow flag there, so no overtaking in that sector. So there's a lap and a bit to go before we see the checkered flag. And I'm happy to report that Rozzy Harris has climbed out the car and he seems to be A-OK.
Oh, he's okay, but the car's definitely not. He looked at every single corner when he got out the car. I think there's multiple damage to the Rozzy Harris mean machine. 1 lap to go. Last time around for Steven Heidenreich as he works his way around the circuit. Somebody's gone off on the outside of turn 5. Cape Town corner, somebody has run wide. We cannot see it from our position. Let's hope that everything went okay there. Whoever it was, they've got it going again. And let's see if we can pick up our lead car as he's on his last lap. And that's going to be Steven Heidenreich. If we can try and pick him up. We've been busy with so many other things that's been happening out there.
Making his way into turn 3 into interceptor corner.
All right, so there he goes through that part of the circuit. And that'll be the last time around for him.
Half a lap to go for the birthday boy, for Steven Heidenreich, as he makes his way into the Sadel sweep. That's Sadel van der Merwe sweep, known as Sadel sweep. Legend of South African racing. Down the back main, he goes to start his final sector. Now he starts the last sector. Jesse Huggett sits in second position. Just won't worry too much. Remember, Steven is in Class X. That means Jesse Huggett will be classified as your Class A winner as they make their way out of Pertamina Fostron, turn 5. For the last time, Gaza, bring them to the flag.
The rule says start and finish twice on one race day, and that determines what class you move out of. So for the first and last time in Class X, Steven Heinrich takes the win. Bang, into Class A goes. Jesse Huggett will come through in that second position. And well, from there on out, there's so much happening behind him. Craig Rapp coming through in third. Is it going to be Imad Modak? It's going to be the next man up to the line. Frankie, side by side.
Yeah, they come down towards us. It's going to be Daniel Kutsia that gets to the flag ahead of Imad Modak with the Lee Fielding. He's a back marker that's ahead of them. Then Paul Minnick comes through on the lead lap.
Second in class.
Yep. And there's a few more cars working their way now out of turn 5, Fostron.
I think Shane Smith has dropped a long way further back, Frankie.
Yeah, he has. As a matter of fact, this is Graham van Rooyen that crosses the line. Then it's Andrew Honeywell. Then it is Gary Smith. And then Shane Smith limping across the line. Followed by Dr. Mike Verrier in the Hyundai Getz. Well done, Doc.
Welcome to normal cars. So, should be Gary Manwaring?
No, Gary's through already.
Yeah, he's moved his way quite a long way up. No. Can Gary Manwaring still to come through? Here he comes through now.
Sorry, Gary, I thought Gary Smith had finished. You're right, Gary Manwaring, I do apologize.
So a couple of cars that have tripped over themselves towards the end of this race that turned things a little bit upside down. And, well, it looks like it's going to be Diedrichs that comes through. He had a pretty decent one. Van der Merwe comes through as well. Andre van der Merwe, Jan Tischendorf. We haven't seen Diedrichs coming towards the line. Is this Diedrichs coming towards the line now?
Yes, quite right. Limping that 73 BMW to the checkered flag.
Well, he makes it all the way to the end at least. I can't hear the motor at all. I think he might have even switched it off. Frankie, that wraps it up for the day. It's been awesome to be back here. 2023 Killarney International Raceway, the Power Series, powered by City of Cape Town and Wingfield Motors. A big thanks to all of you that decided to join us here today. All the folks that watched on IMUSAT, to all the marshals, medics, breakdown crew, the people by the gate, all the ladies out there. Brilliant stuff.
Sorry,
really
Gary.
appreciated that you guys have gone out of your way to make today such a success. So while the folks at home are watching the replays on the live stream from us at Gary Fleming live at Killarney, good night to you one and all.
He turns, does Weiland, and then bang, picks up that. Oh, and there's another car involved there as well. That was Paul Minnick. Lucky Paul Minnick managed to get away from that one pretty much unscathed. Well, yeah, that wraps it up for me. And remember, there's karting next weekend. The weekend after that, we've got short circuit racing and hopefully rallycross. The 25th, you've got oval track racing in Worcester. You've also got the FIA Formula E World Championship in Cape Town at in and around the Greenpoint Stadium there by Mully Point. And then the weekend after that, we come right back here for the next round of the Wingfield Motors Power Series. Man, That's going to be absolutely brilliant stuff. And then there's still, well, there's no CHD in February. The 25th of March, I think, is the next Cape L Driver event, and Byron and myself will be there for that one. And there's and Tiny as well from Tiny's Bitbox. There's so much happening. We'll keep you updated. Keep eye on Facebook. Jordan, it was great having you in the commentary box. Did you enjoy your day, young man?
What a wonderful day it was today. So much action, brilliant racing, brilliant drivers. It was incredible.
Well, that's a guy that we can maybe, he wants to go race cars one day. Let him do so, but maybe we can get him into the commentary box as long as he can get some confidence, which he's already got. Byron, your turn to say cheers, and then we'll hand over to the big guy, Tiny, from Tiny's Bitbox. He can have the final word.
Well, thanks to everybody in the commentary box today, my good friends and colleagues, and some of our welcomed guests. And well, what a lovely day of racing. What a wonderful way to start the season off. And those of you who have joined us on IMUSAT, thank you for joining us wherever you are in the world. Those of you here at Killarney, I'm just going to say travel home safely. And don't see what you see on the circuit and then go and try it on the roads out there. Not recommended. Maybe I will, but no, I'm not. I'm just joking over there. But yes, it was a lovely race day. Thank you, all of you, for being here. And until next time, for myself, Byron Heights, signing out. Here is our good man, Tiny's Bitbox.
Thank you, Byron, and to everybody who came to check out the racing today. Thank you very much for joining us, and we'll see you guys next time. Drive home safely, and cheers.
Well, folks, it's been an action-packed day today. Dexter, we've seen somebody change a gearbox in 23 minutes and come back to win.
It was a good day.
We've seen Anderson win his class, number 42, first time at the track.
Absolutely.
I mean,
Sharif Reynolds back again after so many years, getting second place. I think overall it's been a fantastic day. How's the international guys?
Oh, the international
so
crew.
Nice to have them here.
We've got flipping GT40s. We've got
original GT40s.
Technically, they are made by the original owner. I've been corrected. But I mean, the fact that these guys brought these cars here to race over and over and over. An incredible day, folks. But we are done for the day. You'll see some of the commotion behind us over here. We're going to wrap this up. Thanks so much for joining us here at Killarney Raceway. This is the Power Series. And we'll see you guys at round 2.